I lift my voice is lifted. Gifted, I foresaw the end, I ripped it. The whole enchilada with a side of avocado. I came down from my fences, desperados. My flow should be sold at low. Next to the 2x4s, an electric range stove. The bolts and screws, home and approved. Gentiles and Jews, penning on views. Broken for you, my moment approaching. The coaching, the ocean is waving. The money I'm saving, the arrest I'm evading. The models I'm dating, this cup of mine keep cascading. God has engraved me into the palm of his hand. I'm in the best hands. I be washing Jeezy's dishes, pots and pans. I peep the law of the land. I speak because I can. Legalize blacks, legislate that. Hurry up, please, because a brother can't breathe. Kaepernick kneel, the world stood still. The level of hate was so unreal. I foresaw the end right before the hook. Hating is not a good look. I took from the good book. I feel like a tree planted by a river brook. Let me cook them surgically with this sword. Will put my vocal cord itching to release the source of my peace. I'm flipping verses on these tracks like an acrobat. Yeah, glory to the Father, he implemented a plan. Jesus carried it out, it is finished. The Spirit empowered, blessing after blessing. We win this, we win this. My spirit's mine. We win this, we win this, we win this. My spirit's mine. My spirit smile, my spirit smiles. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Think about it, think about it. Man, Jesus did that. We win this, we win this. My spirit get it. We win this. Do you hear what I'm saying? We win this. My knees buckle, my spirit chuckle. We win this, we win this. Oh.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, listen, man, we have a great show lined up for y'all tonight. We appreciate everybody that's going to actually tap in. Listen, we have the one and the only Mr. Glenn Lawrence that's going to be the host of the show. I will just be moderating. We're going to do an open panel as usual, but anybody that come up has to follow Mr. Lawrence's directions. I will only say if I need to. Outside of that, he got the platform tonight. I appreciate him for pulling up, man, and he gonna do what he do. He been doing this way longer than me. So listen, we appreciate everybody that's tapping in. Make sure you like, share. Glenn is streaming on his side, so make sure y'all donate on his side. Super chats, memberships, cash outs, however he does his program. The same.
I take tax returns. You know, I know y'all got the tax return already. Okay, so we take the whole tax return. You got to pay it forward, okay?
For sure. So listen, man, if y'all on my channel, make sure y'all go follow Glenn on his platform. So,
and
man,
likewise, if you're on mine, you better get over here. I even tagged them in my description, so you guys know what to do.
For sure. So Glenn, listen, I'm only here if I have to referee. Outside of that, to control my side. You know what I'm saying? If people on your side pull up, you control your side. But hey,
well, they're still gonna have to come over here to your side to even get on the screen. So
okay, yeah. And I see you streaming from X, man. You got to put me on. I need to start streaming from Twitter too.
Oh, man, yeah. X is great, dude. I'm in a lot of X spaces like all the time. My audio's a little low. Okay, hold on. Let me.
You good on my end to me. You sound good to me.
Jason Williams 850 said my audio is low.
Okay, it's good to me. It's good, but you know. Let me know when you want me to
just a little bit. Let's see here.
I can probably turn it from my end too.
I got it right here. So is that better? Is that better, you guys? Is that better? Better. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
So Glenn, you let me know when to drop the link for the people to pull up. So it's on you, brother.
Yeah, no. So I think we should just I'm going to present the premise of the topic, right?
Gotcha.
And Then we'll drop the link and we'll let people come up and we'll see like where things lie.
For sure.
All right. So there's a lot of people are saying that the Manosphere or the red pill is the male version of feminism. Right. Both are telling men and women not to get married. They're telling them to avoid family creations, not to trust the opposite gender. So they both seem to have the same end goal. I could see it why people would come to the conclusion that red pill might be the male version of feminism. But just because they have similarities, does that make them the same? Or does it even matter if the end goal at the end of the day is the same end goal? That's going to be the debating topic of tonight, because some of the talking points in the space don't seem very masculine for men to portray or even behave in. I don't understand telling guys to operate in fear as a very masculine trait. Or is it fear or is it pragmatism? And why do people believe the things that they hear in the red pill? What evidence to support it? Or do they just take the talking points from whoever sounds more authoritative without doing any due diligence? We already got one. Alex Keene said it's not. Well, good. What if I told you there was 4 or 8 different talking points that are misrepresented in the red pill that don't align with the science and the data? Would that be questionable? And after the release of the Inside the Manosphere documentary, that made things expose a lot of things for a lot of people. People saw things that made them now question whether or not the Manosphere is even a good place. So let's talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about whether or not the red pill or the Manosphere is the male version of feminism, and whether or not it has a net positive overall for men and young men growing up. Trey, you want to drop the link, homie? You want to get into it?
I got you. I'll drop the link right now. So listen, you know, we like to spar a little bit. We don't mind conversations, but make sure you keep it respectful, especially if you come from my side. If Mr. Lawrence is talking, give him the floor. If not, I will drop you. I'm telling you right now, I'm not even going to hesitate to drop you. So we don't mind the discussion. We don't mind the back and forth. But if you overtalk him, he has to continue to tell you to let us get his talking point off. Or if I feel like you're being disrespectful, then I'll drop you. If he allows you to come back up, that's on him. That's not up to me. So he has the platform tonight.
And if you're coming from my platform, you already know, don't be stupid. You know I'm allergic to stupid people, so you guys know that. My people kind of know, like I can't do dumb people, and I just like ignore them. But did you get the chance to watch any of that little video?
Yeah, I was watching it. Yeah.
What do you think of it? Like, it's kind of like, how far did you get in? Get into it, because I know it was 90 minutes. I'm sure you couldn't get through all of it.
I got to where I forgot the guy. Kind of like he works out. He was talking about his dad wasn't there.
Oh, Justin Waller.
Justin Waller. He looks mixed. No, not him. That's the guy. That's the guy, from my understanding, that had the Lamborghini, who had the wife with the 2 daughters.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the guy whose dad was played rugby.
That was rugby.
No, he got a sleeve. He got a tattoo sleeve.
Oh, HS Tiki Taki guy. Yeah, him.
Yeah, I got to that when he was talking about, his relationship with his father. He didn't really have one.
Yep. No, I mean, a lot of people were just. I mean, it was very interesting. And I think like there was a clip with HS Tiki Taki that kind of really revealed, in my opinion, like pretty much the negative aspect of the space, that goes on. And there was this lack of morality there, like the lack of care, whether or not the people that he's in his private groups are, falling into the OnlyFans that he's telling them not to look at, but he's promoting, or whether or not, it just kind of seemed like, contradictory, or if they lose money in in his investments, programs. I thought that was rather revealing. So what up, Nightish?
How you doing, Glenn?
I'm doing well. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay. I hope the same for you, sir.
I'm doing well.
What's going on with you, P. Smurf? What's up, Trey?
What's going on, fam? How y'all doing this evening?
How you doing? How y'all fellas doing?
I'm doing amazing. Hope the same for y'all. What's going on, Willie?
Dory say, Trey, I'm concerned. What you concerned about?
It's going to be a healthy conversation.
No, for sure. And Summer said, Manosphere is interesting indeed. So I had to go turn my I got this robe on. Anytime I turn this robe, I got to turn the air up. So from my understanding, did you say that some of the men were encouraging men to subscribe to OnlyFans?
Yeah, well, the narrator, or like, you know, the director of the film, asked HS TikTok. Actually, I have the clip. I can play it.
Oh, you talking about when he said that he owned?
No, when he was talking about, like, he saw that video with him and Bonnie Blue.
Okay, is it from YouTube or Netflix? Because I don't know.
No, it was in the video. It was in the video. I mean,
but I'm saying, are we allowed to like play Netflix stuff on here?
Yeah. So this is actually a clip from
YouTube.
Yeah, it's from Sneeko.
Cool.
I have it here.
Yeah,
I can share the video.
Yeah, I don't want to play no Netflix stuff.
Yeah, no, I get you. Let's see here. Where is it at? All right, yeah, it's right here. So let me like play this to you guys. I'm gonna play all these videos like at once, and kind of I want you guys to tell me. Hold on, let me just interesting. Like, I want you guys to tell me what is the underlining theme that you guys are catching in each one of these little clips that are all connected here. Okay.
With Bonnie Blue, I thought
you saw that?
Yeah, it was interesting.
I just think she's disgusting, bro. I just think she's absolutely repulsive.
You've got 500,000 people on your Telegram, right?
Yeah.
And you're advertising OnlyFans girls on there.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a contradiction there?
No, because I openly say I don't give a fuck and I'm doing it for money.
So he's only here doing it for money. All right.
Oh, no, I wanted to bring that up for like the best thing to do, guys, is just move silently, shut up. Like, if you don't make content, you just, hey, women are the ones talking. They're gonna talk themselves to death about what is right, and neither of them are gonna have your best interest at heart. Play the game, and really, we want to win. We don't care about being right.
Don't care about being right. You want to win.
Okay, Glenn, so quick, pause that real quick. So what was the context? Like, even though I heard that small clip, but was there more context to his statement?
Which one? The first one?
The one that just said, the one that you just played, that when you said, I want to win. I understood the first one because I actually watched that.
Yeah, he said, you know, it's you want to win. You don't care about being right. Although you want to be right, winning is more important. And he's talking about engaging with women, whether it's, you know, the sexual marketplace, like, you know, getting a woman to sleep with you, or, you know, getting what you want in, you know, life. Like, you know, you're going to level up and you're going to do it by whatever means necessary, right? You're not concerned about who's negatively affected. You're concerned about you getting your end goal, you know? And then
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So the question tonight is this versus what feminism is?
Well, it's the manosphere, the male version of feminism, because that's what a lot of people on Twitter are saying it is. And
so
a lot of like
so far it's sounding like it is.
Okay. And we'll get into the nuance of it all after the video. And we'll dive into that and kind of get into the minutia of it.
Are you OnlyFans girls all whores? You know, shaking, you know, thumping the Bible and everything. Like he was basically doing the same thing Andrew Wilson does every time he's on whatever podcast. It's just like he's just holding bitches accountable. Appeals more to the emotional state of guys who are moralistic, because that they're speaking the same language. Really, they're making emotional appeals. The only people who get to talk about this are women, and once again, traditional conservative women. So you're going to tell me that the red pill is the flip side of feminism? Fuck you. Traditional conservatism is the flip side of feminism.
All right. So the last one, he said that moralism is emotionalism. So if you base things on morality, or if you inject morality, you're just being emotional. And then he said that TradCon's traditional conservatives, that's the flip side of feminism, not the red pill. So what was the underlining theme that you guys got out of like the clips?
So the first one was doing it for the money. The second was winning without being right. The third one was OnlyFans, girl or whores, and Andrew Wilson on, I guess, the what is it called? Whatever.
Yeah.
And then the last one was talking about traditional conservatism against being the flip side. I would agree that traditional conservatism is the flip side, but those other things, when you're talking about doing it for money, winning and not. So let me say this: as a man, you can be that kind of way. If there's no deception, that's the difference. If I lie and manipulate and do all that other stuff, that's cowardice. But if I come to you saying I have a stable of women, if you want to be a part of this and whatever else, there's no deception there. So that's not the same. So when I think about OnlyFans women and those women that Andrew Wilson talked to on those panels, that's all about like dopamine hits. I got 100 dudes that follow me and buy farts in a jar and do all this other weird stuff. So yeah, it's a complete difference from the last one, which is traditional conservatism, because that has a moral base to it. You're not going to just take money and that's the right way. And you're not just going to manipulate. You're going to stand on traditional, which when I think about conservatives, it has a moral base.
Okay. Anybody else?
My bad.
I just got here, so I missed the basis of the question.
Oh, is the Manosphere the male version of feminism?
Pretty much, yes. It started with good intentions. Hey, we need a space. We need to have some conversations. Something's wrong. We're going to address men, women, system, whatever. And probably started with good people with good intentions. Just like feminism. Hey, something ain't right. We need to address a couple of things. We're not being heard. We got these problems, and we're all banding together, trying to same thing. Then wave 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 started to get
where it goes haywire. Yes,
but patriarchy started feminism. They run together. Feminism eventually got to push into Manosphere, which meaning they all still run together. Because it's one side yelling at the other side, back and forth. Based on a lot of the
I'm trying to get that. Patriarchy started feminism?
Right. Everything was male dominated. All the way
historically, would you say historically, like all societies have been a patriarchal society? So then
yes, it's still a patriarchal society.
Yeah. In structure, yeah.
Right. There is nothing with women standing on the top of it. Yeah. And men, well,
it's still a patriarchal structure, but it may not necessarily be.
And men underneath.
Yeah.
Organizationally. Even where men are getting ragdolled by a woman, there's married men standing at the top watching it happen. Yeah. Or pulling the strings, moving around, making it happen. It's still male dominated. Everything. Maybe fashion isn't. Maybe that's the one.
There's a lot of gay guys in there.
Yeah, but everything else is still male dominated. Created feminism with an imbalance. All right, how are we gonna correct it? Then it just came back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then it's wave 2, wave 3, wave 15. Manosphere went all the way to black pill, green fuchsia pill, to red pill. Yeah, I don't know what these pills are. I don't even know what a simp is anymore. They just start throwing stuff. I don't even know what this stuff means anymore. And the women too, they just throw anything out there to the point where just you got to change 4 or 5. No, emotional. They just throw stuff. Just say leadership, say emotional, and somehow you're saying something. It's got out of control. Both sides.
Anybody else? Willie, we can't hear you if you're talking, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't think you can compare the two because feminism is an ideology. Manosphere is an ecosystem in which most people don't even agree. The manosphere is made up of pickup artists, fathers' rights activists, men's rights activists, a couple of misandrists, and then just in general, it's
a couple of misandrists.
Yeah, it's a amalgamation of different groups of men, but it's not an ideology like feminism was. I think when people say patriarchy, men have to stop using it the same way women do and start saying the quiet part out loud. We are based off on a benevolent patriarchy because if that was the case, women wouldn't be
benevolent leadership. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that's more protected than women are the Epstein files. And a lot of our communities can't say that they're patriarchal. The Black community is not patriarchal at all.
At all.
Mm-mm.
Well, yeah, no, that's very matriarchal society, and I think that has a lot to do with. Well, there's a lot of historical reasonings for that played a role in that. Anybody else want to give their opinion on manosphere being? So should I rephrase it as red pill then? Make it more? Is that more specific? If they say red pill rather than manosphere?
I think they're separate.
Manosphere, like I said, started with good intentions
and
got corrupted by, I guess, red pill. So I'm kind of like feminism had the
suffragette
started a certain way, and now feminism in 26 is something totally different.
Yeah, it's been bastardized by misandrists and the alphabet community. And the same thing when I think about manosphere, I think manosphere is more reactionary, whereas red pill is a little bit more specific.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the red pill is just one of the tenets that makes up the manosphere because you got like red pill communities, you got men's rights activists, you got like the male self-improvement stuff, where guys either focus on themselves, go to the gym, those types. And then you got another subset, which is like the MGTOW, the men going their own way.
Yes.
And they just go out there and focus on men stuff. And then you got the pickup artists. I don't think that any of those things are inherently evil. I think that each are inherently bad. I think that in every subsect of everything, that these things are going to have some group of some part of them that do, that are misogynistic, that do have these things. And each one of those 6 that I listed, the difference is that there's no institutional power in the manosphere. There's institutional power when it comes to feminism.
Mm-hmm.
That's real.
We can't compare the two. One is a movement and one is an idea. And nobody had an issue with everything being feminist centric until men started speaking up. It wasn't a man versus woman thing until men started defending themselves or giving their points of view, and then it became the gender war.
All right, real quick, y'all. I have real quick, Glenn. I had the first super chat. Listen, if you are commenting because I have a host today, I will not recognize your comment only unless it's a super chat. If it's not a super chat, I'm not acknowledging any comments today. So appreciate Mr. Glenn for being here, educating. I see some of y'all saying this is y'all first time being educated. That's why I'm being quiet. So I can be educated on this. This is all new to me too. All right, quick question. Cellulite Podcast said, quick question. This is concerning manosphere or Black manosphere or both. So I think Glenn.
So I mean, I understand that people have they coined it as a Black manosphere and then the manosphere. I just say it's the manosphere, right? Because it's one, and then a subsection of one. So the umbrella term would be the manosphere, and that would fall under the Black manosphere, the red pill, pickup cars, all those different communities. I think just encompassed in one.
So can I do this real quick, Glenn? I'm gonna use the Wikipedia definition. The manosphere is a collection of websites, blogs, and online forums, including incels. I don't even know what MGTOW is.
Men going their own way.
Okay.
Miserable goofies traumatized over women. Continue.
Okay, and pickup artists that promote masculinity and oppose feminism. These communities often express beliefs that society is biased against men, frequently sharing misogynistic views and promoting anti-feminist ideology.
Yeah, the problem with using Wikipedia is that all 7 of us up here can go edit that definition if we get bored.
That's cool. Yeah. I was going to keep going. So key aspects of the manosphere definition: an online interconnection network of men communities often characterized by toxic masculinity and in some cases, hate speech against women.
I don't believe in toxic masculinity. I think that's a made-up word.
It is. To me, I think what's toxic is the person, not the trait. You're not going to say masculinity is toxic or femininity is toxic. The individual could be toxic.
Yeah,
the trait in itself is not toxic.
They conflate just shitty behavior with the person doing it. If it's a woman having shitty behavior, it's toxic femininity, even though people really don't say that shit out loud. But if it's a guy doing it, anything that we do, if we're too cocky, we're too confident, we make too much money, we do whatever, it can be called toxic masculinity to a woman. And one of the things that I've seen in this space is that anytime someone uses the word toxic to describe a behavior, they're an idiot. 9 times out of 10, they can't defend it. They can't defend the point. And if you ask them, like, well, why is that toxic? What does toxic mean? They can never defend the point. And it just becomes a circular conversation, them trying to defend their ideology and not look wrong.
Yeah, it's an umbrella term. It's an umbrella term.
Yeah,
it's a catchphrase.
So hard to, yeah.
So let me pull up the APA because this is actually really a lot. It's better.
Yeah, shout out to Associated Press.
No, the American Psychological Association. Yeah. But that was close. I mean, it was close. So they issued, this is back in 2018 or 2019. The APA issued their first guidelines for practice with men and boys. And they are the ones that labeled traditional masculinity considered toxic. And so they actually say in their guidelines here, hold on, let me pull it back up. It is. It refers to harmful traditional societal norms that pressure men to be dominant, aggressive, and emotionally detached. The APA focuses on this rigid conformity to masculinity, such as stoicism, self-reliance, negative impacts on men's mental health, leading to lower help-seeking behavior and higher risk of suicide, substance abuse, and violence. They're saying that emotional restriction or stoicism is not good for men. It's not. Men should be vulnerable. That aggression and dominance is bad for men and women and children. And self-reliance, anti-feminism. The pressure is never to ask for help from women, as it is seen as a sign of weakness. And they said harmful outcomes like risk-taking, competitiveness, male promiscuity. Those are all toxic traits.
That's
what I find funny. What I find funny here is risk-taking. Do you know every man that built these skyscrapers, these roads, these bridges, all took risks?
Yes.
Yep.
So all of them,
the coal mines. Don't forget the ice fishing.
The truckers.
Yes. You know? The people that went those coal mines.
Yep. So all those men are just toxic according to this definition. Really, what I think what they're considering toxic is really anything that is not in service or masculine trait that is not in service to women. Because I don't think a woman would consider it toxic if she was getting assaulted by a bad guy and one of us came over there and defended her. That would be a risk taking. That would be violence. Yep. Would that be considered toxic?
You got to also look at the fact that the president of the APA is a woman named Wendy Williams, not the crazy bitch from YouTube.
I know,
from TV. The other one is the assistant vice president. Her name is Linda Wolf. You can never expect anything led by women to give man a fair shot or do anything other than what you just said. Every instance, every instruction, every policy they support is going to inherently be something that favors women. So they're going to, as you just said, put in writing that anything that doesn't serve women is toxic masculinity. That's why I don't have much faith in psychologists and therapists, because this is their Jesus. This is who they get their leadership from. This is who they have to seek for guidance. And this is who's promulgating all of these talking points that have so many therapists as highly educated misandrists when it comes to counseling and being a therapist to a man.
Yeah, I tell guys talk therapy doesn't work for men. Men don't want to talk about their problems and how it makes them feel. Men are linear problem solvers. They have a problem, they want a solution, and they want the application of the solution. right? We don't need to validate. We don't need to tell you how we feel about it. We don't care how we feel about it. It's irritating to us right now that we don't have a solution. So just give us a solution so we go about our day, right? That's why I think talk therapy doesn't work for men. But what I find interesting is that if you actually look at the reverse of what they talk about women, it's what they call internalized misandry would be a woman that is not sexually promiscuous, that doesn't take risks, that like basically everything that they considered toxic masculinity for men, the reverse would be considered positive femininity for women. It's kind of baffling there.
Could you describe that one more time? Go ahead.
So the traits that they considered toxic masculinity for men, risk taking, competitiveness, male promiscuity, dominance or violence, right? Those are bad traits for men, but the inverse, if it was for women, those would be positive traits for women. If a woman was not that way, if she was more chaste, let's say she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, she didn't want to pursue a career, she would be labeled having internalized misogyny.
When I look at these fourth wave feminism, these feminists, they are saying that prostitution should be prosecute the man, the woman should not be prosecuted. They encourage prostitution. They encourage sexual liberation because the man do it. Everything about a man is bad, but if the female version did the exact same thing, that is empowerment.
Yes, that's why you got like female teachers doing things with their students and collecting child support after they get busted.
Yes,
from their victim. I've never heard that. I've never even knew that could be a thing. But if your child is a male victim of a female teacher doing some diddling, and they get knocked up, they might be on the hook for child support.
Tell me that's made up.
No, that's serious. It happened in Texas. I think it happened in Riverside, California.
Texas,
how old was the young man?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
North Carolina too?
Charlotte, so Texas, California, Charlotte, North Carolina. I know the city because I'm familiar with that family. And then it's
how old were they? The young
14?
man?
14, I think it's the boy that got busted with he has the one that's paying child support right now.
14, the one, and the kid in Texas is 16, and they were trying to go after his parents.
Yeah,
like for the child support.
What's the Samoan kid name that slept with the teacher when he was, and I think they got 3 kids.
Oh, I don't recall that one.
But yeah.
I had a question. Are we skipping the regular things that are happening, going all the way to the extremes?
No.
Are we taking this and acting like this the regular day-to-day thing going on?
No. I think
we're identifying that these are extremes.
I think what we're highlighting is that if you put enough stupid people in a room, dumb shit starts to make sense. Yep. And there's been a lot of women that have matriculated to that space because they're whores. So they found an echo chamber and started espousing these things that make them being whores seem natural and normal. It's no different than this group of people who are trying to make it normal to be attracted to kids. It's a bunch of people who call themselves MAPs. So they don't want to be called pedophiles. They want to be called minor attracted persons. And it's enough of these people who are making it something where they can actually go push and try to get policy change for, because again, they're all weirdos and they want to go do this. So it's the exact same thing with women. You find enough women who think that, collecting miles of dick, by the kilometer is cool. They're all going to go start trying to espouse the same ideologies. And then you have celebrities who are actually using their platforms to platform these types of things. That's why the same stuff is happening.
No, I'm saying.
So let me ask you guys this.
Go ahead. On a regular, are you just making it sure? I'm just making sure on a day-to-day basis, if I go to the grocery store, this is not what I'm going to run into. These people do exist, yes. These extremes exist. But I was a teacher, and I didn't see desks bouncing up and down, peeking through classrooms like on a regular basis.
I mean, it's
a minority of people, yeah.
Of course.
Just making sure that's
I mean, it's already, I think that's been since 2024. I think it's already been over 100 female teachers. So there's this wave of it. It's getting more and more prominent.
Yes, yes. And the teacher I was thinking about with the Samoan kid, her name is Mary Kay Luterno.
Yeah, it's becoming more it's more common to be reported now because now these boys are telling their homeboys like, "Hey, yo, I just cracked Miss Smith." Oh yeah, should you crack Miss Smith? Yeah, I cracked Miss Reyes too. Oh, for real? Oh shit, I cracked. And then they start talking in the
Yes.
I wish I was able to get Miss Gonzalez back in Spanish
people,
class. But
and now it's getting outed.
I'm just being honest. Like
it's normalized now because a men's sexual peak is in their teens and women's sexual peak is in their probably 40s or something.
But they that close in age also. They're that close in age. So
Yeah,
my daughter was just teaching. She was teaching high school. They was only 4 years apart.
A 17-year-old.
Y'all are presenting it.
Hold on, you guys. Let me. I don't want to get down a rabbit trail here, but let me ask you guys this question. Since we're talking about sex, who's responsible? What sex do you think is predominantly more responsible for the sexual revolution? Women or men?
Women.
Men.
Men can't be responsible for something they don't have any control over or maintain access to.
It's not saying you a leader.
So let me
has nothing to do with being a leader. That's a boy. Like, Knight, are you serious? That's insane. To sit up and say,
I can lead 1 million women and go pop with you, and I'm not a pimp. That's logically that doesn't.
It's not 1,000% of Knight.
No, for me it's 1,000%. Yeah.
Let me get this right. Men control companies, organizations, stock market, everything.
Not the same.
But of course, it's not the same. But they can't control.
Not the same. So why would you even present something that's not even the same?
Yeah, logically. So the thing is, right? If the two
people can hear it and actually think and realize how dumb it sounds.
Okay, so they're gonna think about something that has no equivalency. It's insane.
The only people the only men that control sexual access are rapists, or the men who.
Okay, so let me actually provide you guys some historical information here. Historically, there's no clean answer, right? But we can actually break it down to two different things here. Women contributed more to making the sexual revolution structurally possible. Structurally.
Yeah.
But men contributed more to the commercializing it and spreading it through mass culture. So making it more normalized. Okay. So the biggest structure break was when the female control over reproduction, like when the pill came out, right? That was like the watershed moment that separated sex from pregnancy, or pregnancy risk, in a way that was practical, reliable, and female controlled. The pill helped women separate sex from procreation, and that's the feminist activists saw that as a tool of liberation, right? At the same time, men were the major drivers of the revolution's cultural and commercial expansion. Hugh Hefner had Playboy, right? And that was regularly identified as a contributor to the sexual revolution. It promoted sexual freedom, helped normalize the more permissive sexual attitudes in the United States. So they both actually played a role. And I asked the question this way intentionally because we do this all the time in a lot of these topics. We go real binary. We can never say, you know what, they're both to blame. They're both to blame. Because you know what? A woman cannot fuck herself no matter how sexually she want to get out there. And a guy, unless he's gay, it takes two to tango. So both parties have to be involved in order for the sexual revolution to be a revolution to begin with. I
had a question.
Was Hugh Hefner a pimp?
He was actually a divorced man that was really bitter and decided he was going to be a bachelor for the rest of his life.
Yeah, Hugh Hefner was a pimp.
I would say that he made money off of female sexuality. Yeah,
he wouldn't mess with nobody over the age of 26, and everybody supported that and backed that. It wasn't no decision in it. When he was 80, he had 3 26-year-olds. Once they turn 26, dump them, get some more girls, and when they get 26, dump them.
Yeah, that's what very similar to what Leonardo DiCaprio does.
Exactly. So when I hear people say that the men don't really dominate and the men don't really have control, see, the thing when I think about male domination, it's about the buck stops at me. If I'm the leader, the buck stops at me.
Yeah, the buck doesn't stop with men when anything sex is involved.
Hey, Glenn, I got a question.
Yeah,
this is a math question.
You can make me add. I don't do algebra.
Huh?
I don't solve for X.
With sexual liberation or body count, whatever they turn it into with the conversations. They're saying there's one woman who sleeps with a whole lot of men. So one woman, 47 dudes, 5 of them in the parking lot, 1 in the hallway, 1 in the bathroom. Who do you need to talk to? Well, really, you need to talk to both. It's men and women. I'll say that really clear. But to say that it's on women, you got 1 woman and 46 dudes. Which side is most of the majority is on?
Who's the
well, for one, I would say they're
and
equally
who is the one
responsible.
seeking and initiating and hunting for the behavior?
Well, see, that's different, right? Like if she's the one that's pursuing them, right? Then you can say, well, she's the initiator, and guy's going to take the opportunity, right? And then I would say, well, why don't these guys have more respect for their dick, right? You know, not every woman is worthy to be the bearer of your legacy, so put some respect on your dick. Most men don't do that. It's why they have swamp busters, and they have, you all know what I'm talking about. You all know what I'm talking about. So I think the guys need to respect themselves more. So I would say both of them. I would say, hey, she has a problem if she's pursuing the guys, or if she's making herself readily available for anybody with no standard. She has a problem there too. She doesn't value herself either. So they're both like a value, of oneself.
Glenn, can I ask you a question? Do you know who Lily Phillips is?
I do know who Lily Phillips is. Actually, I've spoken with her before.
She slept with 1,000 men, right?
I don't recall. I think Bonnie Blue did 1,000 men. I'm not
Lily
sure how many.
No. Lily Phillips did sleep with 1,000 men, and she allowed every single one of them. If she would have denied them, nobody would have entered.
She didn't deny any of them. She asked. She made
it doesn't matter what you're saying. She allowed it to happen. If she wouldn't have allowed it, not a single man would have entered her. So again, do I agree with Glenn said men need to have self-control? Yes, but the entire interaction without her consent would have never happened. So she has the control. Women have the control. I don't know where y'all get this nonsense from, trying to equate a man being a leader. Listen, you can love your woman, provide for her, and if she say, I'm done today or in the next hour, there's nothing you can do. And I don't care how great of a leader you are.
Well, Trey, that's the conversation I'm trying to have with you. When you talk about that, that's a separate thing. This is a clear whore. So you think a whore is the same as a woman you trying to provide for?
At the end of the day, they both give access. It doesn't matter. That's the same.
The only difference between the two
I'm saying that
one gave access to 46 and one gave access to 1,000. And the only difference keeping your woman from being a whore and the next one being a whore is the amount of dick she collects. That's it.
Yeah, I'm saying them weak ass dudes, the 1,000 dudes that went bang that whore.
No, they didn't have.
I put the responsibility on both of them. And the reason why is because both of them have autonomy.
Hold on, Glenn. I agree with you that we understand that, right?
Yeah.
Like when I was a teacher, my thing was cause and effect, right? So I would always try to communicate to the children, hey, if you don't make this decision, this can never even be presented. It can never even transpire at all, right?
Yep.
So again, it's not about the blame game. It's about the truth and reality.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. I'm not trying to blame women. It's not what I'm doing.
It's about responsibility. It's about responsibility.
I'm saying cause and effect. So even though men have autonomy, men have the responsibility. I get it. That's not an issue. But all of us up here, we can sit up here and desire to be with a woman. Even if you have a wife, let's put it to the wife. And I'm gonna use P. Smurf because I can use him because that's my brother. And I'm saying that he know I don't mean no harm. If P. Smurf wanted to engage his wife that he's been with for years, if she says no, even though he's a phenomenal leader, and I know this man personally, if she says no, what can he do?
We agree with that part.
No.
Right. He doesn't have the opportunity to say no. So I
want somebody to answer the Answer the question. What
no, so we got it. He's oppressed.
He can't do anything. No. He has to go along with what she said.
What can he do?
Nothing.
Thank you. That's the answer.
So let's have the same conversation. Lily Phillips had dudes lined up in a hallway back to back to each other.
That's the extreme. That's the same extreme that's
not an extreme because she's not the first.
No, it's extreme.
Something not being, just because someone's not the first doesn't mean it's extreme. If 1,000 bitches fucked 1,000 niggas, it's still extreme because they're still the minority. So
I never seen 1,000 bitches lined up to fuck Will Chamberlain.
So like this is what's the most dangerous thing in this space is when men start making the same arguments for women and men being equal when it comes to sex. That is the most dangerous thing that a young man can hear right now, especially if coming from somebody who is so much older than them. Because now you're telling men that, hey, you have just as much power in sex as the woman does, and that'll never be true. You don't have as much responsibility.
That might be the problem.
Because the simple fact is that women have significantly more danger and risk when it comes to having sex than a man does. Glenn,
that's not what I said at all. What I said,
if you stop interrupting me, you let me finish and respond to what I'm saying when I'm done.
Y'all interrupted me, so I'm just saying.
I would interrupt. He was done.
No, Scam. Let's wait for him to finish.
Go ahead. If you had Glenn fuck 1,000 women, he's still the extreme because he's fucked 1,000 women. That is extreme. Just because
why you gotta call me 1,000? Why have to be 1,000? Like, I'm close, but not 1,000.
I'm using his number because what he brought up Lily Phillips. Just because Magic did it, just because Wilt did it, just because a bunch of other athletes doesn't mean that's not extreme. So he said, well, it's not extreme because other people have done it. That's just foolish. That in it by definition is
because you're saying on average, like the average American or the average man is not sleeping with 1,000 women.
There you go. Hey, real quick now, shout out to Bigger Than Your Ex. That's a funny name.
That's a crazy name.
Bigger Than Your Ex.
Well, he's
doing shout out for the membership. And we got Jay Speed, and he said,
Tom Likas.
I don't know who that is.
Tom Likas and O.J. Jackson. Yep, two different people. Yep.
Tom Likas had a show where he really crushed women, and O'Shea, you don't know who O'Shea is.
Yeah. Tom Likas was like one of the originators. Oh, real quick, just like for clarification, Lily Phillips only slept with 101 men in one day. Okay, and then she slept with 37 other men in one day a month before that. So she's not the one that did the 1,000. It was Bonnie Blue. I thought I was right. It was Bonnie Blue.
100.
The numbers are irrelevant. It's still a lot of numbers.
I was wrong. I apologize, but I want to hear Willie M.F. Beeman finish what his soliloquy was.
A soliloquy is supposed to be at least 5 to 7 minutes long, and I have been talking but for 2. And then another thing is like this is the problem we have. We had this conversation with men. Like men devolve into like real feminist or feminine talking points and strategies. And it's sad because again, like you too old to say some of this stuff. Like
you said old twice. Go ahead, sir. Finish.
So again, you're too old to be acting like this and saying these things because again, there are people out here who don't know better who might look up to you and think that what you're saying makes sense. So I'm always pushing back on things that don't serve the most people the most good and telling men that they have just as much responsibility as women do when it comes to sex, just as much autonomy as it does when it comes to sex is something that will hurt them.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they do have autonomy. They have the same autonomy.
There's no argument they have autonomy, Glenn. There's no argument.
Okay, you just said autonomy, so I'll just clarify.
Yeah. They don't have the same though, because with the woman when she has sex, she can get pregnant, she can lose her life having a baby. A man gets a girl pregnant, he just busts nuts and goes home.
Well, that's not autonomy. Autonomy is being able to make a choice.
No, I'm saying, but we both have the same amount of autonomy. They carry more risk.
The consequence is greater. Okay, I agree with that.
Carry more risk. It's true, but the rest of it was dust.
Yeah. Most of it was dust. Scam.
So let me actually. I'm going to give you guys a list of some things that sounds familiar. It happens. We hear this on both sides. All right, and this is why people are saying that the Manosphere or the Red Pill is the male version of feminism. So you guys tell me if after hearing this, you guys will agree or disagree. All right. If you look at the behavior results, both ideologies or belief systems or worldviews often push people in the same direction. Delay or avoid marriage, distrust the opposite sex, prioritize personal autonomy over family formation, view relationships through a strategic and adversarial lens. And that's pretty much where they both agree, right? Modern feminism, especially the second wave, third wave feminism, frames relationships through the power dynamic between men and women. The core idea often includes marriage historically benefits men more than women. Motherhood can restrict female freedom or career development, Women should prioritize independence over dependence on a man, and traditional gender roles are oppressive. Many feminist writers explicitly criticize marriage as an institution. The Manosphere, the Red Pill content creators approach the issue from an opposite ideological direction. They'll say the modern laws and cultural make marriage dangerous for men. Divorce court punishes men financially and legally. Women's mating strategies favor hypergamy, seeking a higher status partner. Men should protect themselves by avoiding legal commitment. Instead of liberation, the argument is risk management. Marriage is framed as a bad contract for men, not an oppressive system. Where they converge, right, despite the difference of philosophies, they often produce the same social behavior. Both sides can lead people to conclude, well, commitment is risky, trusting the opposite sex is naive, and personal independence is safer than family structure. The convergence is why some critics argue the two ideologies mirror images of each other. One says marriage is oppressive to women. The other says marriage exploits men. Both end with nobody getting married. So are they the same?
Similar, but not the same.
Yeah, they are. Well, we never had a name
Pretty
for
much
it.
yet.
And then we have pills and they have waves.
Okay. So if the conclusion, if they come to the same conclusion at the end of the day, how are they different?
How they get there. If me and you leave out the house at the same time, we can take different directions and get to the same destination. But if you gotta go through, you gotta go on the freeway, I'll take the streets. We can still get to the same place. There's not only one way to get somewhere.
Yeah.
The reason why they're different is based on what is the why they do it or how they did it. So for example, you left the house in a car, I left in a motorcycle. I might get there faster than you. But you leave in a car and it's raining outside and I leave in a motorcycle, you might beat me there. Because I have to sit and wait on the bridges, whatever, to get there. So just because they get to the same place doesn't mean that they're going to be, they get to the same place doesn't mean that they're both good or both bad.
When I listen to it, it seems like that the feminism is dominant and the response is reactive. And they both come to the same intersection.
Okay.
I think their foundations are the same.
Yes.
Bad leadership, guidance, and teaching of relationship skills on both sides. Pain, frustration, disappointment on both sides. Manipulation on both sides. Selfishness on both sides. Misguidance and profit on both sides.
I'm glad you brought up manipulation on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you guys this.
And fear. Forgot to say that one.
Oh yeah, fear. Fear should be on top.
Yeah, definitely fear.
So let me ask you guys this: you guys know what the hypergamy? I'm pretty sure you guys all have heard of hypergamy, right?
Yes.
It's basically they'll say women only want to date up or marry up, right? They want to marry someone above them, right? Yes. And that she'll leave you for the next guy who's better than you, right? You guys heard that narrative?
Fear.
Yes.
Continue.
So that sounds negative, right? That sounds like women are like, can't trust these women. They're all bad, right? Well, what if I framed it like this? Just like God gave men sex drive, because we know that sex drives dominion, right? God also gave women this ability to vet their mate, and it's called hypergamy. It's a way to suss out a good mate for long-term mating strategies that would be able to help facilitate the resources necessary for her and her offspring. Does that sound bad?
No,
it doesn't.
Because the way I look at it is that they have more access. So my understanding when I think about it is that the women think 80% of the men are invisible. They don't even exist to them. They want a minority of men, right? And then when they play the game with that minority of men, they do that man store thing. They end up on the top of the store and not want anybody.
Husband store.
They play themselves out.
So I'm glad you brought up the 80% talking point. That's an OkCupid data study, right? And this is where a lot of people actually get this wrong. So let me read you the actual study, because this is what gets spread around in the Manosphere a lot. So the OkCupid results inflated the sexual market value and to its broader hypergamy model, right? In one public post, it said that, women rate 80% of men below average, and that was used to support the idea that women are always trying to get better than equal men, right? So they don't want a man at their level. They only want a man that's above them, right? Well, the original OkCupid write-up did say that women rated an incredible 80% of guys as worse looking than medium, or so worse than average. We didn't find them as attractive. But the same write-up also did say that when it came to actual interacting, messaging with these men, women shifted their standards only slightly ahead of the curve. In other words, the rating graph looked harsher than reality. The real behavior was actually being practiced. So although they rated guys not as attractive, that didn't mean that they did not interact or go on dates with them, or interact with them and correspond. They did. They just because they thought the guy wasn't as attractive didn't mean that she wasn't going to give him a shot. That's where this whole 80% thing kind of goes off base, because they treats it as like it's a giant proof of biological proof that all women are hypergamous. And that's actually just bad reasoning. They're not explaining the nuance and the minutia of the data that is actually there. Because if I would have told you, like, yeah, all women date, rated these guys, 80% of them less than average looking, right? And if I just left it there, then that would come to that conclusion. But if I said, but they actually also interacted with them and messaged them and corresponded with them and had meetups, that actually changes that whole 80% thing a little differently, right?
I agree with you, but I think this is the situation. Those women, that number might change a very small amount because the guy that they're with wasn't their first choice. But they grabbed onto somebody that wasn't their first choice, and they might make that man's life a living hell.
The women that can be hypergamous usually are, and those are the women who are at least moderately attractive. That's not the majority of women. And it's not accurate to say that women only date up, but the data does show a consistent pattern for all women to try and date up. Like even across cultures, women place men of more importance based on their status, socioeconomic positioning, characteristics, and all those things. So like marriage data even shows that husbands still earn more than their wives. So there is a significant availability of data that shows that women do tend to want to date up. There's a guy named Homath, and he did a video on this, and he explains it perfectly. So all women can't date up because the 1s, the 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, they can't date up because they're lucky to even have a life partner. And what happens with those women is a 6, 7, 8, 9 man will fuck them because we tend to use women's bodies just to masturbate because we don't want to do it ourselves. So they think that because they can get men to fuck them who are 7, 8s, and 9s, that's who they deserve commitment from. And that's the part where they fail because they end up just being overfucked and married to the 4 that they are.
So what's a more realistic number? So since it's not 80-20, what's a more realistic number?
I think 80-20 is realistic.
Let me actually read this part right here. That may be able to give you some more nuance to it. So a lot of people believe that, hypergamy is that they will never seek at their own level. Women will never date at their level or down, right? They only want up, right? And they're always looking for a better than equal pairing. And that only women are hypergamous, right? Well, the research actually doesn't support that. What the research actually says is that men and women do show some average differences in what they want, but it also shows that people shape the context. Things like mate value, sex ratio, culture, life history, social rules are all matter. The same review says that women mating has both sex differences and sex similarities, and that mating strategies are based on conditions. So it's not necessarily a hard, fast rule. And where a lot of people go wrong with this is that they actually reject a sort of mative strategy, meaning like you're the average person is probably going to date somebody or marry somebody at their level, very similar to their economic level, looks wise, even, you know, belief systems, right? Like they're going to, on average, they're going to date somebody within that sphere, you know, maybe 1 or 2 points up or down from them, right? But not like something drastic. So this idea that like all women are mating up, now they may all want to get with somebody that could provide them a great life with a lot of resources and a lot of, you know, abundance. What woman wouldn't want to do that? I mean, that would be kind of dumb for a woman to be like, oh no, I'm going to just go with the poor guy. I mean, you want to get with the baddest chick, right? You know, it's like this, it's kind of the same thing. What they want and what they get are really kind of two different things here, right? So this idea that all women are hypergamous, it's almost as bad as saying that all men are grapists. That's not true, right? Men are not a monolith. Women are not a monolith. All women could act hypergamous. That could be accurate. Like all men could do a horrible crime like what I mentioned earlier. But that doesn't mean that they are. And, you know, I remember how men got mad when they did the whole, what would you rather be? If you were dropped in the woods, would you rather be there with a man, a stranger, or a bear? You know how guys were getting all mad that the women were picking the bear, right? Because they were making men look like a monolith. All men are bad, right? That's a monolith. To say the same thing, like all women are hypergamous, that would be just as bad as saying all men are, you know, bad people, you know, like women were thinking.
So I have a question. I don't think that they're saying we're saying all women are hypergamous. What they're saying is that women generally are hypergamous. All that needs for that to be true is to be 51%. And I think it's easy to say the majority, that 51% of women are hypergamous.
I'm actually quoting exactly what Rollo Tomasi says from his own writing right here.
Yeah, I got you. So cool guy, read most of his books. I like what he says until he starts talking about paying for pussy. I can't do that. The parallels though, saying like, okay, because you said yourself, like men can do bad things. Just compare apples to apples. Can't be hypergamous. Neither can women. The majority of men, when they can, they do. When a guy builds himself up, the woman he was with may not be who he needs to be with. Perfect example, Russell Wilson. You saw what his first wife looked like, and then he got with Sierra when he got a bag. If you look at when he got the bag, it was right before he got with Sierra. Right before. Yep. And with women, a woman who is 350 pounds loses weight. That's why they turn into whores. They go back and now they have a higher access to more men, and they're not going to date the same guy they were dating when they were 300 pounds. They want to go get the gym dude who wants to blow their back out when she's 140. That's hypergamy. And it's safe to say that most women are like that. Not all. I don't think anyone should ever say all of anything is a thing. But when you're speaking, generally speaking, if the majority of something is that thing, it's safe to say it.
Wait, are you sure hypergamy has to do with the gym dude? Or I thought it was just money. Like only dating up cash wise.
No, so hypergamy has to just do with money. It has to do with social, like you know, like community wise. Like, do people look up to him?
I don't think it's about the gym, bro. I'm just trying to.
It doesn't have to be a gym, bro. Like,
I was gonna make a point too. Is he kind of throw a wrench in it with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of sexual differences, and like, you know, depending on the subcultural community that they're in, one person could be considered the alpha guy, like the guy that all the women want to be with. You put that guy in a different subculture, and that guy could be like nobody wants him, right? So it's very subjective according to the culture and the area of where they're interacting in, right? So when I hear hypergamy, I know a lot of guys get triggered by they're like, all women are hypergamous. I'm like, well, if they are, I would see that as like God gave them this ability to vet men out. Where it goes wrong is when they vet a man out, they married one guy, and then they go, you know what? I want a better guy. That would be probably operating it in a negative way, right? But the hypergamy itself, is it bad? No. Well, can it be used for bad? Yes.
I think it's bad for women because, I think it's worse. It's a worse look for women than men because even if men are so-called hypergamous because they want the looks, you're still gonna be loving that girl like more than the chick that you didn't think was bad, you know. But then when it comes to women, that's just money. That's cold as hell. That ain't love. They worried about the bag over love.
I don't think men can be
then
hyper.
when it comes to that,
Well,
when is it enough? You still gonna dog me even though I make like $1 million, and you're still gonna dog me because he makes 5?
Yeah, I don't think that men can be hypergamous.
Too. I know.
Yeah, like the data only says that the data only points that women are hypergamous. It's a female mating strategy. That's what the data suggests.
If
it's
anything,
not
they're just
women
because we love them way harder.
Men can be.
I don't know about that either.
Well, I mean, none of the evolutionary psychology data has supports anything that's saying men could be hypergamous.
No, because why would somebody study
The
that?
data is rigged. We know that.
Well, no,
Well, I'm
going off of what peer-reviewed data says.
Yeah, I'm not saying that part. I agree with. I never say the data is skewed because that opens you up to an attack that you can't defend.
That was me.
That's between you and him.
Oh, I can defend it, but go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is men are easily hypergamous. A man wants a richer woman. He wants a woman with a fatter ass. He wants a woman with bigger titties. He wants a woman with less bodies. He wants a woman who's more peaceful.
Is that hypergamy?
That's hypergamy.
It is. Actually,
is she above him?
No, hypergamy is not just about the person being above you. It's about being better than what you want.
No. It's hypergamy never seeks its own level. Right. It's seeking up. So that means that she would have to be above him.
No, that means that one with the fatter ass is above his woman. That's how we apply hypergamy.
Does he have a woman already, or he doesn't have a woman?
He's better looking than he is.
You have to have a partner for that, right? To be in that game. So if a dude is married, right? Like Russell Wilson was married to, you see who he was married to, and you see what he got with after. That was Russell Wilson demonstrating hypergamy. If you were married and then you decided, you know what? I want a girl who has nicer titties and a fatter ass. That's you being hypergamous. The difference is that with men, our hypergamy doesn't tend to lead towards anything that's material. It's physical things. It's things that we like or that actually attract us. With women, it's things that provide stability for them, safety for them, and then a lot of times more social status. But nobody's going to study that. Nobody's going to study men being hypergamous because, unfortunately, we're the only ones that can, like, I don't want to say immunize ourselves from being a victim of hypergamy.
Well, so here's the thing. If hypergamy means that the definition is wanting someone that is not equal pairing, that is above you socioeconomically, status-wise, and, like culturally, I guess, right? Then you have to use those 3 factors,
right?
And say for women that they would have to be socially, economically more better than the man, right. Physically more, like status wise better than the man, and like, culturally more like leader of the man, right? So then that means that then the woman would be above him, and then if women are hypergamous, right, and they only date up, right, that guy that's below her, she wouldn't even get with.
So
according to the theory, right? I'm just saying, according to the theory that they're saying here, so that's what they're saying, that men cannot be hypergamous because the factors that contribute to being hypergamous cannot be the same for men and women.
What the thing is, men can't be hypergamous in the same way that women are. Not that men can't be, because men, we look for things like we pursue upward attractiveness constantly. We pursue upward status constantly, and then the real difference it's selectivity and not capability. It's more like a woman with a fatter ass is culturally more attractive and acceptable than a woman who's got a pancake booty.
I wouldn't call it hypergamy though.
I'm just explaining like how men can be hypergamous.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But here's the thing that
go ahead.
I would say if I went out and I hollered at Oprah, ugly as a boot, but I hollered at Oprah, that's hypergamy for a male.
Right. So
not at all.
So you go if you went and hollered at
she's got ability. I'd be set.
An Instagram model who is significantly more attractive than you.
That is not hypergamy.
That is hypergamy.
Socially, if I'm making a bag and I'm set,
hypergamy is not just limited to or restricted to money.
I believe so. Sure.
Yes, direct and indirect.
It's
by definition.
It's status. Yeah, it's status, and
a woman who's more attractive than you has more status than you, more access.
No, it's direct and indirect.
Exactly. It's direct and indirect, and that's why I want to.
And the guy can have chasing looks on the other side, and that can translate.
But see, a guy's value tends to increase, right, as he gets older. the looks will fade away. So that how does that increase as he gets older?
Because
because they're still checking two separate conversations. I guess we're gonna blend them now somehow.
You would have to accept the premise that it's the same. We're not saying that we're saying they're different. And men are we demonstrate hypergamy differently than women do. Like a man wanting a younger
hypergamy, if hypergamy is defined one way, you're redefining it a way that it fits men. You're saying, well, men are hypergamous because if we do it this way and we act, but that's not the definition.
So the definition of hypergamy limits it to women.
Yes.
Where?
Yes.
Where it is.
Yes, because the thing you're describing is not a new concept. So you would say that would be Jerry Lee Lewis, that would be Elvis Presley, that would be Ike Turner, that would be all those older men who went and basically gave a dowry to get the best version of a young woman for themselves. So that's not a new thing. Conceptually, it doesn't make sense because the hypergamy for a man is just about aesthetics.
But it still exists, correct?
It's a question I'm asking. I'm going to read the classic social science sense of the definition of the hypergamy right here, okay? Hypergamy usually means marrying or pairing upward in status. Historically, it has most and always been referred to as to describe a woman marrying a man with higher status, higher income, higher class, higher education.
Your camera
Not, whoa, where'd my camera go?
No, your camera fell. I was telling you.
So it was not men. It was
that doesn't exclude men there. It just says most commonly used. But the definition of hypergamy is the practice or tendency of choosing a romantic partner who has social, economic, or educational status than you do. So the social status that a woman can have more than a man is her attractiveness. That's her number one agency. So if you go get a woman who's more attractive than your wife, you just demonstrated hypergamy by definition.
Yeah, I disagree.
Or if it's not hypergamy, it's another word. It's the same thing on the other side.
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
If it's not hypergamy, then it's a new word, and it's the same thing on the other side with the men. I agree with Willie.
Again, it says men can pair upward, but hypergamy is a term traditionally referred to as a female upward pairing status. That's the definition. Female upward pairing status.
Traditionally, it doesn't mean so. Again,
what you're saying is you're redefining it now.
No, we're not. We're not redefining it. We're using it in a
if we're saying if it's traditionally. If we're saying it's traditionally, this is the definition of it, and we're saying, well, yeah, we're using it for something differently now. Well, then you're redefining or expanding the definition of it.
What we're saying is that they use it more often. Most of the time, it's used to describe women, and this time we're using it to describe men. The definition you read doesn't exclude that from being possible. It just says the majority of the time.
It doesn't exclude that from being possible, but it doesn't say that it is that.
Yes.
You're implying that it is that.
This new perspective seems like a liberal version of it.
So gentlemen, if he's talking about in a general sense, then I agree with him that men can be hypergamous based on that definition. But however, we got to also consider what's the majority versus the minority. Is the majority of men hypergamous based on this definition, or is it the minority?
It's a minority of men that can do that. And the thing is this, if we're going to compare the two, one is talking about aesthetics, the other one is talking about lifestyle differences. So you want a bigger ass and bigger titties and a cute girl and status, where she wants a lifestyle difference because she is about vanity and pageantry. So when she has a wedding, 200 people there, ice sculptures and trays of tables with fruits and so what you get is a big ass and titties and people go, oh yeah, she's a bad bitch. What she gets is a lifestyle difference. She's basically Cleopatra. She's basically Nefertiti. There is no comparison. I mean, shout out to Jeremy Meeks. I believe he got an heiress, but he's an exception. He's not the rule.
Okay, so Glenn, so if by definition, it's
an error.
It's right. A reason. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
So by definition, that the hypergamy is only related to women, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
traditionally speaking.
No, I got you. So what would they call it when men want to
date up?
I looked at it. No, it's hypergamy. I looked at it.
Hypergamy, yes, that's a gigolo.
That's what they would call
is
it.
hypogamous.
Yeah, that would be the term that they're even saying women are being hypogamous now. So that's what I find funny because there's no data that actually supports that. They're only saying that for women with education like that have masters are marrying guys that have bachelors, right?
Well, that's actually
So there's not a word for it?
Yeah, hypogamous.
Hypogamy. Yeah.
So what is hypogamous? Give me the actual definition of it.
Basically, it's just marrying somebody lower than your economic, your education,
Okay,
and your social status.
so only women can level up, and it's an ideology, but there's no ideology for men leveling up.
No, it's not that only exists. No.
Okay, so the hypergamy is just an ideology or social construct, correct?
It's a social construct to explain mating strategies.
Right.
Exactly.
And hypogamy is
Hypergamy is dating, it's marrying someone lower than you. Hypergamy is marrying someone higher than you.
Yeah, yes.
Both can do
So
that too.
yeah. So
what I'm saying, like, there has to be, if it's a social construct, then at the end of the day, what Willie's saying, it could actually be true, because if y'all are saying there's no definition, there's no term for a man wanting to level up or date up, and then based on the comment, you said there is.
Yeah, it would be hypergamy, but we just don't do it.
No. It's hypogamy, but hypogamy is not respected.
Hypogamy is dating down. Hypergamy is
by definition.
Homosexual would be the equivalent.
Okay.
Hold on. Reason. Night, make it make sense. Explain it to us. I want to hear this.
I'm about to say that too. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. Let night go. Y'all, come on.
Oh, go ahead, man.
So the homosexual, and that's why I brought up Jeremy Meeks. If y'all know who he is, isn't that the guy that married like with the eyes that? Jeremy Meeks, a light skinned Chris Brown looking prison dude that married to Eris. That is hypogamy. She dated down.
No. What I'm saying, no. I think you missing me, Knight. What's the definition when a man wants to date up?
Hypergamy.
I'm only asking Knight. Hold on, just wait. Reason. Go ahead.
That doesn't exist and is frowned upon. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so hold on. No. It has to exist.
But it doesn't.
Okay, so there's a social construct for women, but not one for men.
Right, because men frown upon men. Let me ask you this.
Hold on, no. I don't.
Right. So if men are the leaders and men frown upon men that go live with women in their apartments or go live with men that live in their houses, we frown upon it. That's why that doesn't exist. There is no hypogamous man. We frown upon that.
No, so hold on real quick, Reason. You can go next. So this is my thing, right? Let's say a man is making 6 figures a year, right? But then like Jeremy Meeks, he meets a woman that makes way more money than him.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look down on that man.
So it's based off. So the reason why it's based off of women, because women are the ones that are agreeing to the marriage, right? They want the guy. So yes, because they're the ones. The guy.
Glenn, hold on, Glenn. I know you're not using that example when we sit up here talking about women giving access.
Well, women have access to sex, right? Men are the ones that are the relationship selectors, so they're the ones that get on their knees and say, "Will you marry me?"
And hold on, and watch this, Glenn. And you cannot get married unless she says what?
Yes,
it's the same thing.
So that's why she's the selector she's making the agreement. So she's the one that's choosing either she's going to go up or down. It's not. That's where the guy can't make the decision if she's not going to be a willing participant.
I got you. It's the same thing that go with intercourse, bro.
No. True.
Yes or no. In theory, yes.
What are y'all talking about?
Okay,
let's have a conversation though, because this is a beautiful.
Hold on, we had a conversation. That's why I'm giving pushback.
Let me respond to it.
So let me ask you this: why does something have to be like, if it's on women's side, there has to be equal and opposite on the men's side? Why would that have to be?
Because
why would anybody think that?
Things go.
Because that's how life feels, bro.
That's how life
works. But that's not how life really is, though.
It is.
Not at all.
What other thing can you think of that for women like you that applies to both of them? Like, okay, men
I can't hear when like two people talking. I'm sorry.
So men can't. So what other things or terms that both men and women suffer from and can deal with that there's not a term for the male and female version? Like men, there's no term for male ovarian cancer, so we don't have ovaries.
This one.
This isn't gender specific. You're just trying to make it to be to support your stance. And again,
no, I'm not making it support myself. I'm making it support what the academic definition is.
So what you're talking about, what the academic study, and there's nowhere in that study does it say men cannot be hypergamous.
Nowhere in the study does it say men can.
It doesn't have to. There is no need to say that men have to, because they're talking about women being hypergamous.
If they're the ones studying it and they're saying that this is a woman
being hypergamous,
yes, and if there's no study that says that men can, and you're inferring that is you coming to that conclusion, making it seem that there has to be an equal and opposite effect.
No, I came to that conclusion based on the definition of the word and applying it equally to both.
But you're taking the gender aspect out of it then.
So hypergamy,
if they're saying that hypergamy is again a female marrying up, pairing up.
Traditionally, don't leave that word out now.
It is traditionally.
Okay.
So it like in terms of education, class, income, social standing, right? Those are all things that women would look for in a mate that's a good husband that could provide for wrong resources, right? Where is that the same way? It's not the same way.
I'll give you an example. The same. Traditionally, men propose to women. Sometimes women propose to men.
That's not traditional.
No shit. I didn't say it was.
And it's frowned upon.
The exception doesn't make the rule.
No, you're right. So the point that I'm making is that just because traditionally something doesn't happen doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Dude,
no, but it's frowned upon.
All right, please explain it.
Go ahead, reason.
I already did. It is me a male dating up would be me, a normal dog, going out and finding somebody with higher social status, like marrying, going out of my way and bagging Oprah.
Mackenzie Bezos. There you go.
It's anybody. If I went and not Paris Hilton isn't even that fine. Everybody knows that, but she's rich as a motherfucker. If I went and bagged them, that is hypergamy for the male. It just doesn't happen that much, but it's a fucking thing.
Give us one example of it.
I just motherfucking did.
I have the example for you.
Holy shit!
No, you just said something. Give us a name.
I did. I did. Tom Brady's wife and the karate teacher.
Hold on, reason. Hold on.
Tom Brady and the karate teachers. The Tom Brady's ex-wife and the karate teacher. Hypergamy. The nigga that's married to Cassie. Hypergamy. What are we talking about? The dude you brought up. The prison convict dude. Hypergamy.
Right. No. I understand exactly what you're saying. Cool. I understand exactly what you're saying, but you, as a man, frown upon it.
No, I don't. Why would I frown upon it? Hold on. One, why would I give a shit about what another man is doing?
The exception does not make the rule.
No one said it did, but he he used me specifically. Now I will.
Right. That's exactly what I did. So you celebrate. What to do, man? You celebrate Jerry Meeks. You celebrate.
I don't care. So to
not care, and that's I appreciate that y'all said not caring. That's wonderful. That's my point.
Right. The exception does not negate the rule. So I will give you and concede
the fact that you don't care. That's my point.
That right. I will give you that. The majority of men don't respect men who live off the women.
The point.
However, with the question that I was asked and that I'm answering was, he said, give me names. I gave him 3. And then he made it specific to me.
Right.
The reason why I don't care is because it doesn't benefit me.
Right.
Can we agree to this then?
But Glenn, before you go, so to go along with what he's saying, if you don't care and we look down upon it, that's my point.
That's
you
not
have no point.
That's not the point.
Okay. So you look at Stedman Graham, whoever that is, and the fact, right? So you don't care. Do you look at him and say he's winning?
I don't care.
He's dealing with
he is winning. He's
checkmate.
No, that's not a checkmate. He is winning. What are you talking about? He's with
You don't care.
It doesn't matter. It does not negate the fact that he's winning.
No. Care.
It doesn't negate the fact. Knight, I don't care about the data. It does not deny the fact that he's winning.
No. This is what I'm saying to you, Trey. You don't care. No. I'm not going to be that long-winded. I'm not going to drag this out. You don't care, and most men look at Stedman as a beta. Oprah made Stedman go sleep in the boathouse while her and that other woman, Gail, slept in the main house. Nobody respects Stedman.
Stedman is worth $400 million.
That's pimping, dog. Everybody respects pimping. Goddamn.
He ain't pimping shit. He getting pimped.
How's he getting pimped?
How she got to sleep in the boathouse while Gail sleeps in the main house. He get what? It's his choice.
Oh,
that's hilarious.
Real quick, let me get these super chats in. Shout out to real quick. Shout out to Will brother for the $2 brother Trey for the show. Be streaming with the $5. He said, so what if the manosphere is the male version of feminism? Men need to protect their assets like women protect their ASS. What we doing here? All right.
Hey, if you want me to read so I can cuss for you, I will.
I agree.
Okay, you go ahead, really. Hold on, I got another one. Go ahead.
Hypergamy and hypogamy are not gender specific and not just about money. FYI, most men date down to fulfill female hypergamous nature. A.
Why?
Trey, a man dating up is still hypergamy. They wrong. Nicki Minaj's husband, hypergamy. Damn, that's a good ass point. Nicki Minaj's husband, hypergamy. He's a sex offender.
Last one, Willie.
I respect a man that can score a rich bitch.
Shout out to them. They look down upon.
Again, the exception does not make the rule. That's what I'm pointing out. Like, so the reason why there is no definition for it is because they have not been able to collectively gather enough men to do a study on it. But there is a collective. They over time they've been able to collectively gather enough women and observe this same behavior consistently and be able to replicate this thing. You can't do that.
Problem with that.
The premise that we're rejecting.
I mean, they picked what they wanted to review and picked how they wanted to present it.
Replication, right? Like, so you have to have a controlled. You have to factor in controls, right?
Yeah.
And when you're trying to replicate something, you're trying to see if the same outcome is the same from the previous
definition.
When they don't have that, you can't say that this thing is a thing. Scientifically speaking, is what I'm saying.
That's a fact.
You're telling me in this world, they went and did the study on one side and somehow ran out of gas and couldn't do it on the other side.
No, I'm saying
they presented all the study on the other side. First, they couldn't find a control, and they definitely couldn't find.
You're making up stuff now.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
not
you
at
are.
all.
You don't have.
They couldn't go find women and men and have a conversation.
Why wouldn't they do it then?
Because they're talking
so
about.
They can rig it and pitch this bullshit, and y'all can nod your head and say, "Yup, yup, yup." That's what's happening out here on these streets.
What are we talking about? Like, so when we.
That's why.
I super respect Glenn and how he's attacking this, but let's have a conversation real quick. We got to stop making up shit just because we want to support our argument, and that's why I give Glenn a lot of credit. He is citing a source. You just made up two things. You said because they couldn't find a control, and then that they didn't want to. Where do cite? Glenn couldn't even help you cite that to be true. So if you're going to present something as a fact in an argument, just because people
so I have a question for you. Why wouldn't they find the equivalent?
When we keep
having
men
sell bullshit to men, why do you think?
It's the same way that we tell women to stop doing that. We got to stick to the facts. So
yeah. Let's stick to the facts. So why wouldn't they?
What you're doing, but like at least Knight, for you to be as old as you are, stop making up.
You can't age shame me. That sounds cute, but why wouldn't they? But listen, I don't care about that. Bless your heart. But why wouldn't they find the equivalent of the same thing? Why wouldn't they say if it's this for this?
Women. That's why they're not studying men.
So they can sell it to men.
Why not?
That site that were they studying women in the site that you're talking about from OkCupid?
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it for 1 second, brother.
Glenn, were they studying women in that study, or were they studying men?
They were studying women's mate selection.
No problem.
One-sided. Yep.
So if they just just hear me out.
They do both. They actually did cover both. They said that men always picked like the 1/3 of the most attractive women. The other 2/3 were not the ones that the majority of men were selecting.
I'm gonna borrow something from another creator I like, Hamp. Take this walk with me. Do you think that if they had this same conversation with men, can you see a world where they would have come to the conclusion where men can be hypergamous too? However, it would have been different. What they based their hypergamy off.
I just pulled up Dr. Buss's findings and in his most recent edition of Mate Strategy, right? What it says here is that David Buss did not find that David Buss did find that on average women place more value than men on mating, earning capacity, ambition, status, and resources, while men placed value on a woman's youthfulness and physical attractiveness. These are the core sex differences finding in his classic cross-cultural work and later reviews. But it's not the same as saying Buss found that men are hypergamous in the same usual evo psych manosphere meaning. Buss's framework, men and women both have mate preferences, but the status and resource upward preferences are strongly associated with women on average, whereas men strongly on average prefer cues tied to fertility and attractiveness. So if they're saying that hypergamy is educational, socio-economical status, that's up, and it's not about attractiveness and fertility. That's why I'm saying the word means something for one thing, and it doesn't equate to the other.
What you just read says that that's what hypergamy means to women and not what it would mean to men.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I've been saying. That's what I said earlier. So men can be hypergamous. It's not the same way that women are.
Right, but what you made it seem like that it was a similarity, and there is no similarity. So if we value youth, fertility, and everything else, that is not hypergamous.
Exactly.
Listen, I can
actually,
I can't understand it for you, bro.
Like, actually, this one hypergamous.
Hey, Glenn, after Mon eventually gets in, I got a question for you. But let Mont get in. Or you want me to ask it now?
Yeah, salute, Mont. Appreciate you, brother, for coming up. Is he muted?
Mont, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Hey, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
All right, real quick. Let's get these 2 super chats in real quick.
We saw the definition and it didn't say gender.
I'm reading the definition right here.
Now the definition doesn't matter. You're making this easy now.
And the reason why it doesn't matter is because it's still youth and fertility over.
We gotta read this. We gotta read this one too.
The definition says a person, man can be a person.
That's not from the classical definition of what Dr. David Buss wrote. And I have it right here.
From what I read about,
all right, so go ahead, Mark, my bad.
From what I read about the definition of hypergamy and what it traditionally has always meant, was a person marrying into a different social class,
yes,
education, all those type of things, not just money, but that is, can be inside of the equation, but it's not gender specific. It's just you marrying up into another socioeconomic class. That's what I read.
Buss did not find that men are hypergamous.
Doesn't say they're not either.
That's what it says right here. I mean,
for context, is this man Buss, is he the person who invented the word hypergamy?
Listen, dog.
Dr. David Buss is the foremost leader on intersexual dynamics and mating selection. Yes, like he runs the what is it in Texas? I think it's
Mr.
in
Glenn,
Texas.
Real quick, because I did ask a specific question, and then you prefaced, then you gave some context, and then you said yes. So my question was, is the word hypergamy his word, or is like he?
Did he come up with that term? No, I don't think he came up with that term.
Denzel Anderson did in 1881. That's who came up with it. And guess what his definition says?
Go ahead.
A person, just like what you read, and I'll read it to you real quick. Excuse me. Hold on. The active practice of a person marrying or dating a person of a higher caste, social class, or in modern usage, higher socioeconomic status, often colloquially referred to as marrying up. So this is how men can be hypergamous. You know who's in a higher social class than him? Hyper attractive women. You know who's in a higher?
How are they in a higher social class than him?
Because they're okay. Because again, it's based on what your number one agency is. A man's number one agency is his ability to protect and provide. Like that's his agency. A woman's number one agency is her beauty. So to Reason's point, ASAP Rocky going to go get Rihanna is hypergamy.
Yeah, so if a woman is, based on her beauty, is allowed in rooms that you can't get in, that would be hypergamy to a degree.
Yes,
how is that hypergamy? If she's just because of her beauty, she gets access to rooms that you can't by your looks. Then now you're competing looks and you're going off of looks.
So we're basing it off of social class. So if your network, right, and the people who you associate with, based on your beauty, allows you to associate with these people and get in these rooms and be inside of these rooms, that's your social class.
Yes. I like that. Can I respond? Can I say something to mine? Because that's a beautiful thing you just said. I believe that ASAP Rocky was on a cover with Rihanna where I believe she had a leash on him.
She was like, yeah, like he was like walking behind her, like her arm was like this.
And if she has the social value, that's men and understand what I'm saying, because I'm not really trying to combat and just be difficult. Men don't respect it. When I think about Offset and Cardi B, yeah, you can say that's some southern play, but Cardi B, lightweight, disrespects Offset, disrespects Stefan Diggs, and she has no talent. She just, I don't even think she looks that good. So I don't like when we try to make these comparisons between women and men. Men respect one thing. If another man want to be like that man, if another man wants to get what that man get, but if men don't respect you, it doesn't matter if you so-called hypergamous.
That's bullshit.
Hey,
hold on, question, real quick. Let me ask Knight. So Knight, you don't respect A$AP Rocky?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because he had a damn leash on him. And I'll give you another example.
I'm gonna see if I can go find a picture. I don't know nothing about that, but I'm gonna see if I can go find a picture.
Glenn, can I ask you a question? To test his logic. He said if men don't want to be like you, would you fuck Rihanna?
If men wouldn't want to be like what me?
That's what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. Would you fuck Rihanna if you had the chance?
Yeah, why not? Well, back like before baby Rihanna, like because she kind of got.
Just at any point, just would you fuck before baby? Because I thought after baby she's a little thick and she grew into her forehead, so I'll give you that.
Okay, right? so let's have this conversation. Shout out to my brother.
Conversation when I'm done asking my question. God damn!
I thought you were done.
No, you didn't. You just interrupted.
You asked him a question. He answered. You have more.
How about Mackenzie Bezos?
I don't even know what she looks like.
Is
that the first wife or the second part?
Yeah, the first one with all the work now.
I don't remember what she looked like. I know she was like a brunette, right?
Yeah,
she is.
I don't remember really. She's probably like mid, I think. I don't remember.
Okay. What about the heiress that Jeremy Meeks dated? Have you seen her?
Actually, I met her. You're talking about the guy that was in prison?
Yeah.
I was in a film with him.
Fire.
Yeah.
So would you crack?
Yeah.
What about the princess that French Montana's dating? And she's bad and thick.
I don't know who she is.
So
she's a princess of Dubai.
We would. I would say that we all want to be those men because we want to do what those men are able to do, which is crack these women.
Wanting to sleep with them is not the same as making them a mate.
No issue there, right? But I'm just disproving his logic that just because a man doesn't want
not
to
proving
be like
nothing,
you,
sir, but it sounds good.
A man that doesn't want to, just because a man wants to be like you or do what you're doing, doesn't mean that you're any more respected. It just means that he desires the outcome that you're able to get.
I disagree with you, but it sounds good.
But there's a difference.
My understanding about a man's man, they used to talk about like Paul Newman, Burt Reynolds, Sean Connery, and all them other people. So Burt Reynolds, I believe, was married to what's her name, Lonnie Anderson. They was with some of the baddest women, and Burt Reynolds used to tell Lonnie Anderson, "Put some fucking clothes on. Why are you walking around me like that?" Ted Turner used to tell Jane Fonda, even though she's considered a princess, a part of the Fonda family, why the fuck are you talking? I'm talking. So I disagree with you respectfully.
Hey, Knight,
you're talking about men from the 1970s and 80s.
I'm talking about men who believe in manhood, and those men had other men that wanted to be.
Can I ask him a question?
Every example you use,
I got you. Just
70.
All right, go ahead, Reason. Go ahead. Ask him a question. Go ahead, Reason.
Damn, dude, you're talking about manly men and all that. And you went up to them. Yeah, they talk to the women however the fuck they want. If you ask them if they gave a motherfuck about what any other man cared about them, what would they say?
Nothing.
Checkmate. You making my points for you. Thank you.
Oh my God, it's so hard to talk to this man.
Bro,
what the fuck am I doing?
It ain't just me.
Thank you for solidifying my point. I appreciate you.
Hold on. So Nidus, you wouldn't crack Rihanna, right?
Definitely.
You wouldn't crack Cardi B?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Okay, now question. Now, from my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and please don't, because you've been on my panel quite a few times.
Yes.
Please don't make me go find the receipts, because I will.
Yes. Well, I don't mind about receipts.
No. Hold on. If
I'm just saying, I don't care about receipts. Go ahead, sir.
I've heard you say that you make transactions when it comes to women. Am I correct?
What kind of transactions?
You know what I'm talking about.
Be specific.
Pay to play.
No, I ain't ever tricked on a bitch ever in my life.
You ain't never. Hold on.
I've never tricked.
Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do my investigation. So
please do.
Listen, if I go find a clip, just
please do.
Understand, you will be clipped, sir. Just
please do. I would love that.
Right there. He said, "I ain't never tricked on a bitch a day in my life."
I mean, I'm from Oakland, California. If I trick on a bitch, I'll slip my mother. I do seppuku. I stick a sword in myself and twist it in my gut.
Yo, that collie
I never tricked on a bitch. I wish I would.
I will hop in the whip and go.
Please go do your research.
Wow, tag me. Listen to reason.
Glenn, I have a question. Do you feel that it's beneficial in these conversations to cite sources that are recent, like that are somewhat current, or have been updated?
I would cite sources that are peer reviewed. Being recent doesn't necessarily mean that they've been peer reviewed or scholarly acknowledged.
No, that's definitely not the assertion I'm making. Do you see value in the recency of data that's being presented to you when it's been peer reviewed?
Yeah, when it's peer reviewed, if it provides nuance and more clarity or insightfulness that may change from a previous the previous study,
okay.
that should be taken and accounted for, as long as it's again replicated and all that goes through all the scientific process. Yeah.
So when you're talking about dating, would you ever try to use I don't know, someone from the 70s and 80s to talk about dating in 2026?
Cardi B and Stephon Diggs is not from the 70s, but I appreciate it.
I will, if you're talking about what is considered a historical norm, what is like the on average we have seen historically this behavior, that would be a good for pointing out what is traditionally like normal that we would understand. And if you're saying like, well, in 2026 it's this way, okay, that's fine. That could be one subset. Is it replicable? And does that make the norm, the historical norm, no longer relevant? That's the question you would have to ask. I would say that it just broadens the scope and it's more information to now account for, but I don't necessarily means it nullifies or changes the previous findings in that sense.
No argument there. I concede everything you just said.
Hey, Glenn.
Hold on. Let me read the super chats. Hold on, real quick. All right, Ugby Streaming said, my definition came out the dictionary. This is crazy. And then JSP said, what happens when a man marries a model? So I guess y'all need to answer that. And then how about Kim Kardashian?
Yeah, Glenn, I got a question. Okay.
Hold on, y'all not gonna answer that?
She's a whore.
No, I'm talking about what about when a man marries a model? What is that considered?
A dude marrying a model.
That's not hypergamy.
His status depends on his status.
Whatever his status is, if he marries a model, that's not him. No, respectfully,
brother.
On the
man's status movement. That's what.
But listen, if he marries a model, that's not hypergamous.
Hey, Glenn, can I ask you a question?
No, it would not.
Realistic question. Can we make this?
Man, get out of here with all that realistic questions. All the goddamn questions up are realistic. Just because your question,
cool. Let me ask you a realistic question. Cool. Let me ask you a realistic, goofy question. In reality, there's regular people going to the grocery store, the mall, the gas station, and regular cars parked there, and regular people dating regular people. We talking about celebrities and bimbos that slept with 473 men, teachers getting with 14-year-olds. This is not the norm.
That's what I said. Yeah. I was talking about
then we're getting data and psychoanalysts to talk about it. You're not sleeping with Kim Kardashian.
Yes.
Really, you're not getting with Rihanna.
Yeah.
Rizion, you don't know Russell Wilson. You just don't. What's going on in reality Monday through Friday?
And that's why I brought up assortive mating strategy earlier, where I said that men and women usually marry in their same pool, like similar to their status, their class, their, social, economical, or even spiritual belief system.
I agree with Glenn. So Glenn, people
we
when we
talk
talk
about
about the average,
celebrities in the sky.
Nobody has an issue. Nobody has an issue with what Glenn just said. My issue is for y'all to sit up here and let a man determine what a definition means of a concept of a social construct, and then y'all sit up here and say that when it applies to men that it doesn't even exist. Now that right there is insane to me.
That's not what was said.
That's exactly what y'all saying. I don't care what you're saying.
Let me be clear about what I'm saying. When it comes to women that are hypergamous, that's a minority. And when it comes to men, that's a minority of a minority.
It has nothing to do with what I just said, sir.
It has everything to do with what you just said.
Does not.
That actually made sense. It's crazy to me, I know. He actually made sense.
Well, let's talk about Jeffrey Dahmer next then. Just start throwing people.
Anybody in there now. Scam, not just Jeffrey Dahmer. What's his name? Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy
in there. Another from the 70s.
So when it comes to the women, it's kind of normalized. But when it comes to the men, it's a...
Hello, Fred. Hello, Woody. Goodbye, Woody.
So what you guys keep on talking about is like, would you smash? Right? Smashing is different than long-term selection for mating.
Totally.
Right?
No argument there.
So just because
No,
I
hold
would
on,
smash
Glenn,
Rihanna
hold on, Glenn.
doesn't mean I'm right.
I already not brought that up because I was just trying to point out the hypocrisy of Nidus, because Nidus called somebody trash and then turned around and say he'll smash. That just shows you his mindset. I would never smash a woman I would call trash. You call Cardi trash and you say you would smash. That means you trash.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That's cool.
Exactly.
But let me say this about a famous comedian that I love. And bless it. Yeah, I'm trash. Cool. Let me talk about a comedian I love, Patrice O'Neal. He had a famous joke about fishing, but he said the woman, if you could smash the celebrities, and they were like, no, and I believe him. And then he talked about a woman behind a dumpster. And Patrice said, but she looks so good with trash on her.
This is bad.
You sound goofy.
Not at all.
I see why they're becoming feminists.
And I don't mind this because
this is why they're becoming feminists.
That sounds cute.
I think
call me trash, call me old, all of this shit. I love it.
Call you old.
Wow.
No, Willie M.F. Beeman from that movie with Al Pacino and LL Cool J where Jamie Foxx fought.
Well,
yeah, shout out to the shout outs.
Well, he spelled it differently. My father's last name is Beeman, so then there's that. And then two, the reason why I point out your age is because your age and your talking points don't make sense.
It doesn't matter.
Your talking points, I would expect you to be your age to be wise. And
they won't change no matter how many insults you throw.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just
You're trying to.
I know if I wanted to insult
you're
incoherent. Your talking points don't match the way you look. If I wanted,
and I don't know about my looks. I never talk about man's look, but go ahead, sir. You got it.
Well, because you can't fuck with a picture of me, so that's fine. But feminist,
I would want to.
Do you think
20 years older, younger than me, or 30 years younger than me?
That are closest to where they are in life.
Yeah,
I missed it because he was over talking.
Do you think that of the people on the panel that we're up here speaking to our talking points for what we actually do in life? Outside, of course, no one's fucking a celebrity. However, for example, Knight said that he's never had to pay for pussy. Trey said that he's never had to pay for pussy. Mont says he's never had to pay for pussy or tricked on the bitch before. If you had to look at us all and you had to bet money, it's $1 million on the line, who would you think is full of shit?
When it comes to paying for pussy,
can I answer? The whole damn.
No. I'm just trying to understand the question properly.
Are you talking about?
One second.
Every guy has paid for something to some degree. There was some form of transaction that made her interested in you. So at the bottom line, at the end of the day, it's all transactional if you look at it.
We're talking about direct. You give me some hate.
Oh, okay. So no, I don't know anybody to do that.
Because man, I've been married, so technically, I've definitely paid. If that's the case.
See?
But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
we just gave a girl some money for some attention or affection.
Well, being married is not paying, though, bro.
Glenn, to that very question. Glenn, to the very question he just asked.
Where we at with this? Hold on, Scam. Y'all, hold on. Y'all think, hold on, no. Y'all think being married is tricking on a woman?
No,
it's not tricking.
Wait. Can I
I just want to hold on.
Can I
just wanted
respond
some
to what
clarity,
you
that's
just
all.
said? Truth. They literally say that married men is tricking. That
That's-
shit sound crazy
Does
to
she
me.
make money?
That's
Does she
crazy.
make money?
No, they're talking about
Does she work?
transactional, Trey.
Hey, Glenn, to the
Does she
point.
work?
To
Does
the
she
point
work?
about tricking and what he was asking, like the men on the panel or whatever. Y'all brought up the example. Y'all brought up the example of this woman sleeping with 483 men. Women doing it. Somebody's renting that booty. And it's a whole bunch of dudes. Somebody's doing it.
Yeah.
If you go over to Fresh and Fit and some of them goof panels, they all talk about we want submissive version. They've been saying it for 5 years. Show me one clip where they got the virgin sitting in the booth. But they got rentboat.com, titties.net, and they only blow up times 3 right after they come on
But
the show.
wait a minute, Scam. I appreciate that you the one that said this because I'm finna quote you now. You said I don't remember who you said it to, but you said, "Have you ever had a woman who actually liked you?" You said that before, right?
That's one of my common talking points.
Right.
People
So
actually liking each other.
So let me respond to this because I understand the little slick stuff that Willie MF Beeman was saying. I met my wife when I was 14 and she was 12. We got married when I was 24 and she was 22. So she actually liked me. I didn't have to do no tricking. So good shot, but it didn't work, brother.
Nightish. If you were two regular people, 24 and 22, why are you throwing Rihanna and Denzel and all these wild people in this conversation?
No, because they're talking about current events. So I brought up the current event.
Scam, you can't jump in when he makes a statement toward Willie and don't give Willie opportunity to respond. Come on, bro.
He asked me. Go ahead, Willie.
It's not a shot. I like refuting retarded logic. That's what I excel at. And you being married, congratulations. We've already identified what hypergamy was. We're cool. There's no argument there. You being married is not a surprise, champ.
So what you said to me is basically that
What I said to feminists.
hypergamy amongst men is a normalized thing, and that I had to have tricked on a bitch, and that's not a reality for me. Is all I'm saying.
If what I said bothers you that much, no,
It didn't bother me that much. I'm just responding to what you said. The fact that you listen like a woman and respond like a woman is a different thing. I just don't believe in tricking is all.
Not the like a woman bullshit.
That's not, bro. The like of that stuff doesn't.
This man said I must have tricked because he's looking at me right now and think that the young 24-year-old me was out here spending money on a bitch and it ain't never happened in my life. Maybe when I get 80 or 90, but not so far, player.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get these 2 super chats, and then after the super chats, I will be turning on the bounties. FYI. Just let you know.
Homosexuals date up. The fuck?
For people on the bounties, I'm 20% off. You can kick me off.
It's millions.
This dust that I'm hearing up here.
Hold on. Let Willie read the super chat.
It's millions of dudes in every major city dating up. It don't have to be Kim K. Keisha the nurse, Tyrone the Taco Bell employee, same shit.
All right, so bounties are on. If you want to bring yourself up, you have to match the bounty, and you'll just be out for a time. I'll just put you in the back until your time is up. But go ahead.
I don't even know where to go from here because we were all over the place.
But Glenn, so this my thing, brother. I'm just trying to figure out, like, because this is all new to me, right? It's all new to me, and I actually like the conversation. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, why is it so one-sided, and why is it so important for this conversation to be one-sided where it doesn't apply to the men?
Because what we can only go off of what the data that they have collected says, and say, like, this is what they have said, right? This is what the science is. If we're going to say this is science, we have to use the science that they provide to argue the point. Now, you could use theory and be like, well, theoretically, then that could apply over here too, right? You could say, sure, theoretically, but if there's no data to support said thing, it's just a theory, right?
So you mean to tell me it's science based on a woman choosing up? That's science?
That's what they have observed.
Hell no, Glenn. Come on, man. That's theory, bro.
I will send
you. Can we have a larger conversation though?
Hold on. Can me and Glenn finish this real quick?
Nope.
Hold on. Here, look at this. I'm just gonna put this. I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put this study that Dr.
Glenn,
David
listen, regardless, it's a study, it's still people's opinions.
Yeah,
this is
Damn,
the
that fast.
It's
That's
not
crazy.
base. This is why like the social science are
You
such a
just got
soft
20 minutes
science.
in the back, nice.
It's all science.
It's a soft science, right? Because this is the hardest thing about soft sciences, like psychology, is because they have a replication issue. You know, they can never control for the same variables all the time, right? So when it comes to, and I just put the study, or like the mate preferences and their behavioral manifestation, final published in 2019. This is from Dr. David Buss's files, right? It discusses like on than average, right? We see women do this behavior. They want to get with a guy that is higher status, higher earning, more educated, someone that they can look up to. And that kind of makes sense, right? Because if you're going to respect somebody, you want to be able to look up to them and trust that what they're saying is going to be something that you could like follow, right? If you're looking down on that person, it's really hard to respect them if you're looking down on them, right? If you think that you believe that your status is better than theirs, it's harder for that guy to be the leader or the head of the household if she's looking down on the guy. So it kind of makes sense in that sense where like, yeah, women on average are going to want to marry up, right? Because it's a lot easier for her to be submissive or follow his lead if she's somebody that he's somebody that she can look up to. It's kind of common sense there, right?
Yeah, but that means if it's based on money or if it's based on a sense of security, it's not authentic in my opinion, right? So, but let me ask you this question. The same questions that they collected data from, if they asked the same questions to a group of people in the 1930s, asked the same group of people in the 1970s, asked the same group of people, a different group of people in the 1990s, asked a different group of people in 2026, and then ask a different group of people in 2050, wouldn't everybody have a difference? Wouldn't it be a difference?
You may see some variables change marginally, right?
Okay.
But I think the overall like normative would probably be very similar.
Okay, so but it won't be definite, right? Correct?
It wouldn't. You wouldn't get maybe the same exact number, like definite, but you will still see. Oh, on average, the majority are still making this change or making this.
Okay, so this is my point. So it's still subjective in a sense, correct?
It is subjective based on variables. Yes.
Okay, cool. So that means science is subjective.
Some science, soft science, yes.
So what you're reading is considered soft science, correct?
Yeah, all psychology, sociology, study social sciences, those are all soft sciences.
Okay. That's how I want to know. Okay.
Yeah, he's right about all of the soft sciences are the hardest sciences to prove, and for everything he just said, he's spot on right there.
Hey, Glenn, question: are we required to follow the data?
No, it's just something for you to be to inform yourself with, right? If you're not supposed to follow the data like a T, I would say it's something to be aware of, right? If you're struggling with a woman or getting with a certain type of quality of women, right? It may not be because that you are not a good man, right? It may just play the fact that you are not in the social hierarchical level or you're not above her in her view, right? She doesn't see you as something she could look up to that she wants to be with for long-term mating, right? She may see you as someone equal or below her. And that's all that means. It could be just be like, okay, if you leveled up or you improved in certain areas, she might be able to see you in that way, but that's all you could, that's like the basic you could take of it. But you can't say like, oh, it's because of this. I mean, you could just distill it down to that if you wanted to.
So Glenn, what's the guy that created this whole concept?
Well, there's a lot of different doctors in there, but this one I sent you in the back chat, that was Dr. David Buss.
Okay, so we are arguing or discussing a man's thoughts.
We are discussing what not just one man. There's multiple. He's the head, like the head doctor over this, right? But there are other doctors underneath him that all contributed to the study. It wasn't just one man's fault.
The guy that coined the term's name is Denzel Ibsen, and it was 1881. And you'd have to read the Punjab cast.
Yeah.
And one of the things about like the people who read that, Dr. Bush himself said that he hasn't read that.
Yeah.
So that's
wow.
That's why so many people push back on his takes on this, even though I agree with what he says. The only thing that I don't agree with is that men can't be hypergamous. But if you read what he's saying, you read his books, what he puts in his books does run parallel to what's in the series of papers that make up the Punjab casts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, real quick. So Uncle B Streamer said men want to date up on looks. What the F is he talking about? And then OG J Speed said Pookie and Ray Ray always date up.
That's funny.
Pookie and Ray Ray no break.
But so you got to think of like dating and long-term relationships, like marriage. Those are completely different.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Okay, have you married every woman that you dated?
No, but that's
okay. Point proven.
Every relationship, bro. Dude, every relationship, Glenn. You either marry them or you don't.
Long-term relationship.
It's the same
long-term.
thing. One's longer.
Long-term relationships. On historical averages, long-term relationships were marriages.
Oh. Wait, what? Say that one more time.
He's right. He says that on average, long-term relationships, like historically, have been marriages, not like two people just being together.
Wait,
historically speaking, long-term relationships have been marriages. They're not
the same thing.
Yeah. So
the same
only
thing.
difference,
A relationship, just because you put a ring on it, it's the same thing, Glenn.
The argument that you could make reason is that, well, I mean, technically speaking, the only thing that changes when you get married is the fact that the law can force you to be a husband.
Government's in on it now.
And we wouldn't even you can't factor what a couple is. How are they considered? What was a couple? Marriage.
Yeah,
they didn't historically.
I'm her man.
No, he's talking about
Glenn, and you would know it. You don't need to see it.
No, in a historical context, like when collecting data, that couples were viewed as like we're husband and wife, not like you and your girlfriend. That's what he's talking about.
No, he's trying to. I'm just saying it is the same though. He would know not to approach my lady even if she didn't have a ring on.
How would I know she's your lady?
Because she's standing right next to me, Glenn, and she's holding.
Was she? Was she or was she not? I don't know. Now you're referring this now.
Yeah, you just asked me. You just
I didn't ask you.
It's a hypothetical. I can frame it however I want, Glenn.
How would anybody? Do you know we do these studies, right? Married and single. See how many people are married and single, divorced, right? How do you determine that? By collecting data.
Single or dude,
okay, so then
you stack it, you file it, Glenn.
So when they're talking about long-term relationships, it's never dating. It's always marriage, historically speaking.
How do you get there, dude? You have to date. Dude, you don't even make any sense, Glenn.
You don't make any sense. I don't understand how you don't make any. You really don't make sense. Historically speaking, long-term relationships were considered marriage. Nobody was dating.
Let me help you out. Hold on. So let me help you out.
Historically speaking, nobody was dating for 15 years.
So Glenn. So let me try to get an understanding between you and Reason.
Okay.
So Glenn, are you saying that when they do these studies, when they coin or when they investigate long-term relationships, they only talk to married people, correct?
It's always referred to marriage because historically speaking.
No. Hold on. The data that they collect, do they only communicate with married people only?
Yeah, they classify them married, single, right? If you're not married, then you are single.
Okay.
So if you are married, that means you are in a long-term relationship, depending on how many years you've been married, right? If you are single and dating, you're still single.
Okay, so when they collect the data, it's going to be single versus married. So I think Reason is saying. So hold on. So Reason, I got you. Hold on. So when Reason says, hold on, Reason. So when Reason says you have to date before you get married. So when they investigate this and do the data for the person that's just dating before they get married, where do they put that? What category do they put that person in?
They're still single.
They automatically make them single. It's retarded. It's
not me.
That's retarded, Glenn. That is a dumb study. That's why you don't just.
It's not a dumb study. It's how they classified it. You're the idiot here because it's what they classified it as. I didn't even make the damn study. They put it. You're either married or you're single. That's how even we do it in the States. When we do the consensus, they ask you how many people are married here in this household. How many married people here? Or how many single people here? That is the data that they gather this from.
No,
It's
dude,
a
now you
consistent.
don't even know what you said before, dude. You're all over the place, Glenn. Calm down.
I'm not. Just be logical here. When
I
they
know,
do
dude.
long-term relationships, it's never dating. Historically,
So reason, let me ask you this.
long-term
So reason,
relationships have never been dating.
so reason, let me ask you this. Hold on, Glenn. So reason, what? Hold on, reason. Let me ask you a question. Reason, let me ask you a question. So when Glenn says when they do the study, right? Somebody that's married, they coin that person and put that person in the category of long-term relationship, and the person that's single, they marked them as single. Correct, Glenn?
No, they did not.
Okay, so hold on. So reason, he just conceded to that. So reason, hold on, let's roll with me. So I'm trying to figure out reason where are you struggling with the concept of how they collect the data and put the information out?
Can I talk?
Yes, sir.
That's not what he said they did. They categorized married people as long-term relationships, and then when they asked two people that said they were in a relationship but they weren't married, they put them in a single category still.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Why it's retarded?
Because it's not long-term.
Please, Trey,
according to the standard
that makes sense
they
to you?
have.
I don't want to talk to this man right now. Does that make sense to you, Trey?
So now we said it. Hold on, I understand what you're saying.
No,
but
don't leave me with him.
Hold on, Glenn, I got you. No, reason. Hold on, listen. I understand exactly what you're saying, but even if they have been in a relationship and they're single, right? And they're been
not
together
single. They're in a relationship.
But you're actually not married though. But you're not married though, reason.
They are not single, dog. Are you married? Are you married?
I'm divorced.
Just because the social norms today means that like you could be dating and that's considered a relationship, that is not historically how things are categorized. That's just what it is.
A significant other. That's how you know you're not single. You have a significant other. You are signed.
Oh my God!
What he's saying is that
contract. It's a social contract with somebody else. You fucking love each other.
Right. What he's saying
and then
is that
you haul it out. You don't have to get married. You can be in a long-term relationship.
What all he's saying is that the U.S. Census Bureau doesn't mark
It's
people who are
retarded. I understand it. I'm not dumb like he is. I get it.
Yes, you are. You're fucking retarded.
No, dude.
Sorry.
No, Glenn, you actually
he's
are.
saying what he understands, he's just saying he doesn't agree with it, which is
I want
fair.
you to study this.
You don't have to agree with it. But that's what it is. It's what it is. It's what it is.
Study.
Okay,
this
you don't
and
have to
show
like
this-
it, but that's how they do it. So you can disagree with it, but that's irrelevant.
Do you have a wife?
That's irrelevant.
Oh, do you want to answer it or not? I'm not going to tell you.
I just answered it. It's irrelevant to the topic.
All right. Do you have anybody that you respect intellectually? That
Yeah,
lives with you?
many people.
That lives with you or that can study this with you like later?
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Show this to them and get their opinion and ask
And
them.
then they're going to say that you're a fucking idiot too.
No, ask them, dude. Please, God. I'll give you my number.
This is hilarious.
I won't call you. Trust me, I won't.
Crazy, but Glenn, I'm actually a nice guy too. This is nuts that I have to.
Well, then if you're nice, and you would understand that the standard is the standard, and regardless how you feel about
there's no damn standard.
It's irrelevant.
And I actually feel like a sadist because I'm enjoying this. Like I'm taking Willie's job right now. Whew. He said he liked to talk to dumb people and break down their logic.
Well, how you breaking down my logic? My logic is not broken down. I'm going based off of what they use as a standard of metric. But how you feel about the standard of metric is irrelevant.
You said I do. This is what I do. I like to.
I said I enjoy refuting. I enjoy refuting wrong people and their stupid logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not
I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to talk shit or misrepresent you at all.
Well. Reason. I'm not. Well, reason. I wouldn't say what Glenn is saying is dumb or retarded.
You should stop and think about it.
Reason. Just hold on.
I'm so mad at everybody. I'm a little disappointed.
Reason. Let me ask you something. Reason. Do you play? Hold on. Matter of fact, you do jujitsu, correct?
Yeah, I practice off and on. Yes.
All right, cool. So it doesn't matter. You understand the concept now.
Yeah.
If you threw a jujitsu tournament, and you set the parameters of the rules. You said the only way you can tap out or win a match is only by submission of an arm bar. That's the only way you can win.
Subs,
if somebody chokes somebody out, but because the person is choked out, they're unconscious, and they say, "Hey, I won the match." What would be your response?
Well, okay? Can I mean, legally, there has to be two options: choking.
No.
Legally, I cannot run. Legally,
sir.
Is this just like anything?
Reason you threw the tournament,
dude. Legally, if somebody's choking, legally, I have to force them to let him go.
Okay, cool.
No, he didn't win. He didn't win. No, he did not win.
Thank you. So,
sorry, I had to wrap my head around.
No,
he did not win that match.
He didn't win.
Technically, he is the better jiu-jitsu master.
Got you. Okay, but he didn't win, right? So you set the parameters on how the person wins the match, correct?
The technicality.
Because you threw the tournament out of your own pocket with your own money. So this guy, whoever Glenn is talking about, did the study. So based on their study, they said, hey, either you're single or you're married. If you're married, we're going to put you in this category. I don't care if you've been together for 15 years, but if you're not married, we still can consider you single. That are the parameters of the actual study. You cannot go outside of that. Did I just help you out?
I'm actually way ahead of you, dog. Trust me. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you're way ahead of me, why did I just try to sit up here and explain it? Because Glenn explained it, but you've been disagreeing with him the entire time. I tried to play referee. Hold on. I tried to play referee, and then your comment was a little bit condescending, if I'm going to be honest. But I'm gonna let it go.
Which one?
I'm gonna let it go. You know what I'm saying? But do you understand? Yes, sir.
Yes, and can I go now?
Go ahead.
Can I explain now what you just did? What your explanation, your analogy, or whatever compares what Glenn said and the tournament that I ran is still retarded. It's retarded. You get it? That's you just
your opinion of the tournament is
Glenn is being retarded. I would never throw a tournament like that, sir. It's retarded. Glenn's retarded. Thank you.
Hey, reason.
Oh, please. That,
why you making it so hard, man?
You know that made sense. And
listen, hold on, reason. I know. Listen, first of all, the fact that we're arguing, I'm not gonna say arguing. The fact that we're discussing the bias, in my opinion, the fact that we're discussing somebody else's concept is insane to me. I'm gonna be honest with you, right?
It's just a theory. That's
because my purpose. You say what?
It's just a theory. That's what we're here for the conversation.
No. I'm enjoying the conversation, but I'm just struggling how it's so one-sided. And if it is one-sided,
because Glenn is not smart enough to know the difference. I'm trying to tell you, dog.
I'm reading the fucking studies, and I'm not making any decisions and conclusions on my own.
No, I
made conclusions on your own. I didn't know you were a scientist because I'm not a scientist. I'm reading the study.
I don't have to be.
Obviously, the people who wrote it ain't scientists either. Just being honest.
People say, Glenn.
I'm just saying they're the ones that their names on it, not mine. This is not Glenn's findings. This is someone else's findings. I don't have to be. How is that retarded? You're retarded for thinking that you can know more than someone else that wrote the damn thing.
I would say I know more than the people who wrote
the
damn thing. I'd put me in there. They wrote some bullshit.
They do write some bullshit sometimes, but. Again,
sometimes
this is what is considered. Well, yeah, like a lot of feminist theory is not really bullshit.
That is too.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get these super chats in real quick. Let me get these super chats. Hold on 1 second. Unbe Stream, he said, I dated every woman I married. Can't have I without the other. So dating and marriage is connected. All right. He came back. He said, you can't separate dating and marriage. That's insane. And then 30K in the building. What up, 30K? In a census, a relationship is a marital status. Common law question.
That is not historical. Common law is something even relatively new.
An apology for making me feel this way.
I don't owe you shit.
Whatever, man. Hey, don't get mad at me, but I'm gonna cut off because I gotta smoke. But I know you don't. Oh, I shouldn't even said it. But I know you don't. But
it's all good, reason. It's all good.
And why can't he smoke? Yeah, Glenn, I'm really mad at you now.
Go cry about it. Write it on your list.
I don't need a list, Glenn. It's one thing.
Reason. Go ahead, man. Just do it off the screen, bro. Just do it off the screen.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to think I'm doing anything. I'm here. I
No,
swear
you
to God.
good.
Say
Just,
something
hey,
stupid,
just
I'm
get off
here.
the screen like this. Come back.
Say something stupid.
Yo, so Glenn, let me ask you this. So with this whole concept about the manosphere, hypergamy, and all that, like why is this so important in the hey Nightis, hold on real quick. Nightis, if you in the clouds, you can come back. Your 20 minutes is up. He actually left the studio. K Clarity, why you put that bounty on that man? 20 minutes like that, girl. All right, so real quick. So with the whole manosphere concept and the hypergamy thing, right? Why is this so important to men? Or we just
because they're trying to understand like why like they either may be having success or why certain men are not having the same success as other men are having
in relationships.
Right? In relationships.
Gotcha.
You know, that they're trying to make sense of it all, right? But even then, there's so much nuance that plays a role. Like what a lot of people don't factor in, like especially in the red pill. This is what I find really like frustrating, is that they will not factor in like things like trust or loyalty or like a sense of good character. None of that is factored in the studies that they like to record. But according to Dr. David Buss, those are very, very important for both men and women. But in the red pill, they do not acknowledge that. It's simply alpha fucks, beta bucks, right? Or it's like guys only want to get with the hot girl with the big tits, right? They undermine and they underreport the importance of kindness, trust, commitment. There's a broad literature that points this out in David Buss's studies and Ronnie's studies. They're leaving out so much of the nuance that really makes a person value somebody else beyond just like what they could provide and who they are. It's more like the character of the individual matters too.
Hey, Glenn, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Because these dudes got PhDs and scientific stuff, done experiments, stuck vaccines in people's backs and all this, whatever they did. I was in 4th, 5th grade where you wrote this note and said, I like you, do you like me?
Yep, I remember those notes.
I like you, do you like me still applies to 80-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 20, 50, 66, ugly, tall, short, and dusty. Where's that at in the studies?
That just because I like you, do you like me? I mean,
yes, these super scientists, because this data is so great.
I think it's still
Where
there.
is it?
I think it's still there in principle.
No, everything he said was the dust. Where is
no? What someone would marry? When I say long term, they're talking about marriage, like long term relationships, right?
Anybody see it? Yeah, anybody?
You don't see what a marriage is?
See what?
Anybody see
what?
The basic count, like level 1, the basic, the man liking the woman and the woman liking him.
It's called isogamy. It's called isogamy.
Where's it at in these studies? We're talking about celebrities and all this wild stuff. Where that at?
It's in the long.
And we're supposed to take these data analysts, scientists.
You're not going to marry somebody that you don't like, right?
It's in the long-term marriages. Yeah, long, happy marriages. Isogamy. Or, dude, or it could be.
What did you say?
It could be hypergamy.
A proposal is just an adult version of "Would you marry me?" or "Do you like me?"
Where's it at? When's somebody gonna tell these red pill, MIG, all this junk?
It's not a proposal.
Somebody doesn't like the other person, and they just don't. And that's why they're acting the way they're acting.
Where's the proposal not the adult version of the 4th grade person asking, "Do you like me?" How is that not? Do you not see the connection there? Because you're not going to marry somebody that you don't like. So
people do it all the time, dude. No,
absolutely.
God, you did it.
I got a friend who's a marriage
all the time that they don't like.
I have a friend who's a marriage and family therapist. You know, he said the number one problem she sees is mediation, everything. One person or both people don't even like each other.
By the time they get to marriage and
half the time they never did.
They can't conclude that.
That's why
they say that.
Glenn, go outside. Go to Chili's. Go out somewhere and see people on dates and have a conversation. You see one rolling their eyes with their cell phone.
That doesn't mean that they don't like each other. It could be that they're frustrated about something in that moment. Like you're trying to make a definitive statement for all things based off of that. That's pretty bad.
Can I ask you a question, Glenn?
Not you, please, not you. But sure.
Can somebody ask Glenn a question for me? No, nobody. Well, I don't understand.
I ask him for you, brother. What's man? Ask him. You right there, Reason. What the hell? He can hear you, man. Come on, what you doing, bro?
This man just said he would.
He was being funny,
like
man.
you didn't hear it. Oh,
He
but
was being funny.
I'd be the bully if I didn't. Oh, if I pressed it though, I wouldn't be a bully.
Go ahead, Reason. Go ahead.
I don't even want to talk to him now either.
Reason, you good? You good, bro?
No.
All right, let me read these super chats. Taylor May said, in crisis, girlfriend / boyfriend have no say. Single. All right. Uncle B Streamer came back. Get off David Buzz meat. Pause before you bust, bro.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Would you like Marty Hazelton instead? Dr. Marty Hazelton? Would you prefer her?
Yeah, bring the feminists on because this is bad.
Well, Dr. Marty Hazelton is not a feminist, though. She's not a feminist. And Dr. David Buss would not be a red pill guy either. Like he's actually Rollo considers him a feminist for sake of argument. So I mean, like because he is objective and he points out flaws in both men, like why men behave badly. Great book. I encourage people to read it.
I'm reading this shit.
It talks about male nature. It doesn't talk about like why they consider men behave badly. It just talks about male nature. Like another good book is No More Mr. Nice Guy. It's another good book. That's not by Dr. David Buss. That's Dr. Glover. But anyways,
hey Glenn, could you explain when the Manosphere, Red Pill, and Black Manosphere all splitting off separately?
So I don't know when it splintered off. I would say like when the red pill like splintered off would be more the MRA movement was going on, right? Because they were wanting men's rights. The PUAs and the pickup artists kind of pushed this whole red pill movement because that's where like the data from the red pill movement came from, that and evolutionary psychology, right? And I would say that was probably the early 2000s when that kind of entered into the mix. Because they were writing in blogs like in So Suave forums and Return of Kings and all that stuff in the early 2000s. I think 2004, 2007 area was when Rollo kind of came on the scene. And Roosh was already there doing what he was doing. So these were just guys swapping notes on like, hey, this worked when I was at the bar. And then it kind of evolved into what it is now. But like Red Pill like about sexual strategy. And like MRA is about more men's rights. MGTOW is based off of like, well, based off the information from the red pill, we're choosing to opt out of this dating market or go in our own way, right? We're not doing things the traditional way. We're going to do the things the way we want to do it now.
Is red pill like knowledge for nerds?
I think red pill is like a very poor version, like a watered down or shittier version of evolutionary psychology.
Is evolutionary psychology like knowledge for nerds?
Evolutionary psychology is more like the study of how men and women interact.
Because it seems like in these spaces, right? And this information is like information that like I don't need it, right? There's no purpose for me to even learn this stuff, right? Oh, like what do women respond to? How to do this? And like this is the true nature. Like I don't need none of that information. And I'm not even gonna use myself as an example, but like who's this knowledge really relevant to? Like whose life can this actually improve?
It's relevant to the guy that said that, he believed that, if he was just a good provider and that, he, took care of all the bills and everything, that his wife is going to be available for him and there'll be a happy, whatever household to the day that he died. Right. And, the whole Disney-esque, view of, relationships. And when they realized like, oh, that didn't happen. I did those things. And she said that, she wanted to find something else and she left me and I didn't know what I did wrong. Those are the guys who are like, what did I do wrong? I thought I did what I was supposed to do. I did what my dad said to do, or I did what my pastor said to do. And I'm now divorced, right? those are the guys that I'm wondering, like, well, what did I do wrong? How did things go wrong? Where did things fall off? And then that's why they are fascinated about these studies, because they're really trying to solve their problem, you know, individually.
Glenn,
No,
you just talked about people having problems with they go make the money, protect and provide, and then the woman don't do what they're supposed to do, and they're mad. Then the red pill tells them to go make all this money and go protect and provide, and they get even madder. How does that make any sense? They say go get some more money.
No. They say get money and then stop taking that shit.
And what do they really end up doing? Be honest.
Not taking that shit
money.
anymore.
No, they take the money and they beat the woman over the head with a briefcase and they simp on the low.
No,
and that's why OnlyFans models and bimbos are all over.
Well, then they're not red pill anymore. They're blue. They were blue all the time then. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is, dog. You're either one or the other.
I'm saying it's red pill.
Or then there's purple.
There's a lot of people that try to.
No, you're right. I'm saying that how red pill
ideals.
There's blue, purple, and red.
And they all do the same thing.
Blue is beta, purple is omega, and then red is alpha. And
no, they're not alpha. Not even close.
Alpha is a container word.
Whether you think
you call them alpha males.
I'm trying to tell you the classification.
Go ahead.
Holy smokes, we're not jumping into it like that yet. And then whatever you do, it's pretty much three. I want to be all. I think everybody should just be an omega. That's just chill in the middle, dude. The mean.
These are just.
And then there's dudes, dudes that want to be alpha because they're beta inside, and then there's just betas that are betas.
This is nerd stuff right here. Beta. This is
all right, hold on, y'all, real quick. Hey, creative, you want to get in there? You got something to say?
Well, that's a breakdown. Sorry.
Creative.
Hey, creative. $5 to Panda is still open. My office is open.
Creative.
She's like,
creative. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello. Okay.
Yes.
So I don't know. I'm still listening to your conversation. It's kind of crazy, but I do want to say something to Trey. Trey, is it okay if I share one of your lives? I want to do a live on it.
I don't care.
Oh, okay. That's it. I'll chime in if I got something to say.
But I think all of that is like the nerd stuff, which is nothing wrong with being a nerd. You're a nerd. I don't care, right? But like all of the this is the alpha, mega, sigma.
Those are just container words. It's a classification. Like, what do you mean?
Those are just container words. Alpha, beta, gamma, all that stuff is just container words to.
Am I a nerd if I know somebody's rich or poor? Right? If I know somebody's rich or poor, Mark?
Hey, Reason, can I ask you a question back to what you were saying?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to clarify because you were saying that blue is betas and red is alphas. Do you really in the red pill? Do you see alphas? Is that what they really are?
There's a couple of them, yeah.
First of all, he's wrong. It's not red pill doesn't mean you're alpha, okay? Red pill is just a belief system about male and female nature, okay? Alpha is a container word to describe characteristics and traits. That's all it is, right? It's a container word for a list of traits that you will see in somebody that is displaying these traits.
Red pill is too, dummy.
No, it's not. It's a view. It's a bigger world view on how men and women interact.
So red pill is what red pill is. Blue pill are basically the people who don't believe in red pill, and purple pill is a mixture of blue and red, and it's basically like red pill niggas that believe in chivalry, that don't believe in saying you should hit bitches across the head where they don't do what you want, or they're not as extreme as the red pill is, but they're also not as weak as the blue pill people are.
Yeah,
I say red pill is weaker than blue pill.
It's almost like they're the best way to try to explain the purple pill.
Like blue and red make purple. That's where
so the best way to try to explain. Best way to try to explain the purple pill is like you understand the red pill information and you're trying to live your blue pill ideological dreams from it, and they're like you're trying to use this information to make this a reality. That's what they say like is the purple pill.
Dude, it's like, like look at a wolf pack. Literally, just look at it as a wolf pack. So you're gonna look at an alpha wolf and be like, I don't think that nigga's a beta. That motherfucker's an alpha, and it's just the way it is.
You know that study was like thrown out, right?
You know, alpha wolf is nothing but like a mom.
Did you know that whole study about alpha wolves or not? That was debunked, right?
And even a mom wolf is scary as fuck too, man. Like,
it's not fear though. It's not. It's just like order.
Right? Yeah, alpha. It's a chain of command. Yeah, nobody has.
I can hear that noise in the background.
But yeah, nobody's got to flex or anything. People just fall in line. It's how it is.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, they fall in line with the women.
It's an elder.
The women fall in line. Everybody does.
If the women are falling in line, what's 578 dudes on the red pill every hour and hour crying about women for? If they're falling in line,
this is the biggest problem in this space. That's the hugest problem in this whole space is that they say that
they're whooped by the women they complain about. That's the truth.
Yeah,
them bimbos is whooping their ass, and they said they don't even want them.
That's not alpha.
That's my point.
That was alpha. Nobody said that was alpha, dog.
I'm saying that's what you said. You identified red pill as alpha. You identified red pill as alpha.
Red pill is alpha. Yes,
shit.
That would be it in this concept.
In
this concept. No, nobody said ass whooping. You're the only one with some trauma in that department, dude. Take it out of the conversation. This is an intellectual one. It's not emotional. It's a concept. They're
emotional over there. They're getting their crying all day.
Yourself? Are you creating these concepts yourself?
You just like to have the dichotomy. It's not a dichotomy.
Are you creating this concept yourself? No. Is this your definition?
No, I'm just
explaining.
I am explaining what you butchered earlier.
I didn't butcher it.
No,
you're the idiot that keeps on butchering it.
It was awful. You literally.
What is alpha then? What is alpha?
I just told you it's red pill.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I'm trying to explain it better for you.
Who wrote this? Who's the one that's saying this? Give me a name.
Right now, I am making this comparison. Right now, I am making this comparison, Glenn.
No,
right now I am.
So it's your interpretation.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So this
if
is
you
your
write
source.
it down, it's all of a sudden a study, Glenn.
So it's not you're not a forethought thinker in this space. This is your conclusion of it. Okay, so this is your conclusion of it. This is not the people that actually wrote this. Okay, cool. I just wanted to know that. Thank you.
So dumb.
You know what I realized recently? This is something the conclusion that I've come to, right?
You are an idiot.
I think that like most guys in the red pill space, I don't think are red pill. I would argue.
I would agree with that.
Chunk are not red pill.
Why can't you guys just take? Why can't you just see it as the concept?
Reason. Hold on. Lamont is talking.
The concept to me of red pill just means that like coming up with the truth. Whatever the truth is, you accept it whether you like it or not. That's to me.
That's the praxeology of it.
Yeah, but I think the red pill space, you know, what it has become is a lot of guys who just want to believe what they want to believe about women, and they kind of start to discard the data after a certain point.
And they don't change the data when the data is updated and it shows a different result, because the red pill was always supposed to be written in pencil, not pen. You know, it's not a permanent hard fast rule.
Yeah, you think that's a problem?
Dude.
That's a huge problem.
Are you trying to sell that data to us?
I'm not. I'm actually the one that's pointing out the flaws in it.
Well, Jim, my experience dealing with the red pill is there's a lot of gentlemen who are hurt by the women that they chose to be with. That's where it boils down to.
Yeah.
Because that's my experience when I deal with them over at my channel all the time. That's what they talk about all the time.
Mm-hmm. Dude, can I say something now?
You got it.
Is there any way you guys can just look at it as a concept and take the feelings out of it?
So you want us to look at it as your definition, not the definition that has been working definition that other people have utilized for however long it's been, right?
No, I'm trying to ask you guys to take your personal feelings out of it and look at it as cold definitions.
I'm asking you,
you guys are just
very clear. Can you just answer this clear question? I'm just asking. There's no feelings in it. I'm asking you a very clear question. Do you want us to use your definition rather than the people that established this thing's definition?
Only if they differ. Right now, yeah.
Then
Only
yes,
if
they differ. They
Okay,
differ.
how?
Because the people that created that whole space never said alpha was red pill.
Okay, well then I would like you to accept mine for now, so we could find some.
Why
clarity.
should we accept yours?
Because I think I could lead us to some.
Because you think yours is better. Okay, great, but why?
Because I think you're retarded, and I don't want people.
I think you're retarded because you think that yours is better than the
I
people
think
that
it's
wrote it.
dangerous for this panel to follow your train of
Oh
thought.
my god.
Yeah, you're asking me questions. I'm answering them, dude.
This is funny. Okay, how
So
about
I
this?
have a question.
I propose
I
a
wanted,
topic
I wanted to let him get his point out
Can
there.
I ask a question?
Then beat it up at least.
What happened?
Can I ask a question?
I will. That's what I do. I wait and then I lash out at him for his retardation. I'm sorry. I'll
Hey,
wait. Go ahead.
Craig. Oh, go. Yeah,
Okay, I wanted to ask a question. Like, I know the red pill happened because men are hurt, but do the men ever take accountability of what happened in their lives? Do
No,
they take
not a
any
lot of
part
them.
of
Yes,
that?
they do. Yeah, they do.
Hell no.
Trey, this
No,
is
they
what
don't.
happens when you bring
Not a
women
lot
into
of
these
them.
conversations. They start wanting to talk about the accountability of men and calling men hurt.
But at the same
I
time,
never
Really, is
said
it true?
that. Excuse you.
Really,
I
is
said,
it the truth?
This is
I have an
exactly-
answer
I
for
said
it.
accountability. I said
I-
Is it true, though?
accountability of your
Yes.
part that you played into it. That's all I said.
Yes.
Again,
they
that's
do.
the part. Like they try to make the conversation about something they want to talk about.
Well, they
and not
do.
what we're
How
actually
is
talking
that?
about.
Oh my God! I just asked a question.
No, I said men
obvious-
do, ma'am. They do. They
Okay.
take. That's what they do. They take
They
accountability.
don't. They blame everything on the damn women.
Finish, dog.
Go ahead.
They pop a red pill and then they change their fucking attitude about these hoes just treating them however they want to. That's a change of behavior. Yeah, they take accountability for their actions.
Okay.
They
That's
pop
not
a red
true.
pill. Yes, it is, dog.
They go blame everything on women.
You're
all
talking
the way
about
to the
one
point.
lame ass nigga that you know.
I'm
and
talking-
You keep on bringing up. Why are you
Say
bringing
what?
up lame-o?
Oh, you he said that word.
I'm out, bro. Y'all got it.
No. Scam, you good? Scam, you good?
No, I'm good.
Scam, you
We
good?
like scam. I like
Oh,
scam.
okay. No, he took care of it.
Bro, you think I wasn't gonna take care of that? Boy, you lost your mind, bro.
I don't know.
You about to say
You
he
think,
had
you think I'm gonna sit there and let that happen? Boy, we ain't doing that over here.
But isn't he Mexican? So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because some Mexicans in Texas get a pass. I don't know.
I don't
It's
know what
still
it
not-
means, but we
You know, it didn't roll off the tongue properly. Pause.
I wasn't rocking with that one, my boy. I don't know if he is Hispanic, but you know, I thought it was, you know, but we ain't finna, you know, we ain't doing that.
He ain't
put
say
an
it all
article-
night, so it ain't, you know.
So
The
just
article in the back, in the private chat.
Hold on, he said he black. Look,
yeah, I thought he was gonna say he half black. He might be like some of them guys be looking white, but
you got to give it to him then. If he had black, and he definitely get a pass.
No, I didn't know he was half black. I didn't know. Listen, I didn't know he was half black.
You know what?
But whatever gene, listen, whatever gene he got.
if he come back,
Hey, hold on, listen, real quick. If he come back up, I need to see the picture of your mama and your daddy. I need it on the screen.
I love you.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you, Trey. I know a couple of kids that look like him that got a black daddy.
No, I know. I need to see the pictures though. We got to verify this one. Yeah.
That's fair.
No, if he's half black, it's cool. One of my best friends.
No, if he had black, I just want to just come back up, send me the pictures. I want to see the pictures.
So, gentlemen, through my experience with dealing with the red pill, right? A lot of the gentlemen, they are experiencing what I said the last time. They're experiencing red pill rage, and that's where they're currently at right now. And they say red pill rage.
Yep.
And they haven't got past the hump of red pill rage. And so
And
that's
the
why
creators don't let them.
Yeah, the creators don't let them because they're grifting off of them. And so
Yes.
that's why they're stuck in the moment of being in red pill rage. So that's why over there at my channel, I try to help guide them throughout their red pill rage so they can take accountability for their choices, decisions that they made.
So I posted one of my blogs that are just written and produced recently.
No, Red. Hold on. So listen.
I'll show you my 23andMe.
Okay, let me see, brother.
Damn.
So your mom or your dad black?
Wild, dog. I'm
I'm
Nigerian.
just asking it, bro. I'm asking the question.
Nah.
Reason, you know
I've been
you look
called a
white.
nigga all my entire life.
Hold on, sir. You look white.
He might. I don't care.
Hold on, sir. No. You can't say you don't care.
You're jumping to. Hold
on, again. You gonna show me your parents or not?
You're not like. You seem kind of like to me. Wild. Let me look my shit up though.
Don't worry about it, bro.
That's crazy to like act like we wasn't being reasoned. Like you look white, you know that. Just be like, I get it.
I don't think it looks white.
It doesn't matter, bro. Like he know he don't look
No,
black.
like he looked Tanzanian. He looked Tanzanian.
It doesn't matter.
Like
Hold on, listen. At the end of the day, if I just ask you to show your parents, just show your parents. You ain't got to get an attitude and get flying all the extra.
He was looking them up. He said,
"Yeah, but he started getting fly, bro. You ain't got to do all that."
To like we crazy for thinking he white.
No, for real, bro. We ain't doing that. You tripping? I had somebody else in the back.
Hey,
why so serious? Like, what you doing, man?
Man, I just woke up. I was listening to it. Man, when it comes to the topic of conversation, it's like it's multifaceted for me. One, like what Urban said, it is kind of red pill rage, but the thing is, I don't have a problem with the Manosphere red pill space in the direction it's going, simply because you're getting men are deductive problem solvers. So annually, you're getting a reaction to what's been going on for the last 50, 60 years. In my opinion. Now, I could be wrong. Y'all can argue me down. And what I mean by that is before Manosphere, before the Kevin Samuels, before the Fresh and Fits, before the anybody was 5-6 years ago, where could a man go to talk about his frustrations on the world, his frustrations in life, his frustrations with his women?
The barbershop.
If it wasn't the barbershop. What I'm saying is, where could they go publicly and speak and be okay with it? Nowhere. Okay, let me give you an example. Women can go to work, bash a nigga. Women can go to child support court, bash a nigga. If the child get in trouble at school and she got to go up there and talk to the teacher, bash a nigga. Women can go freely, even on social media, where most of the male spaces get TOS. You have women outwardly speaking about the certain things that they need to do to men. Men need to be cannon fodder only. Kill destroy the ugly men and just have sex. Like the stuff that women say. Clarity Karen is in the chats. I held a personal open debate where I had my homeboy debate my homegirl, and in the midst of the debate, Karen can clarify. I literally said it's crazy that AP is acting like this because she is an open misandrist, and she turned around and snapped her fingers and said, "I sure am." You see what I'm saying? They're openly saying stuff like this. So now you're just getting a reaction to what men have been dealing with. Do if you don't like it, it's cool. I will say this though. A lot of people who have a problem with red pill space didn't do nothing but just put female nature on blast, specifically black women. Most of the men who have a problem with that talk to me about is black, because all they do is, like I tell you, black women are the ones that buy the most into what the hell is going on, and you see the reaction to it when it comes to the kids, the men, the other women too, and the community. Now, I'm not saying other race of women don't do it. I'm just specifically dealing with what I see and who I be around. That's all I'm saying. Like when it comes to that red pill, you're just getting a reaction to what is going on. And the men over there, I look at it as most of the time they just trolling anyway. Now we got somewhere to troll women and say crazy shit, and it don't really matter. I don't think because them same dudes that be in the chats and doing all this saying that crazy shit will be DMing them same women that selling coochie.
You prove my point.
Now I wouldn't say that. So I'm saying people
it's a contradiction, right?
What I'm saying is y'all taking it too goddamn serious because it really don't fucking matter anyway. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me.
Serious. Why do you think I formed the Trolluminati? The trolling 60s.
I mean, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Trolling 60s.
Yeah.
So this is
men didn't have a. Well, go ahead, Glenn. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is why the space, like the Manosphere or the red pill space, is detrimental to young men, because if it is telling men these things are hard and fast rules, that all women are like this, that there's, you always have to watch out for this behavior. Women are like this. They're just going to level up on you. They're never going to, be loyal. You can never trust them because, she, as soon as she comes across a guy that's just a marginally bit better than you in her eyes, she's going to leave. And the guys are saying, well, marriage is not worth it, because they're hearing all these horror stories about divorce, but they're not getting the full context of the story. They're getting one version of it, which is the man's version of it, but you're not getting the other side of the story or the documents of the court case or anything. So they're operating out of fear. They're trying to say it's pragmatism, right? And they remove morality out of pragmatism, and that's problematic. And that's what I wrote in this essay that I have in the back chat. If you guys look at it, is like how they're trying to frame pragmatism. Really what they're doing is just being scared. They're operating out of fear and making younger men be avoidant of relationships, not trusting of women. Instead of saying,
that's where I respect a lot, but that's where I have a problem with, because y'all blame, like people say they're blaming the women. I blame both, but most of the time it always fall back on the man.
These niggas blaming the women, bro, for everything.
They are, but
they
when
blame
you
the women for everything, bro.
But they are the same way women do the same thing. But I'm saying,
we don't follow women. We men.
Even when the men, even on this panel, even on the podcast, we said, well, women are this, but then again, well, the men need to be this. It ain't you bro, you can't have what I agree. You can't have one without the other. But what I'm saying is, y'all, most of the time, people still put most of the blame, most of the responsibility on the man. Yes, what I'm saying.
That's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, what's the hierarchy in the Bible? God, who they somehow crossed the line through his name, then the man, then the woman, and the kid.
It doesn't matter in reality who is the hierarchy anyway. It's the women, because yes, it is.
They only the hierarchy because
you're proving the point,
bro. Women are the hierarchy.
You're proving the feminist right.
You don't think that we have to let women be the leaders in order for them to be leaders? You think they can just naturally?
When you say we, who are you talking about? Are you talking about the average people, or just
either? I'm talking about men in society, men at the top, men in black community. We all have to allow women to be the leaders. It's never like them just taking over.
We don't have to allow nothing.
So this is the thing. So in the black community, I believe that we have a matriarchy, right? And why do we have a matriarchy? Because niggas is not in the house. I'm not going to buy the food stamps. They kicked them out. No, I'm not buying none of that. Niggas is not there inside of the house with their kids. It is
why,
not.
Bro? Okay, pull it. Why is it because the man want to be there? I do believe there are some deadbeat ass niggas. Right, that's true. But is it because I believe it's gonna be 50-50. We'll take the 50-50 route. 50-50, he wants to be there. 50-50, the woman don't give a damn.
Listen, this is the thing, right?
So when you're trying to, you can't fight against the woman. I agree. The system is put in place to make it strips the man of his power. That's a fact.
You know why
the system? The system's run by men, married men at that.
And
it's just because they want their bottom line dollar.
You know why we have why we feel like women have power? Because we've allowed women to get power. For example, right? I got different baby moms, right? But one of the most important things is me establishing custody early, not even just in the courts, but outside of the courts. So if you try to if you let your child's mom be the listen. If you let your child's mom be the full parent for a year, and then you come in and you like, yo, I want to get I want to split it down the middle. They're gonna say no, right? Because that interferes with the child's schedule, right? You're adding turbulence in there. But a lot of times, men, we come in late. We come in behind shit. We try to. The women going to be the plaintiff in every situation. They're gonna do this first. They're gonna file for divorce first. Women is always moving before we do. We letting them do that. That's all I'm saying. Like, even with like a lot of the guys I talk to about child custody and shit like that, you be surprised how many niggas did not do research, did not jump on Google yet. So many niggas just didn't jump on Google yet. They didn't even find out that you can pay $50 and talk to a lawyer. Niggas just be winging it.
Because listen. That's because the fact that you even got to go through those extra ass steps about kids you procreate with a woman with is fucking crazy anyway.
Bro, that's the woman that we picked. So
that's every woman. I'm saying that's gonna be every woman then.
Not every woman.
What I'm saying, look, just because women don't do it, they still have the option to. Is what I'm saying. A woman has the option to fuck you over in your.
They only have the option because men give them the
one.
option.
You will have the same option, bro.
Men give everything that every right that we have is protected and enforced by force. That's it. Who is the force arm of our rights? It's going to be defended and fought by men. So at the end of the day, men are the ones that put these laws in place.
Hey, I got to drop.
Men are the ones that defend them.
All right.
Peace out, Willie.
Gotta be safe.
Take it easy, Willie.
Well, all I'm saying is, bro, it gotta be a 50-50 in all of them, because when I talk to older people, it was older people that said that they told us either you gonna get these government assistance or you ain't getting nothing. And the man was like, look, I ain't got no job, I can't find this, I go stay with my mama to help you get this. I'm doing this for y'all. Men did that. So when you say most men just don't want to be there in the beginning, and it's a lot of people I do this with. I done been in Florida doing it, talking to people like that. When I was in Port Haneme doing it, they saying it's like we didn't have they took everything. They dropped the factories, they took everything. We ain't had no choice. If we wanted our family to succeed, we had to take a back seat. So when I heard men say that, it's not all men there are some men out here who just didn't give a damn. I'm not saying all men don't care.
What about the men right now who can equally get food stamps themselves?
Why so serious? Most people.
If I know that the system fucking
people have a job, what are we talking about?
I'm saying Munt brought up a situation back then, and that's what I'm speaking of right now. Yes, but I'm saying even now, why would I want to partake in a system? I say it all the time. You got to go against the grain. So why would I partake in a system that's already fucking my community up anyway?
So then you put yourself at a disadvantage right there, right? Because if that girl is on food stamps, you got the power of the government that's gonna come after you. If
and that's why and y'all say y'all hate the marriage system.
If they got government insurance and they got government food stamps and all that, everything she gonna get is free. So when she go down to file a petition, she ain't gotta pay for it.
I know all that. I know all that.
You already privy to that, right?
Yeah, I know all that because I'm on child support.
A lot of us men choose not to do stuff like that. I get it. I've been on food stamps before, right? Why not?
I've never.
I have.
I don't see no point.
No, that's
because at the end of the day, I can't make the most amount of money I can. I know women who have degrees, nigga. Why won't you use your degree to make your money?
Because to get off, you're not supposed to stay on food stamps, bro.
But that's what they do. And I'm not saying just they and men. I'm talking about men and women. Now, what I'm saying is it gotta be a 50-50 divide because it's a tango. Granted, you can't you can't dance by yourself. But somebody got to be the leader. I will say that. But somebody also has to initiate the dance, nigga. If I want to dance with this woman and she don't want to dance with me, the dance ain't gonna happen. Now, when I get to dancing with her, I gotta lead that because that's just how it is. But if I can't lead that, if I got stones sinking me to the bottom with my feet, I also got Wilson ties hitting me in my goddamn back. I also got I got a damn collar around my neck every time I say something or do something. I have some type of goddamn boundaries. I'm getting shocked to death. So what I'm saying is both parties, bro.
Yeah,
like what I'm saying, red pill is the epitome and the reaction of what you getting from feminism. The fact that women can go on sites that's TOS and say we should kill half of the male race and only use the male race that we can get for cannon fodder and breeding purposes only. And nobody says nothing about that. Nobody speaks on nothing like that. The fact that you have men out here, men saying, I'm always go with Barack Obama. The fact that he said when it comes to the LMNOP, adolescent kids should have gay mentors and grown adult males should be best friends. Like the feminist mindset, nobody speaks on that. But the minute a man has boundaries and say, man, you a 400-pound fat obnoxious ass bitch with 8 kids. You should be telling no nigga no. Ugly bitches is ugly out here telling niggas no. And they getting like, come on, man. The minute the nigga has any type of boundaries, it's like I hate women. I like the woman can say crazy shit, and then I'll turn around and say, well, if you feel like that, I don't think a man without kids should be dating a woman with kids. Well, you don't know what she went through. You come on, man. I'm just giving you a functional equivalent. You hate women. Who hated you? The fact that I have to explain to women, my mama taught me these things. She taught me about how women are. That's why I got my views. It's crazy. Like I'm just saying, like, come on, man.
But we not talking about the radical. Of course, like you got radical, crazy women out here who don't want you to make a reasonable point, right? We dig that, right? But like to what we're talking about as far as red pill, we're talking about the men who every time you have a conversation, it's almost a talent. They figure out how to put it back on women. Even if I go on some of these panels and I say, yeah, I think as men, we responsible for this and we responsible for that. A lot of them niggas that get mad at me, right? Because they not actually red pill. They just mad at women. I'm red pill. I care about the truth. You know when niggas like you get on a panel and niggas try to make you answer a question, they be like, yo, was it yes or no? And you like, well, this is a very nuanced question. I don't even think that's a fair question to ask, right? They like, oh man, you ain't answered it. But it's like you don't want the truth. You want to win a battle, right? That's what the most common red pill niggas are these days. They just want to win arguments online and talk about women.
And like my favorite,
you're being emotional.
Yeah, that too. But my favorite channel I like to watch is really Fresh and Fit. And I get they get a lot of hate, a lot of crap.
Shit.
But listen, but just because I can see past the bullshit, I get it. Look, I can hear, like, I'm the type of person I was raised, bro. People pay too much to the messenger. They care so much about the messenger, they forget the message. I could go have a conversation with a nigga I'm beefing with, and let me give you an example. A couple years ago, bro, we was at a gas station. Niggas that I'm beefing with niggas by association. Niggas I'm cool with in the photo of GP. They beefing with 7th Street and shit. And I'm at the gas station, and these niggas in 7th Street, we all hoop together. But I know they stopped being cool with me because of who I'm tied to. Man, one of the dudes came to me and was like, I ain't gonna lie, Ishmael, you need to go on roll from this block, nigga. Go back to the house. I'm like, what? Nigga, I'm finna go get something. He said, nah, 15 minutes later. I left. I was like, something in my spirit said, man, don't fight this, gone leave. 15 minutes later, 3 niggas got killed down there at the gas station that I just left. And me being me, most niggas would have been like, man, you not proud, how proud, man, fuck this. Man, I'm finna go give me, and I'm gonna dip out when I feel like, oh, that's what, and I say this to say, y'all gotta see past what the antics that they do, because in the day, a lot of the shit that they say is true though. But a lot of people can't get past. I hate when people do that. I can't see what you're saying and the facts that you give them because of the person that you are. They don't because a broken clock is right twice out the day, bro. So I don't care about none of that. That one, I can see past all of that bullshit that they, because I already know that shit just be click for them. It's rage bait clip for them. You ain't gonna get your money and you ain't gonna get your views if you ain't doing some crazy. That's just how the social media has gotten. It's crazy. Yeah. But I can see past certain things. A lot of the shit that they do say be true.
You know what's another red pill contradiction? This is a good one. It's a big one they be doing. They'll try to like prop up married women, but then at the same time like down married women. Like whenever it's convenient, they be like, "Are you married?" Right? Usually the girl be like, "Yeah, I'm married." It's like, and they just be like, "Oh, fuck you." Then like it's like
I've always seen women do that. Be like when a man be talking about how the state of that. Are you niggas married? Do you have a girlfriend? And I hear them flip it around and be like, I will say they'll flip it around and be like, do you are you fucking niggas? And they be like, the fuck? Yeah, you see how stupid that question is? Because who gives access to sex and who gives access to a relationship? You're not having sex with niggas because them niggas don't qualify. I mean, I'm not married to a woman because I refuse to give a garbage ass bitch my last name. So I'm selected. You're selected with that vagina. I'm selected with my last name. I've heard them say that.
You're not wrong about
creative. I'll pander for free at this point. This is bad.
I'm saying like it's my
just raise your hand and I'm gonna start pandering because this is too bad.
I'm not look. Scam. I get it, Scam. I'm not saying that y'all wrong about it. I'm just saying y'all like you gotta blame both parties. You say the men.
Hey, hold on, Wasso. Hey,
my bad.
Hey,
cool.
That is black.
Cool.
All right, but.
So he sent me a picture. He look just like him. I'm talking about twins, but he black. So I gotta give him his respect. So
now what, nigga?
Hey, but listen.
No. We were talking about
something. Reason. Hold on. Relax. Relax.
We giving you the half black pass. Don't rub it in our face.
Yeah. Don't go crazy, bro. Your daddy black. I give you props. I'm just saying. But you got to be real, Reason. You don't look it, okay? But respectfully,
I be real. You got me.
I got the proof. His daddy is a black man. That's a fact. So okay.
creative. We'll pander for free. Just raise your hand and I'll start.
Reason, just had a conversation, bro. You black, we got it. Okay.
I'm saying you not wrong. Y'all not wrong with what y'all saying. I'm not gonna ever say that because there's some truth in everything. It's truth in stereotypes. It's truth in hate. It's truth in violence. It's truth in love. It is. Because all this it stems from somewhere. I just don't like the state of it all anyway. And the fact that women, a woman can freely say kill all men. She can say it anywhere. The minute a man says that, it's a problem.
Hey, why? So I'll just say this.
By
Here's
the
the deal.
way, sorry, dog. Hey, delete that, by the way, dog. I think you already.
I got you.
All right, yeah, sorry. That's just
No, you good. You good.
Oh, as far as this word called truth.
You just getting a reaction to what's going on in society right now.
No, it's actually the very thing that creates the things that's going on in society. Here's the deal. They say we never had the microphone. We couldn't talk. We couldn't. Now they grab the microphone, and this is the stuff that they say. I'm like, oh. Because I wondered why feminists became feminists, and I started listening to stuff the men say. I'm like, oh, that's what it is. There's 15 women in the chat right now watching this and the jump with that data. They just went and signed up for feminism, wave 6. They skipped the first 5 waves and went straight to 6 after seeing the dust that they heard on tonight. At the end of the day, the talking points contradict themselves one by one by one by one. The behaviors contradict themselves. 1 minute, don't date single moms. Then you see 7 different races of kids running around in the background on their streams. And a single mom. The dudes, don't cheat on your wife. Then they serve papers on a live stream for cheating on their wife.
Yeah, I ain't never heard the red pill space.
Solution in my house. Then you see a high heel go flying across the screen and hit her in the back of the head, and a woman quacking and yakking in the background. This happens every 3 months, and they keep exposing the same thing.
But I do agree with this.
They say they want 22-year-old virgins, and the dude got a bimbo pregnant. This is the same thing every time. From the talking points all the way to their actions. They'll tell you anything because there's some dudes that want to hear it so bad. That's the truth.
Can I ask a question?
I will hold on. I will say this though. Like when it comes to certain aspects of the they got to give context and peel back layers. You will have men out here who say, man, don't date women with single, but they're not telling the men not to fuck on them women because men give 2 different types of we give sexual energy and relationship energy. These niggas out here are running wild, running rampant with these women just because they easy.
Hey, why so? Men love hoes. They love them.
We do because it's easy, but we'll never. Most men won't wife one.
I'm telling you, they're proposing to them and getting rejected.
Does that make it right?
Get married.
You saying doesn't make it right? It's all this fair and love and war. It's just a react. If women were not so easy.
So if you doing the fuck shit, don't cry about it later.
How am I doing the fuck? I can't force a woman to open up her legs. I can't force a woman to give me coochie. That's right. That's great. So if these women are out here, she gonna fuck anyway. I just need a quick fix. So if she gonna give it up anyway,
but you a willing participant. You're a willing participant,
What I'm saying is the men are forced to take responsibility because if I'm on child support for a child I take care of. What is it like? She got mad at me because I joined the military. I got put on child support.
Good. You step with the woman. Good.
Well, why so serious?
I take responsibility for what I'm saying is.
Why so serious? Do you know how child support works?
I do know how child support works now that I understood it. But what I'm saying is, if I believe, this is my belief. If women had because women love talking about bodily autonomy. With great stuff like that comes responsibility. If you got all that power, it's your body, your choice. You can pick and choose what you want. Y'all got over 50,000 different contraceptives, including rubbers. If a man is having sex, trying to have sex with you, and you tell this man, I need you to wear a rubber, he was like, I ain't got one. And then you still let this man have sex with you. Listen, and you still let this man have sex with you and say, don't come at me. That's just like me putting food to my dogs, putting it outside, coming back in the house and falling asleep for 2 hours and expecting that food to be there. You're setting yourself up for failure. I'm not saying the man ain't wrong in it, but we already know whether he wrong or right in it. If all the woman got to say is this and that, he can be put on child. He can't. She has the option to put him on child support.
Why so? So let me say this.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, Scam, real quick. I heard a woman tell me, if I don't want to get pregnant, I'm not getting pregnant. I've heard a lot of women say that.
My wife is on birth control because she doesn't want a child right now. She wants to enjoy the marriage because I just been baby incubating her. So she got birth control. Cool. The kids cost. I wanted 12 kids. They cost too damn much anyway.
Let me ask you.
I made this statement. Sam, real quick. I asked that question. Do you believe that be a true concept, Scam? That if a woman doesn't want to get pregnant, that she can prevent herself from getting pregnant?
Yeah. Now let me ask you my 2-part question.
No. Answer the question.
Yeah, because everything has to do with the woman. You're right. Pregnancy got to do with the woman, even if the man ain't present. Yep.
No. Now you're being sarcastic. Come on,
absolutely.
Grow up.
No.
Come on, man. I can't knock a woman.
No, let me ask my 2-part question. It regards some thing called responsibility.
Hey, you say that, right? So
if you did want to have a baby, what would you
do? Creative. We'll talk after Scam. Creative. Hold on. Me and you will converse after Scam present this foolishness. Go ahead.
Okay, because this is foolish. This is horrible. If a man didn't want to have a baby, what would he do? And if a man did want to have a baby, what would he do?
I would put a condom on if I didn't want to have a baby.
Don't have
Thank you, Sam.
Baby, I wouldn't.
Hold on. Condoms on break.
Don't have sex.
It's very unlikely if you take care of your condoms. It just breaks because a lot of times, and I've had a condom break on me.
That's how. Hold on. You don't have to explain the extra month. We ain't gotta do that. It was a simple cut and dry question.
Condoms can break. How many condoms broke on you?
Yeah, especially if it's still in the car.
I've had one condom break on me.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many break. If one break,
it broke in the car, and he went raw. That's what happened.
Wait, are you?
What are we doing?
Trey, are you using the exception to combat?
What are we doing?
Are you using the exception?
I'm saying if it break one time,
yes, he's trying to use it. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Call him out. Call him out. Yes, he is.
Is your name Mutt? Is your name Mutt? Is your name Mutt? Are you 6'4"? Okay, exactly. So Mutt, if a condom breaks one time, can a woman get pregnant even if you use protection?
Yes.
So what are we talking about, fam?
Is that what's going on?
I'm not talking to Stan. Are you 6'4"?
All the condoms breaking.
I'm talking to Mutt.
All right, Trey, can I get 10 seconds?
Go ahead, brother.
All right. So I think that you're using the exception to combat the general rule that I'm talking about.
So what's your general rule, fam?
So the general rule is that if you use a condom in general, you're safe 99% of the time. However, there is a potential that a condom can break. And I think that all of us could probably count on several fingers how many times a condom has broke on us. And I would venture to guess that that's not where our kids came from. I don't know. Mine ain't come from a broken condom. I don't know. Did y'all come from a broken condom?
If the condoms break, why even put it on in the first place?
Listen, man. Look.
Now you're being unintelligent now.
I hate when y'all do this because at the end of the day, bro, I cannot have sex. I cannot be in a heterosexual relationship unless a woman allows me to have sex with her, right? So at the end, y'all still blaming the men on something.
Yeah, they don't. Hey, why so? They don't understand that for some reason.
I'm saying I cannot. And I'm gonna beat it. I'm gonna down a hill with it. People used to tell like, come on, man.
Way.
We already know. We already know how men are.
She gets pregnant. Is your responsibility?
It's both of our responsibility. Let's say
it's
she
both.
gets
What are you talking about? It's both if she get pregnant.
Yeah, let's say she gets pregnant.
Exactly. That's what
it is both. We agree.
We just said it's both. What are y'all talking about?
But
we all agree it's both.
But
me and why so the only one right now on this subject with common sense, respect.
But men don't have a choice in that matter. If I knock this girl up and I want to keep the baby, and she can go to Chicago and do what? Without me even I ain't even gotta beat her. If I want my child to not be circumcised, I can beat her and they still will do it.
Hold on. So what do you
chopping penises off?
Get circumcised.
No. If you're there and you sign the,
what is she trying to get to that? I'm confused.
I have to sign, but look, this is
what I tell you. Birth certificate, you gotta say. I think.
But at the end of the day, once you sign that birth certificate, now what?
No, you're the dad.
You're the dad, and then what? And then I'm gonna tell you something that's even more crazy. I'm gonna tell you how crazy.
Yeah.
If I get a girl pregnant, sign that birth certificate, and I'm paying child support. If I find out that child's not mine, I still gotta pay child support until she figure out who the daddy is.
Yeah.
Real quick. Hold on, let me read this super chat, y'all, real quick. I got two of them. So Unbeat Streamer says, so one man words. All men
chose
words.
the woman to sleep with.
Can I read the super chat, creative? Thank you. So one man words.
I think she delayed. I think she delayed. Trey.
Okay. So one man words, all men words. I can get 20 red pill dudes on stage, and they won't agree on everything. So it's based on each individual, just like any group. And then he can't send the $2. He say, so y'all never heard of female condoms? Convenient.
Hey.
Oh yeah. No, hold on. She put that on me.
Convenient, brother. Convenient.
Convention's gonna be female penises too, and male vagina.
I just want.
We really want to go.
I just want to end with this. We already know how things is. So if we already know in this world is mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Women know that. Women see their mama go through it. They saw auntie go through it. They saw best friends when they were 16. Is the girl with the baby that she with when she got pregnant? No. So if y'all know this, and y'all supposed to be smarter than men, y'all supposed to be more mature than we are. Why y'all Why are women deliberately having sex with men without him professing none of his value? Because I believe married before you care. I'm married through the Mars, so you got that option to go get married to your church. You ain't got to get to the state. Okay, cool. Y'all know this.
What's the purpose of that?
Listen. Y'all know this, that is mama's baby, daddy's maybe. A dude can walk away. Right, cool. But then why are these women still having sex with these men, knowing his track record shows he don't take care of none of his kids? Unproductive men are having kids. Unproductive men are getting commitment. Unproductive men are stripping these women of their value. And then y'all want to blame the men when it's why buy the cow and I can get the milk for free. Human beings in general take the road of less resistance. So if y'all want, if the men are just doing what they doing and they've been doing, men don't change. We just adapt. We're gonna adapt to the dating market. It's easier for us to get vagina now. I can live out my damn sexual deviances.
Why? So nobody disagrees with you that if a woman is going to have a kid with a guy who's already has kids that he don't take care of, that she's foolish, and that's she bought that sentence, right?
And I'm saying that even if a woman having a baby with a man,
all right. Why so? So after this land, because we need creative to communicate what she's trying to communicate with me, and then we're gonna give Glenn back the floor. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is we understand that, but even if the man is a good man and y'all just having kids together, he ain't really gave up no real commitment. He can still walk away. We know this. We already say niggas ain't shit. I don't deal with deadbeats. That's me taking responsibility to understand. I can tell the difference between the guy. It seems like women can't tell the difference. So they have sex with these trash men who put up a front. And then when he get what he want, he dip. And they blame the man. No, because at the end of the day, y'all been dealing with men since y'all was 16. And y'all my age. So you mean to tell me you still ain't understand the fundamental rule of how men operate? How many times does it take for a person or a specific situation to smack you in your face? Mama tell you, my mama used to tell me how women I went against the grain. It wasn't.
Hey, why so? That's enough, bro. Respect. We just talking, bro. I ain't trying to be funny.
No, I'm just saying, I just hate
okay. We got your point. Hey, why so? We got your point.
I got a quick question for him.
Hold on. Creative. Let me ask you a question.
That shit that took me off.
Why so? I mean, not why so. Creative. Let me ask you a question. Creative.
Shit, the bottom.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm listening. Okay, so listen. I have a question for you. And Scam, if you answer, I'm gonna drop you. Okay.
I can't.
No, you cannot hear. So we're creative. So, and this is I don't need nobody to get in their feelings. We're gonna state a statistical fact.
Mm-hmm.
This is no shade of black women because I love my black women. Please don't get it twisted.
Mm-hmm.
I've only have kids by black women. That's it. All right. So, and shout out to my boy Reason for being black.
Oh gosh.
All right. So real quick. So creative.
Mm-hmm.
Black women have the most kids by multiple men. Is that not a fact? Statistically.
I don't know if that's a fact, but
that is a fact.
If you want to
I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm not going to speak on something I didn't research on. It's a fact. Black women have the most kids by multiple men out of all demographics of women, right? So, bet me some money. I bet you won't bet me, Leosha. I bet you won't bet me no money. I bet you won't do that. You can sit up here and get in the comments. I bet you won't hit my line and let's put some money on me and I'll cash app you. Bet me some money. Get out your feelings. We're talking facts now. With that being a statistical fact, creative, who's responsible The men or the women?
I would say both. But if you want to say the child, I will have to say the woman. I will have to say the woman
insane,
to
man.
see. How is it insane?
If a woman has multiple baby daddies, so you're saying you're gonna credit the responsibility to the men?
I say it's both. It's both people.
Ma'am. Okay, I'm done.
I'm curious.
I would too. I would too. Though.
Curious. Which
Trey,
men?
I had a
which
question
men
for
have the
you.
most baby mamas?
Black men.
Say that again.
I don't know the answer.
I would
Oh,
say
he said black men.
I
He
would
said
say black
men.
men.
I would assume, but I don't know the data.
I think it's black men.
Trey, I got a question for you.
But watch this.
Don't
even
run.
though that, hold on, even though that's a statistical fact, but black men do not have more baby mamas than black women have more baby daddies. Now that's a fact.
Okay.
Trey, I got a question, and don't run either. You ready?
I'm fast as hell.
Do you have children?
I have two boys.
Are you responsible for them?
Yes.
Duh.
Okay. So over there's one woman, 3 different dudes. Doesn't that mean there's 3 different men that are responsible and there's one woman responsible?
You say what?
Your example, one woman, multiple baby daddies. Let's say it's 3. You're responsible for your kids. Monk's responsible for his kids. So there's a woman, she got 3 baby daddies. Aren't all 3 of those baby daddies responsible? 3 men over here and 1 woman over here.
Oh, we already know they are. So what are you talking about?
I rest my case.
You trying to
No,
ask
you
me
can't
who-
equate that though. You can't equate that. Sorry. You can't equate that. It's not even possible. It's not even close. Nice try.
You got women out here. You got women out here that are rather leader to be
nice
baby
try.
mamas
Let
than
me read
wives.
this super chat, y'all.
Y'all heard what was said.
That don't even make sense, bro. You tried. Nice try. Because at the end of the day, the numbers are not even close. All right, real quick, shout out to my good friend, my dog, Tiffany K, for the membership. Then she came back with another one. Then she came back with another one. Thank you, Tiffany K. You every day she blessing the kid. Well, my kids, because every time y'all bless me, it go to them. All right, then Big Streamer been blessing me today. He always bless me. Let's not get it twisted. But he said they want to share responsibility, but not the power. It's her body, her choice. Until bad decisions are done, then it's magically both. How convenient.
Facts.
I won't disagree with that. You know where I
wasn't listening, but it was probably some bullshit anyway. Keep going.
Y'all know where we align at, right?
He's known for that. He's known for that. I'm not even mad at it. So
I missed it. I was looking at something else.
I think that it's fair to say that it's more of a woman's responsibility in terms of the reproduction of like society. I would
hold on, say that one more time. You on the big screen now, brother.
I think that is more of a woman's responsibility, as far as controlling the reproduction of society. And the reason I say that is because I think that men are supposed to like go after women, and they're supposed to choose the most suitable fathers for the kids. But I don't think that they're doing a good job at that. Now, of course, a modern idea is to say that, well, you as a man, you should be picking better women to have kids with. And I agree with that. But I only agree with that as far as for the men who I know got sense, right? Like, so I can say why. So if he picked a bad baby mom or wife or whatever, I'm like, yo, you should have did better. You should have picked a better, mother for your kids. But I think that a lot of guys don't have sense. And I think that it is I don't know, maybe I look at it from a nature perspective, or like almost like a primitive perspective of all these niggas 100 niggas want to stick their thing inside of your vagina, and you got to pick which one is going to, is the best one for your kids.
Crazy take.
Yeah. So, that's
hold on. Glenn, you ready?
We got Edelman up here.
Yeah.
Glenn, I ain't mean to cut you off, Glenn. My bad.
Hold on. It's on Glenn. It's on Glenn. It's on Glenn. If Glenn want to allow y'all to speak, that's on him.
Yeah. So interesting. The highest women that have the most children out of wedlock is Hispanic.
That's not what I said.
That wasn't the question, but that's an
Glenn, thank you, Glenn. I appreciate you.
No.
I
They had nothing. He did not refute. Hold on, he did not refute what I said.
Respectfully, that wasn't Trey's question.
It was.
He did not answer my question. So creative, hold on, Glenn. I respect you. So creative, hold on, Glenn, real quick. So creative, pipe down, baby, pipe down. You thought you had me, pipe down. Go ahead, Glenn.
Wasn't it out of wedlock and multiple fathers, right?
Nope, it's not. I said nothing about wedlock.
Oh, but with multiple fathers, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it was multiple fathers.
It's still Hispanics and
No,
tied
it's not.
with blacks.
No, it's black women. I done did the research on it. It's black women.
I have it right here from the CDC.
Can y'all share your research?
Hey, Glenn, are you talking worldwide or nationwide?
This is just in the United States.
Okay.
The CDC. Based off the CDC. Here, I'll put it in the back chat. They said they're like pretty much like even between the two races. Here, I'll put it in the private chat.
Come out black and Hispanic.
Black and Hispanic.
And what I do, I so anybody want to, because I know I gotta go cite my source. I know exactly where my source is, but I'm not finna look it up right now. But I promise you, if anybody want to, I'll send you my number in the back chat and I'll send it to you. And Glenn, respectfully, I'm gonna prove you wrong. And after I prove you wrong,
I'll stand corrected. I'm just saying
listen. Glenn, when I prove you wrong, just come back on here and say, you know what, Trey was right. That's how I want.
Yeah. I'll have no problem saying corrected.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna prove you wrong tomorrow and just come back and say, you know what, Trey was right. That's how I want.
Sounds a motherfucking lie.
I said, yeah, Glenn, it says black women at 59% and Hispanics at 35%.
When it said the on that same one, because I'm reading it here, the synopsis.
Man, it's not even close, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying when it talks about multiple baby daddies, it typically says that black women have multiple baby daddies. Now, out of wedlock is something totally different.
That's what I was referring to, out of wedlock and the multiple.
No. Do only at multiple. Don't do out of wedlock. Do only multiple.
Okay. Well, then it is different.
Thank you. Come on, man. I didn't already did this, man. What
But when I said it, did you ever heard I said it from the beginning? I said, hold
on. So. Because see, when you do out of wedlock and multiple baby daddies, you're conflating the numbers. Only do multiple baby daddies. Do not.
I was just going off of what I thought you said, and that's what I was reading. What I thought you said.
Okay,
I
hold on.
don't even like Trey like that, but I can't let you get a. You got.
I know, bro. Listen. I done the research. That's how I know.
But I like you like that, but I can't let them lie on you, bro.
So hold on. So Glenn, which one is it?
No, you were right. If it was just isolating that one factor, yeah. I thought you said.
Hold on. I need everybody in this goddamn. I need everybody in this goddamn chat that thought I was wrong. Say I apologize. Put I apologize in the goddamn comments. You bastards.
Oh God.
Nah, creative. You thought he had me. No, he had the numbers conflated. Stop playing with a real one.
Specifically, Leo.
My name Trey the Truth Teller. Matter of fact, let me play my theme song for you niggas real quick. Y'all getting on my nerves.
Then he getting in his bag now. Play that theme song real quick.
Real quick, man. Y'all just be patient.
Let us know. Tell us.
That's what we are, man. I ain't gonna play the whole song. Stop playing with me, man.
Get home and y'all cheap, but the real high. Learn early how to move, learn the word, book alive, and I did it. Like a true breed, no cap in my tongue.
That's all I want y'all to hear. That's how I want to hear. No cap in my tongue. I don't never say nothing if I ain't got the receipts or the facts. Don't ever play with me like that. Go ahead.
So I want to make sure I understand, because maybe I came up right in the middle of my statement and I didn't hear the whole statement. But are we trying to say that women are control access to pregnancy?
So what I was saying was that I believe that when it comes to the reproductive responsibility of our society, I do think that it's a woman's job to choose a formidable mate for her offspring, like any other species.
Well, no, the reason that's an interesting statement, because a woman cannot do anything to take your seed.
Yeah,
it's no woman. I promise you, if you listen to what I'm saying, it's no woman can make Trey give his seed up.
We agree.
So I believe the actual impregnation
Yeah,
is
they
actually
can.
on me. How? Tell me how a woman can
No,
trick you.
no,
Hold on, I want to hear this
I know
nigga
where
tell
you're
me
going.
how he can get tricked out of
No,
his
no,
nut.
You think
I
he's
don't.
gay?
I think he's going to. I don't. Oh, Edeman, I know where you're going with this,
He's
right?
gay?
Hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no.
Either man, we don't ever had this conversation, bro.
Oh,
We
no,
don't
I'm
do
no,
this.
sorry,
I'm
I'm
not
just
getting
here.
wild. I'm not going wild.
Edeman,
No, y'all. No, it's on Glenn. It's on Glenn. We not for we already had this conversation, and either man, you're wrong, but we ain't gonna go there. We'll talk about that
Hold on,
tonight.
tell me how. Oh, he goes. You
Hold
can't
on,
say I'm wrong without proving me
Either man,
wrong.
hold on, either man, listen. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. Me and you can have this conversation tomorrow, okay?
I want to have it tonight. Nigga, I
Well,
got to work
listen,
tomorrow.
listen, you
Nigga, I got to work tomorrow.
It's gonna
Nigga, I
be
can't.
good.
Hold on, watch this, y'all. Watch this. Let me call this sucker's hypocrisy. Are you gonna be on YouTube tomorrow, either man?
I'm pretty sure, but I'm not gonna be
Exactly.
able to
So
have
what
the
we talking about?
conversation like tonight.
What we talking about? You be
Tonight,
on
I
everybody's
got
panel.
time tonight, Trey.
You
I'm
be on
gonna be in
everybody's
and out
panel.
of. I
You be
just
on
want to hear.
everybody's
I
panel,
just
man.
want to hear
Whatever.
how y'all believe
It's
it.
so
I
good.
want to see how
Got
all
you.
y'all. I
Either
said,
man,
Trey, let me make a statement, then you
either
can
man.
change it. I
Listen,
just
bro,
want
we
to
can
make my
have
statement.
listen,
You
sir.
let
We can have a
everybody make a
conversation
statement, but
tomorrow.
me.
This is Glenn's panel tonight. Go ahead, Glenn.
My bad, Glenn. I ain't know.
Well, Glenn, let me
Oh, no,
talk to
we
you
good.
then. Let me talk to Glenn then. Shit, I can't talk to Trey.
No,
Glenn.
Edeman, your position is very,
All right.
very fragile.
So,
Hold on, real quick, y'all.
what
You
I
try
wanted
to
to
go in
get
another
into.
direction.
Yeah, what I want to get into is my main contention with the red pill space and what they're saying, because I believe that when you misrepresent something and the way that you frame it, you are framing it in a manner to gain a reaction, a specific reaction, right? So if you want men to be mad, you're going to say things in a manner that's going to cause them to get an emotional reaction out of it that you want. Same thing. It's just basic communication, right? You have to know your audience and know what your audience will respond to. Here are 8 main things that I have a problem with the red pill and what does not reflect with evolutionary psychology. The very data that they said that they use to come up to the conclusions that they have. All right. It turns averages into hard rules. So if something is an average, like Evil Psych says, like a population level tendency, on average, you'll see men behave this way or women behave this way. They'll say all women are this, right? That is a hard rule. That's taking a tendency and making it an absolute. There's nuance there. That's where you get all women are hoes, right? Or all women are this. That's problematic. That's detrimental because that's not representing the information accurately, right? It also it takes it treats context as if it doesn't matter. Like context does matter. Like social situations matter. How people were raised matter. Economic class matters, right? When it comes to selection, but they get rid of all the context. They just say, this is what it is. All women are like this. They all want to wait for winners at the end of the race, but they don't want to run the race with them or something, right? They overstate issues of hypergamy, but we're not going to get back into hypergamy again. It treats like the trope alpha fucks beta bucks as if it's actually a scientific rule, and it's not.
Yeah,
right?
I think you haven't listened to Red, and I don't like the niggas. Let's be clear. You haven't listened.
I did. Listen,
well, let me respond. I just want to respond to what you said, sir.
Before you say I don't listen to them, I was the producer for Rollo Tomasi.
Okay.
I worked with this guy, so I did listen to him.
All right. So
Wow.
every space that I have been in say they don't speak in absolutes. They're typically speaking to the
I'm
majority.
literally quoting what he
Vast
said.
majority.
So the vast majority, I just want to make sure you out. The vast majority of the people in the red space believe that all women ain't nothing. And they matter.
Nobody's
No,
saying
I'm
that.
trying to understand. I'm trying to
I'm
understand
saying
you,
when you
Glenn.
say an absolute, when you say something is an absolute, when there's tendencies, when there's nuance to it, and you're making it an absolute fact, like saying all women are hypergamous. There's no data that supports that all women are hypergamous.
They
right?
don't use all though. When they say
They don't
say
say
women,
all, Glenn.
Yes, they fucking do.
No,
Like
they
if you not
don't.
read the
No, they
guy's shit,
don't.
I could literally quote.
Everybody's
There
hypergamous. What are we talking about?
It would make no
I
sense.
could pull
for
up.
him to
I
say
could pull
all.
up the rational
If
male right
everybody
now
was
and read it
hypergamous, that would
verbatim
mean
to
that
you.
No, so when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about them as a whole. If you look at them as a whole, majority of them say that they are talking to the majority of women 51% or more. They're not saying that all of these women this way and they got a woman at home because they
Yeah,
always say they're
again.
special. They always say they're special, Glenn, and they got this magical woman. So they can't be talking about all.
All right, real quick,
51% or
y'all. Hold
more
on. Let me
is
read these two
disingenuous.
super chats. Unbe Streaming came with $2. Said responsibility without power is akin to slavery. And then he came back and said, name one group where all members the same. They don't practice the same each way. So how do all red pill men, every group got individuals but them? Please, somebody explain that.
What I'm talking about is who did Fresh and Fit get their information from? Who is the book that they have on their table? They always talk about.
People.
But even Fresh and Fresh, they give men. Hold on, I know, but they even give men advice on what type of women. They say it's a group of women moving this way and another group of moving that. That means they're not including all women based off what you're saying.
Myron just said in the documentary that all women can be hypergamous.
But that's a fact, though.
Can be. Hello, listen what you said.
Well, Edelman, why so serious just confirmed what Glenn is saying. He just said it's a fact what Glenn just said.
Well, yeah,
but this is why I say that though, because when women have kids, women also it's violence. You need to be with the best man possible because for 9 months you're not able to do that.
You don't gotta explain it. You said it.
But when I say all, I have a reasoning behind it. What he's saying is these niggas saying all without even giving back context.
Everybody believes that they have a reason behind that they can support.
Yeah, anybody who speaks in absolutes is a moron. It's nothing absolute on earth.
I say women become hypergamous the minute they start having kids because now
It cherry picks controversial findings and presents them as settled science. Okay, a good example it would be ovulatory shift literature. One meta-analysis found evidence that women's preferences shift near peak fertility towards cues tied to genetic qualities, but other studies later work found no results and challenged the strong or reliable of those shifts were really accurate. Red pill creators often present the strongest version only and skip the disputed. That is also misinformation. You're not providing all the information there. These are the things I say I find problematic.
Yeah, I agree.
We agree on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on, Glenn. But I don't think you were paying attention to what you said. You said all women could be. So if you said could be,
I said Myron said this, but when Rollo writes it, when in his book, in the very literature that Byron uses as a source,
gotcha.
There's one thing that I'm talking about who the person that they're getting it from.
Okay.
Where
I was just attacking the point where I heard the word could, is all I'm saying.
Yes. Myron says all women can be hypergamous, right? Rollo will say only women will be hypergamous and all women are hypergamous.
Okay, so Myron says could, which is possibility. Rollo Tomasi says they are.
And what I'm saying is even could and all, those are not, it's not what the data actually supports.
Gotcha.
There's more nuance to it, is what I'm saying.
Posted what Unc be streaming said, right? And I can explain to you. So when it comes to like, when he said, oh, I can bring up 20 men and they'll all have different opinions, they'll all be red pill, right? I'm trying to understand how that's red pill if y'all all got your own truth.
Well, see, that
all right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, real quick. So let's go back. So Unc said, why he ignored my question about the one group. So let's go back to that question since he's super chatted, right? So we need to get an answer to that. So I'm gonna read it again. Here it is, Glenn. Name one group where all members are the same. Do they practice the exact same way? So how do all red pill men, every group got individuals but them?
We're not talking about all. We're talking about the vast majority, because talking about all would be ridiculous.
I'm talking about where the source of the information is coming from.
That's actually true.
And what they're using as their source, as their thesis paper. They're using Rollo's book as the data source, and they're saying basing off of this information and evolutionary psychology.
I got a question. Who's
What
using
about
that?
it?
Because I knew about who's using it because I never found out about Rollo Tomas until he came on somebody's podcast. I
And
couldn't
most of these
explain
niggas can't read, so I'm trying to figure out why you think they going
who's
and read
using Rollo
books.
And I'm
Tomas.
gonna be honest with you, I don't listen to I don't read no books about relationships and none of that. Like, I'm a grown man, I got enough experience in my life to understand how to deal with a woman. I don't need nobody to teach me how to deal with a woman.
The Red
But
Pill
I
OGs
think
read
I
these books.
No, Glenn, I do want to say that there's dysfunction in every group, and I think they have a larger amount of dysfunction than other groups. I agree with that. But when I listen to them, most of them that I have heard talk, they definitely say, hey, we're telling you that there's two different types of women, the women you don't want and the women you do want. And when they start
And I would say that there's only one type of woman.
That's crazy.
And what kind is that?
Women. Women are women. Women will be good to you if they find value in you to be good to you. If it benefits them, if they find that you as someone that they want to be
That's
with,
not being good to you then.
That's crazy.
But hold on.
No, watch that. No, why,
Hold on.
hold on.
Let me explain why I'm saying this. Let me land the plane. It's just like anybody else. Men will treat you the way that they find value in you. If they find value in you, they'll treat you good. If they don't find value in treating you good, they won't treat you good.
Glenn's too dumb to realize that he's actually agreeing with what the dude just said.
That's what I'm saying.
There's
Your whole
women for
definition
you or women not for you, Glenn.
and his definition just
said what he
explained.
said.
I'm just saying that I'm not saying there's not good girls and there's not bad girls. I'm saying they're just girls.
That is crazy.
Glenn, your whole
This is how you get
explained.
tricked out your bad. Listen to Glenn.
I'm saying,
Listen,
no disrespect to you.
What
but
is a
your
good
whole-
girl? What is a good girl?
Oh, listen,
Give me
hold
a
on. Your
definition of a
whole
good girl.
definition just explained what hypergamy is.
What? How so?
Oh God, you
you
have to explain it.
Because you
have to
said
explain
if a
Women
woman
are
doesn't
women,
find,
and there's no difference between there's no good women and no bad women. They're just women.
listen,
Right?
you just said, listen, hold on. Break it down. Hypergamy is people seeking the best option. You just said if a woman don't find value, she's not gonna deal with you. Anybody,
And I
any
said
man
men
that
do
has
the same
value,
thing,
he's
too.
the best goddamn option because most men don't have that.
Yes, and when I said it, it also goes the way men will treat you too. It's the same thing universally. People, there's not like good women and there's not bad women. There's not good guys and there's not bad guys.
It is when it comes to relationship. That's the point.
Listen.
In relationship is good people and is bad people.
Hold on, Wasso, real quick. The point that you're making, I want to clarify this. The point that you're making right now, are you saying that women are hypergamous because they always choose somebody that brings value to them? Wasso?
What you say? I want to listen.
The point that you just made, were you saying that women are hypergamous because they will always choose a man who is bringing value to them?
Yes, because like I said earlier, it's off of fertility and the fact that she needs a man to carry her from one stage of life to the next, especially when she gets pregnant.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, right? So I'm sure we can agree on a definition of hypergamous is dating someone, trying to date someone in a higher social class for and socioeconomically and all that type of stuff, right?
Well, your best option. Yeah.
So when I think you're equating value to like money and things like that, but that's not true. A lot of women find value in a man that's attractive, so you end up having kids with a man who don't have any money, but he's attractive. Now, a man being attractive does not put him into a higher socioeconomic class. It just doesn't.
I agree with
now,
that.
If you Jeremy Meeks, I think he ended up finessing that, right? But most men don't finesse it. They look like.
And I agree with you. That's why I say men have to be. I say it all the time. Men have to be attractive in more than one facet. So what I'm saying is, yeah, she might be attracted to you because you make her, you give her them butterflies because you know you this and that, you physically in shape. But the minute something drastic happens in her life, she's gonna look at it differently. The minute she has a baby by this man, oh damn, he a deadbeat. He garbage. I gotta take care of him. This is not the man I need to be.
But let's hold on. I want to talk about what Glenn, you said. I just want to make sure you standing on this point. You believe there's no such thing as good people or bad people.
I think people are people, and the way that they operate is going to be based off of what they think is beneficial to them.
And then how they operate, can that be good or bad?
It based on how you perceive it or you receive it.
All right. So when we start talking about relationships, Glenn, Did we be giving advice that, hey man, it is good women that you should go after and it's bad women you should not go after? Or you think that's bad advice, Glenn?
I think that what is a good person? What is a good woman? Tell me give me a definition of a good woman and a bad woman.
So I can use one word. Hold on. I
say it's on either man.
Yeah, let me give you something that's simple, right? So I think a woman that is submitting to her husband shows good characters, and unsubmitting it shows bad characters.
I would say that's contextual.
Yeah.
But it's still, but the question is, you ask what was good and what was bad for relationships. That's what I'm telling you.
I know. I just asked you what was good and what was a good woman and what is a bad woman. I didn't ask you what was good or bad in a relationship. I just asked you what was
no. But
bad.
that's what I'm saying. We're talking. Hold on, wait 1 second. We're talking about the context of relationships.
Yes.
All right.
I'm
So
asking you what is a good.
So,
for example,
I actually agree with either man. Because what Glenn, what you deem good, Scam might not deem good. What you deem bad, Scam might not deem bad. So either man is technically correct. What I consider a good woman is a woman that is on my program and she's catering to me and my love language. So at the end of the day, it's different for every individual. So you can't say across the board there's one metric that determines a good woman or a bad woman.
Then why do we say you find a good woman in church? Why do they say that?
No, that's a scripture, and it's more nuanced and details. Hold on,
church has something to tie it to them.
Hold on, listen.
I'm trying to point something out.
There's nuance and details that describes a man that finds a good wife finds a good thing. Okay.
Yes, but what is a good wife is what I'm trying to get at. If you say, well, a woman you find in church is a good woman. Well, Sarah Stock was found in church, and she was banging Elijah Schaefer the whole time that she was engaged. Did you hear anything I just said? Did you hear what I said? I'm saying that it's not. You can't just say, "Oh, this is a good woman," because
we're saying the same thing.
Okay, so I'm saying that there's nuance there. There's no.
That's what I said.
And that's why I said a woman is just a woman. There's no good or bad. It's just how they treat you.
I agree 100%. I agree.
Okay.
So
bad.
I got a home girl that literally set niggas up. She works the blade. She'll get a nigga money, get a nigga to come over there, and then have her nigga that she would draw pistols on him and get more to extort. Is that a good one or a bad one?
I think I muted myself. Thank God.
Bro, I'm trying to figure out why you just put that on the internet, bro. Okay.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying
I got a home girl.
Hey, look, I'm cool with people because I like to debate with them. So I debate with all type of people from all stages of life. She'll literally say this, man. I get dopamine off setting niggas up, and that's a good one or a bad woman.
Hey, why so? Technically, she's submitting to those three dudes that's pulling out the pistols. So she's a good woman. I think you should marry her.
Yes, I think so. This is the problem
out here.
I'm just saying this is the
problem. I just went to a major extreme. I know,
but I'm just saying this is the problem when people talk to other people about relationships. They make it seem like these things, like we should not be vetting. You know, we hear that in this word a lot. Vetting women. What are we vetting? A woman that qualify versus a woman don't. And in those terms, we usually use a good woman for me or a bad woman for me. But now we're just trying to say women are women, and if they see value, they're gonna treat you good. That is BS. It's some women that are shitty on this earth. And no matter what value you bring them, it's no value you can bring them that's gonna make them not get shitty.
A person that you call shitty could also be good to someone else. Is what I'm pointing at.
Glenn, I think what you're doing is you're doing the philosophical position where you're saying, like, philosophically, there's no such thing as right and wrong, right?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't say right or wrong, because there's a difference between something being right and something being wrong.
There's no such. I'm sorry, I misspoke. There's no such thing between good and bad. It depends on how you grew up, where you come from, and all of these things, right? What you believe in.
Yeah, so I would say it would be subjective, and selective based off of, like, okay, if somebody robbed food or stole food to feed the homeless kid, the guy was robbed or stole the food, that you would say that's bad, but to the kid, he saved them.
Got you. But can you if you're going to look at it from that perspective, can you agree that there's no point in even talking about anything?
No, I think there's characteristics and behaviors that could be observed like on a collective, like that are habitual or that's repeated, that could determine or help you determine whether or not this is a good investment or something that you should consider based off of. That's different.
Can you concede to this point, right? Based on the society that we grew up in, right? Because there's all different subgroups and all that type of stuff. Like I'm from Philly, I'm a black guy from Philly. So like, can you concede to the point that based on where you grew up at and where you're from, you and most of the people that you were around will agree on what a good woman is?
I'm in Los Angeles. This is a melting pot here, so I can't really say that. But I would
no.
On general level, yes.
Yeah, in general, not where not you specifically, but in general, like most men who are black men, most likely, probably 65 to 70% of us probably agree on what a good woman is.
I don't know if I could say that because I'm not a black man, so I can't speak on your behalf.
Got you.
So
but you can, let's say an Indian man. Probably 65 to 70% of Indian men from India probably would agree on what a good woman is.
Based off of what their cultural norms are.
Yes.
They don't have a choice.
Yeah. Well, actually, in India, they really don't. The caste system kind of sucks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can apply these things to different groups of people, where the vast majority of them probably agree on certain things.
Well, we got a group of men up here. Let me ask you a question. If these group of men was in a monogamous relationship, wouldn't we say that woman was bad for stepping out?
Fact.
Yes.
Yes.
So
but based off of if it was a monogamous relationship and they were stepping out without their knowledge and whatever, yeah, I would say that would be wrong.
So the point that I was making is I don't have to have 100% for it to be a rule, right? So the majority of the men say, "Hey, me have these expectations inside of a monogamous relationship for these women to be faithful." Women who does not do that, we would consider them as bad women.
To you, but
to the majority. That's why you keep saying to you. To them, you just agree. Everybody agree, and I'm telling you,
you're still missing what I'm saying.
I didn't agree to none of this shit.
That's what I'm pointing out. When I said like the rules, the turning an average to a hard rule, when the data says something and you're making it a hard rule, that is wrong. You're taking something that's not a rule and you're making it a rule as if it is law. That is wrong. That's what I mean.
Hold on. Let me read these super chats real quick. Unbe Streamer came back and said, "Month, because just like any group, individual upbringings make people in a group see stuff differently. It's red pill is a praxeology?
Yeah.
Praxeology, not a theology." And then he came back with the $2 and said, "A lot of men say church is the final stop for the 304."
Glenn, what was I about to say? Due to your last point. Then what was the last point you made, Glenn?
What I've been trying to get through was get through the listing of things that Rolo says and Red Pill content creators say that I find problematic that cause this gender war even more inflamed than it actually is. I can't even get through that. So I said the first one was turning a tendency into a rule.
Yeah, got you. This is the one thing I was just about to say. Like, I understand that data can be important. It can be very useful, and data tends to suggest things, right? But you also, if you focus too much on data, right, I think you're also making another fatal flaw.
I agree.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Hey, Glenn, I got a question.
No. Hold on, real quick. So you said the first thing on your list was turning a tendency into a rule.
Yes, this is what they do. They'll turn a tendency, what the science says is a tendency, a probability. It's like something on a spectrum, right? And
hold on. So is this really? Are we directing this toward characteristics and behaviors of a woman?
No, I'm talking about what the red pill will take from evolutionary psychology, the findings from it, and making it a hard and fast rule, rather than using the fact that it has nuance in it. That not all women are going to be this way. When they say all women are like this, that's a hard and fast rule.
But that rule
Okay,
is for.
so can you hold on real quick? Can you give me a tendency that they or marker that they named inside the study?
Perfect. Yeah. We'll just use hypergamy just for the sake of argument. All women want to get with men that are above them. They don't date at their level. They only want to get with the men that are up. And then a sort of mating strategy says that no, on average, women get with, or couples will pair with people within their similar social economic groups. That right there shows one thing is different, and then not all women are wanting or marrying up.
But I
right?
think you're taking it out of context. Then they
was about
said,
to say the
so
same
hold on. The reason is I believe you're taking it out of context. They says, hey, for these group of men that are following me, these are the rules for this group of men. They're not saying if you're gonna be a simp or you're gonna be this other thing or you're gonna be a yes man, your rules are gonna
I
be
didn't even say
different.
anything about
Hold on.
men.
No, I'm trying to help you understand. They're talking to a group. So if I'm talking to a whole bunch of black people and I say, hey, this is the rule for black people, you say, hey, this don't apply to white people, I'm not talking to white people. It's a rule for the people.
You're not understanding. I'm saying if they're taking data from a science, the science has a conclusion. It gives what their conclusion is, and if they cut it down to all women want to marry up, and they don't like to marry at their level, they marry up, and they're ignoring the data that says that no, there's a sort of mating strategies that on average people will marry within their close social economic grouping.
Well, no. I get that. I'm agreeing with that. What I'm telling you is if the prior sentence is if you want to have the type of control we saying in your relationship, you have to have the idea that these women are hypergamous, the type of women that you're looking for to have control over. It's not saying that everybody applied to this rule. What it's saying is for these group of men, this is the rules that you have to of engagement. It's not for everybody. No, well, I'm saying
who's saying that? Because I literally quoted what Rollo said.
But what did he say before that? That's what I'm saying. The context matter. If he's talking about how to get a woman and he's talking to a group of men and he's giving them
get a woman, it was talking about sexual mating strategies. That's
for
why
a group of men.
No, I said you're gonna let me talk.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was talking about with how he frames hypergamy, saying that women only want to marry up. That's not what the data says. That would be a problem. He's turning something that's on averages, something that has a tendencies that's on a spectrum, and he's making it saying it's an absolute. That is problematic.
I got you. So hold on, Glenn. Hold on. I got it. Let me ask Glenn this question. Hold on, I got you, Glenn. What a woman do and what a woman wants and what a woman do. Can you agree that it can be a difference there?
Yes, but when he's saying that women only want to marry up, right? As he's making it as a rule, as if it's an absolute thing.
Dude,
I heard that part. No, but I want you to answer my question. So I have heard women tell me what they want, but they do something totally different because that's what they can get. So a woman might want to have a man that's that makes more money, but she only qualify for a man that makes more money. That doesn't take away what she wants. Do you agree with that, Glenn?
I disagree.
So the point that I'm saying is
take away what she wants. She still wants that other guy, right? That makes more money or whatever, but she can't attain him. So she settles for somebody else.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. So she still wanted the hypergamous guy, but she didn't qualify for it. So that doesn't take away that she wanted it. It's just she qualified for someone in her tax bracket.
And that's why I said when it comes to studies, and you got to use studies, but you got to use real life situations. People say what they want. We already know if I could get Rihanna in her prime, I'd take her. But I'm with my wife now. That's what I'm saying. Not you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of women was get with a man because he takes care of her, but then be fantasizing. I wish he was the dude I like.
But yes, but that's the point that I was making is if the women had a choice to get with somebody that was hypergamy, they would actually take that option. Since they don't have that choice, most women settle.
Now, man, I got pushback for you and Glenn on that point.
Go ahead.
Okay, women say they want a man who's the CEO of a company. It's cool. Then they meet him and he lays out them standards and what she got to do. All of a sudden, she ain't that interested no more. Women say they want a dude abbed out, swole, and gym and perfect body. Then he says, cool. I want you to meet me at the track tomorrow. And she's like, but I'm at the buffet. All of a sudden, she don't want that no more. They want a God-fearing man until he says, all right, cool, you ain't having sex to a marriage. We don't have sex to a marriage. All of a sudden, she's not returning his calls. Somehow I see women who smoke weed are usually dating a dude who rolls or sells. People date what they are. People date what they know.
No, but that's
still.
But you don't agree that if a better option comes along, that person ain't gonna take it.
No, are they doing it? No, watch this here. Is it happening?
Yes.
I'm telling you, no.
be a
It's not what's
mismatch,
happening.
though.
People
I'm not
date what
saying
they
it's the
are.
majority, but I'm saying it does happen.
Everything happened. Somebody got electrocuted yesterday on a pole. It happens.
But
You
this is
can
what
throw anything out there.
Hold on, Scam. You're doing
But I'm
the
talking
same
about
thing.
what the norm is
Scam, you're
happening. People
Scam,
date
you're
what
doing.
they are.
You just said the same thing that Red Pill Space just said. I just said it happens. You said it's not a lot. Red Pill say the same thing.
Red Pill will
they
say
don't like to speak
anything.
on the exception. They
They
say a lot
talking
of
about set up chicks shooting people at robbery on liquor store. Anything.
Red
I'm
Pill.
talking about
I'm
something
saying
that is happening
specifically on
and
the
it's normal.
All right, fellas, hold on. Go ahead, Glenn.
If they were just talking about it like as if it was something that happens like occasionally, like it'd be something, oh yeah, this can happen, but it doesn't happen all the time, then guys would not be saying this. I'm literally going to read this to you. This is a comment on X. You are totally out of touch with reality. Not a bad thing at a point in history, but have you ever seen a girl between the ages 20 to 30 with no tats and doesn't have a high body count? No, you haven't, because you don't live in reality. Women are trash. Show me a virgin, please. That's where you get that information from the content creators that are telling him that there's no marriageable women, that women all have high body counts, and that there's no virgins.
Who said that?
I was talking against that about 30 minutes ago. Same
gonna lie.
thing. They got millions of dollars, but can't find one virgin to get in the studio, but got bimbos doing backflips with 3 titties that I don't even see in real life.
Do you know a virgin, dog?
All right, hold on. We got hold on, y'all.
Do you know
1
a
second.
virgin?
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second, reason. All right, Big Streamer came back. He said, "Women, who women want don't matter. Is who they react to does." All right. Then he came back and he said, "Who they say they want, rarely they baby daddy, etc." And then Striking Rich came with this for you, Glenn. I'm gonna let you read that one.
Glenn, you have fallen out with Rolo, and hence you only have, no. I mean, I do have a falling out with him, but that was his issue. And actually, he does talk in absolutes. I mean, he literally just said it today during Rule 0.
Yeah, but
he said that moralism is emotionalism. So that.
All right, we got one more. And they will rationalize and cheat with the guy they want. Shout out to Striking Rich. Shout out to Juan Solo. Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure, Glenn, can you say the data that you provide doesn't prove what women want, that proves what they qualify for? Do you agree with that?
Qualify for it? I wouldn't even say that it says that. It talks about population level tendencies. There's a lot of different factors that play a role into it, and it's not like saying what they qualify for.
No, because when you gave the data, you said most women are getting with men that they're in the same tax bracket, right?
No, I didn't say a sort of
He said around the same tax bracket.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't quote you verbatim, but that was the point that you made, right, Glenn?
I was pointing that they are within the same level. They're not like somebody's way above them, someone's way below them. They're within proximity of the same level, not just economically, but it's like education wise. There's context into it, right? It says education, age, personality, values, even sometimes levels of attractiveness are similar. Like,
all right. So if they could have got that same man with more money, you think the women would say no, Glenn?
I didn't say they would say no.
No, what I'm trying to show you is the data that you are providing shows what they qualify. It's not showing what they want.
And I'm not saying that it shows what they want. I'm saying what the data says is what they actually get. Not saying that all women want to get with the rich guy. Like what they're hearing.
What he said, Glenn.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that majority of women want to be with a wealthy.
Qualify is what? How does someone qualify for something?
I got you, Glenn. What I am saying is all of the women want a rich guy, but they don't qualify for it. So the data is showing you what they qualify for, not what they want.
No, the data's showing what they get with, not
That's
what
what they qualify. You get with what
Yeah.
You get
you don't
what
think
you
that they
Eden
want
Man
what they
likes to
get
say
with?
qualify because he wants to tell us what we qualify
Good
for.
job,
Yeah,
Manosphere.
Peter Man,
That's
what
cool.
was it that I said that
You
wasn't
want to
true?
say you don't get this.
Peter
If
Man,
you
what was it that I said
go
that
to a
wasn't
job
true?
interview,
They
you
want,
want
like
to be the CEO, but you end up getting the job that you qualify for. You want to be the CEO, but you qualified to just be the dude that invites people in.
Hey, Reason, a lot of the
Yes.
people who say they want to be the CEO, give them a week sitting in that CEO seat. They'll jump out the window. Is that
That's
true?
a fact. That's a fact.
Say it again.
They like
That's a fact.
Exactly.
You speaking
It's
hindsight.
fun as
Hold on, let him answer.
I didn't hear you because I don't know why, but when I cook,
run
I get
businesses.
kicked off trade panels. I don't know why it happened like that. But say it one
Man,
more
I
time.
didn't kick you out, boy.
I
What you
know it
talking
messed with my internet, bro. Chill. You got
about?
the Versace roll. Don't yell in the Versace roll. Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey,
Sit
Reason,
down.
you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I run.
Because I couldn't hear your response.
People like to watch the movies and say and talk shit about CEOs, but yeah, if you actually run some shit, it's fun as fuck, but it's crazy at the same time. So if you're not built for it, yeah, they fall out and then they talk shit.
No, I'm just
And
saying.
actually, a lot of these motherfuckers that ain't built for it don't even start too, so they don't even know, and then they can't, so they could just talk shit because they don't know.
But I'm
No,
not
I'm
arguing.
saying
Hold on,
it
I'm not
because
arguing because I want to respond to what you're saying, Scam. I'm not arguing that all women want CEOs. All women typically, I ain't gonna say all because I don't think nothing's all. Majority of women want men that make more money than them. I think that's a fair assessment.
no,
I agree.
Eden, what I'm saying is this.
Well, yeah.
You're making it look like when you say they want men making money, what it implies is that these dudes making this amount of money and all the women don't want them because they want the dudes making this only.
No,
And that is the problem with the money. What I'm
no,
telling
so
you is,
no, I'm
okay,
saying, and I just want to correct you there. I think women want multiple things. I don't think women is in this box that they want one or the other. Some of these
Yeah.
women want it all.
Mhm.
So that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand is they can be hypergamous and still date at their level. That doesn't mean they don't want both of those guys.
okay, Eden Man, I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is because the way the red pillars put it, they only want these things over here. And I'm telling you, if you put a lot of women in front of them dudes, they don't even want to do what it takes to keep them dudes.
But
And what they do on a daily basis doesn't even align with them.
But they'll cheat
They
on a
don't want to
man.
go to some of these meetings. They don't want to
They'll
go on some of these business. They don't
Yeah,
want
they
to
don't
go
want
to
to
the
help
gym.
get the bag at all. It's really
They
They'll
don't.
go back to what they know because that's who they are.
Please.
But
Shut up,
Cam, you
don't.
said
You
something
want
totally
those
different.
things,
Hold on, no, because you talking about sustainment of relationship versus wants. Wants does not mean that I have to sustain. That's two different
I'm
things,
telling you,
man.
after a week, they don't even want it. I'm telling you. Them coming to the gym with me, they don't want it. Going to the gym with Trey, they ain't returning his phone calls.
Because that's
Oh,
hindsight. That don't mean that they. But you know what's crazy? They'll get with a
Tell her
dude
she
that's
can't
at their
smoke
level.
weed.
They'll get with
Here
the
she
dude
call
that's
you
at their
back.
level and
Oh,
still
I
have
never
sex
tell
with
her
you.
that.
And they'll still have sex with you.
Say what?
I'm saying they'll get there. Okay, I don't meet the standards of Trey because he's a gym. He's this. But you know what? They'll get with a dude with the standards they do meet and then still sleep around with Trey.
That's if he,
So
yeah,
hold on. They want Trey, they just don't want to be on Trey program. So if they can have Trey but still do what they want, they still would want that.
that's fair, man. Either man, that's fair. But I was putting the whole thing together because they're trying to put these women with these dudes, and it don't work, or it
Yeah.
don't
So
work long term.
the
That's
point
all I'm
is,
saying.
when
Both can
you
be
really
true at the
start.
same time, and y'all get what I'm putting
No,
into.
so
Yeah, we
so
understand.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
I get what you're saying. I'm just letting you know when it comes down to women, typically women want things. Women want all of these things, but but we can't say that they don't want it because they get something. That was the point that Glenn was making.
All right, real quick. So
Fair game.
Juan Solo came back and said every cashier wants a millionaire to pick them. And then Shiesty Bum said most women hypergamous when most men broke.
Well, I had a picture though.
Hey, how that song go by Chris Brown? When the rich nigga wants you and your man can't do nothing for you. Listen, I'm telling you, like these rich dudes, quote unquote, that none of these women want, can typically go in these cities and just have they pick of them.
But no, either man, there's $100, $200, and $500 super chats popping up on red pill panels. These dudes are spending money. And still women ragdoll and yanking and spanking them all up and down the street.
My argument is they don't want, a lot of these dudes don't want women in the red pill space. Let's be clear. I don't think they want
all the money in the world and they getting ragdolled too.
Typically, I'm telling you, typically a man who can't get a woman, I think he don't want him, especially if he's a man of means. Point blank period.
It's crazy how men even on the internet like searching how to deal with women. That's crazy, man. I don't get that, bro. Like, it just seems like these dudes lame and suckers, if you ask me.
I mean, but you coming from a dude that has frame. Now, put yourself in the same shoes of a man.
Man, that ain't got, man. You gotta blame your parents,
because you can have conversations.
Listen. If you don't have good genetics, blame your mom and your daddy. Your daddy should send your mama her bad bill self and put y'all together.
Okay,
but that's crazy.
I'm not done. You came out with bad genetics. And if you decided not to elevate yourself financially, right? And get your stuff together, man. You gotta look in the mirror, man.
But I'm just saying, Trey, if you go to Atlanta, big niggas got their pick of the litter.
It's his money, nigga.
No, okay.
It's his money, nigga. It ain't him, nigga. It's his money.
You are crazy if you think.
Hey Trey, once you get women when you was broke, bro.
Of course, I got women when I was broke. Duh, nigga, I'm him.
That's frame. Then you being him is frame. A lot of men don't have that.
Frame. That is what they say too. Yeah.
I was just doing, you know what? You know what I used to do to get women when I was younger?
What?
Make them laugh.
That's true.
So I had to if I make them laugh, I bag them every goddamn time.
That's true. I get it. But making women genuinely laugh is a skill. Like just saying jokes, some of that shit be corny.
Well, I was just actually being myself though, because I'm very charismatic and I'm
that's a trait that you have. But when you give men a game, they have to learn the game. They have to learn what make a woman laugh. They have to learn
Trey, I wasn't acting though. I was being myself.
But you have frame though. So
Trey, do you agree with my point though?
What's your point, either man?
Just because a woman get with a man that's in her same tax bracket does not mean that she don't want somebody above her tax bracket.
100%, I agree.
There's a level of truth to that.
Because you watch this, a woman. I've seen this, and this is in a relationship. I'm talking about even marriage. I've seen someone get married and then end up divorcing the man because she said he wasn't trying to elevate from where he was. So she accepted
ambitious. Say ambitious. They love that word.
Like she accepted him making $40,000 a year, but she wasn't satisfied. So as they continued the marriage and he didn't elevate, then she ended up divorcing him because exactly.
But listen what you're saying, Trey. She thought that eventually she would be in a hypergamous relationship based on your premise.
No, you're 100% correct.
I've never seen that or even heard it like that.
I'm just saying, I get that. I get that there's a whole bunch of idiots in the red pill. Trust me, you're not getting that argument. But when we start talking about hypergamous, women typically, eventually, she's okay if y'all come together equally, but she typically don't want to maintain a relationship where y'all are equal. Especially financially.
Man. Like people gotta understand, like when I talk, I've been dealing with women for a profession for the last 13 years, bro. And I've seen it all when it comes to women and when they men. Just like I told y'all literally the other day, man. I'm in my gym, minding my business. And a married woman had 2 phones. So I just ask her. I said, who that? Why you got 2 phones? This married woman said, one is for my husband and one is for my hoes. That's her exact words.
Yeah.
And guess what I did? I walked away and made me mind my business.
Tell the truth, you put your name in the whole phone. I just play.
Let me just leave this here.
Shit, that's my phone over there. Take my number, man. You getting down like that? I might as well go ahead and smash you.
I said, man, let me mind my business.
I'm just saying, women typically do, and I'm not saying it's not all. They typically want men that make more money than them because it shows them a level of stability and support. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I agree 100%.
I'll still say majority as a woman want a man that they like. Probably
yeah, that's too.
That's fictional money.
That's the problem I have with these conversations. We feel like it's a one thing. It's a multiple things that why that woman chose you.
No, either man. I say that because it's nowhere in any conversation or read. These dudes are supposed to be super relationship counselors. They didn't even talk about a woman actually liking a man. That's all this other bullshit.
But you gotta understand, most of their goal is not to get married. Most of their goal is how can they manipulate as many women as they possibly can, and typically the easiest way to manipulate them is if you are at a higher financial status than the woman.
Either man, even if you just wanted to manipulate women, let's say you want to just knock them all down, would you still go and be one that they like versus having all this money?
Hey, you make it seem like a woman won't.
Bro, are you close to your mic? Or you walking around like you be doing
right here. That nigga pacing. We got that nigga mad.
Listen, he be in the stream walking back and forth. I be like,
these niggas making me mad.
Yeah, because I told you I got I'm saying it might have connected to my webcam, but now I got my puppies here. I got my puppies here and they be needing this shit, so I be having.
I got you, man. But listen, man. Listen.
What am I connected to?
From what I've seen with women, most women marry a man for his security, not because she think he cute.
100%, yeah. They'll take security and feeling safe over love.
I had a woman tell me to my face, go watch this. She literally called my phone one day, and I already know she was trying to get the.
She's trying to get the dreads. Not just playing.
So what happened was while she was saying whatever, when she started talking down on her husband's sex game, that's where I drew the line there. I say, ma'am, we not doing that. I said, if you ain't called your husband and told him that, don't tell me that.
So creative. So
in the middle of the conversation, she was like, I'm only with my husband because he provides me a lifestyle I can't afford on my own. And I'm like, you literally saying this? Like, it wasn't about her liking him, none of that. It was all about what he could do for her. And I've seen so many women only deal with men because of where he is financially. And once his money changed, guess what? She changed.
You're proving my point.
So creative. I got a question.
I'm just saying that most of women marry for security, not because she liked the man or think he cute. None of that.
You're proving my point.
I think she liked him at some point. Creative.
No, 100%. I agree. That might have been an initial reaction, but that only lasts for so long.
Creative. I want to ask creative, based off the friends that you know and the women that you interact with, would you agree that the majority of the women you know typically want a men that are more financial than them?
Yes, that's what they want. Yes.
All right. So when red pills say this, they're not far off. And I get it might be this billionaire who wanted some dude and she's an exception to the rule. But I'm just saying what they're saying is not far off from reality. And what Glenn was trying to paint is just because this is what women are getting, that's what they want. And I think that's a BS point.
Hey, either man. Are these women verifying these men's W-2s in the first and second, third conversation?
Yeah, they do. Let me tell you how they do it. They start asking.
No, they're not.
Let me tell you how they do it. Hold on, I'm about to tell you how they do it. What do you do for a living? They can kind of get an idea of what you do for a living on how much money you make.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they ask these questions in the dating process. They don't care about your damn job. They want to know how much money you made.
I can tell you
real
that
quick,
that is not
I
true.
got 2 super chats real quick. Hold on, what's that Noah? Hey, man, that's why. So let me mute him real quick. All right, so Juan Solo said, can't say men broke when the EBT ones want a guy with a job. A lot of them are looking for a stepdaddy. The ceiling really be the ground floor. And then Shiesty Bum came back. Nobody love a rich man like another man. Okay, whatever that means. All right, so listen, she's just being funny, and she always in the comments being extra and negative, respectfully. And then her profile picture is ridiculous, but you know, it is what it is.
Shout out to Sugar Bomb.
And so, and I think I think men put themselves in a bad situation.
You're a simp, nigga.
I said, I just want to.
Like what?
Hold on. We about to go. I think it's nothing wrong with men typically trying to get with women that they make more money than. The relationship typically work better.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Say that again.
I think it's nothing wrong with a man getting with a woman that he out earned. The relationship typically work better.
Hey, Eaterman and Trey.
I agree.
Eaterman and Trey, both of y'all.
I don't talk to simps.
Cool. Question.
Talk to me. I'll talk to you.
Because y'all said it was like when you were in the army.
Did you just say you love Sims Creative?
I think a lot of women do.
Why wouldn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. When y'all were at times,
It's
or
crazy.
when the money wasn't right, were y'all still stepping out in the club and riding around Dallas, Memphis, Arizona, and still
Absolutely. Listen. Yeah.
What the hell are we talking about?
One night stand. Listen, one night stand. You don't have to qualify financially, and most dudes do. Even when they go to the club,
You didn't have a steady woman, unemployed or struggling. Never.
Have I had a woman that was
when I was a teenager, nigga? That's it. When I was grown, hell no.
So what I'm trying to help you understand,
I ain't never had a broke woman since I've been grown.
Listen,
now, when I was a teenager, yeah, but not since I've been grown.
I want to answer Scam.
Listen, I don't deal with broke women. Just like women don't deal with broke men, I don't deal with broke women.
No, listen. So Scam, hold on, Scam. I want you to understand. Typically men that are broke deal with women that are broker. So there's still hypergamy.
No,
if I only got $20, she got $10. That means that she's still digging up.
No, Eaterman was saying business not doing so well. Hard times, transition, whatever. Short period of time, possibly. Yep. These women, what y'all was saying is all they do is verify your W-2. It's all about
what you talking about, Sam. Would you deal with a broke woman?
More than likely not. Temporarily broke.
So what? Checkmate.
That's not what he was asking.
That's not what I was asking. But if you want to make it some bullshit, we can.
No Scam. I'm just trying. What I'm trying to take is
he had to make it some bullshit. He was right.
So you down. And this is why men lie. I know men who was down on their luck and they didn't have no money and they was portraying that they had more money than they had. They was faking the funk.
I was talking reality.
In reality,
money questionable. Can you still get a woman? Yes or no?
Yes, men lie. Absolutely.
I want someone lying. Eaterman, do you need to have a briefcase full of cash to get a woman?
No, you
personally.
Listen, men, no.
Trey, do you need a briefcase with cash?
No, I answered your question. No.
With rich on the side of it to get a woman's attention.
No, I'm not saying only rich men.
How about you, Glenn? Reason.
No, I get.
You have to carry your W-2s around, and they won't talk to you if you don't show
no,
up.
That's not.
Scam. Having a conversation with one woman and being in a relationship with a woman is two different things.
Cool.
That's why men in those status try to hit as quick as they can before she figure them out.
What you mean, yes or no, Scam?
It was a question.
What do you mean? What's the question?
He said,
Reason. Did you understand the question?
Yeah, he said, can you pull girls without money? Yeah, you got mouthpiece.
Yes.
Then what the hell are we talking about?
There's guys out there that ain't got it like that. Yeah,
I'm saying there's dudes with the briefcase can't get no women either.
Can you keep a woman being broke? Can you get a woman to marry you?
Yes, do you have mouthpiece like that? Yeah.
Y'all keep saying that they're doing it every day. Y'all keep pulling up the examples.
People are that they getting married. We saying that the woman's giving up a lot, and then she might invest in him to make him better.
Well, I'm trying to understand.
That's what
Hold on,
skin
Scam. Hold on.
settle
Do you
for,
think women settle?
No, they don't say. Y'all say anything at this point.
dude. Yeah.
Y'all pick one. Do you need a damn briefcase or not?
That's crazy.
We're not
Do you need
saying
to go to
briefcase.
cruise or not?
Nobody said that.
That's why a lot of people don't listen to what you be saying, Scam, because you do make a lot of sense. But in this situation, man,
Dude, you're talking about women dating dudes hijacking them at gas stations.
I just said, nigga, I said something about is that a good woman or not? What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, bro, women still want a man that's better than them in every goddamn regard, bro. I say it all the time. If you ask a woman to describe a dude that she would have a choice with, she gonna name a super nigga.
Cool. Go to the mall and show me where all these super.
But Scam, I am right. Once
Go to
she
the mall
get
tomorrow and prove it.
horny, hold on. When she get horny, she will sleep with a broke man. We're not making that argument.
But we talking about long term.
Usually,
living in these one
let
bedroom,
me ask Scam a
bedroom
question.
apartments.
So, Scam, when you watch these pop the balloon shows, right?
I don't watch that stupid shit.
But you have
to seen it, yeah, passing by.
What I'm saying is usually when a woman asks, like when they even Kendra G, right? Let's go Kendra G.
This is
When
our
they ask-
example.
You say what?
How about going to the mall, going to the grocery store, or the apartment complex in your city?
Hey,
That's the real example.
I could. Hey,
Hold
Scam.
on. That has nothing to do with what they want and desire, though.
No, that's the reality of what they're doing every day, and it's their real life.
I
Pop the
agree
balloon
with
and
you.
Tinder G, they
I
say anything.
agree. Hold on, listen. I agree with you, but it still did not affect what they desire and what they want.
Cool. I want to be in the NBA. Is that realistic?
But that,
Yes, work
it
hard,
doesn't take
man.
away from the fact that you want it, though.
Possibilities different.
No, we're making a conversation based
Go
on
go get your knee
NBA.
extensions. Go get your knee extensions.
If you had the opportunity to be in NBA, would you take it? If you had the opportunity, they said gave you a contract, would you take it?
NBA? Sure.
Would you take it? All
How
right,
long
and
will that?
that's
No, hold on.
all that
NFL,
either
hell
man
no.
is saying. That's all that either man is saying. Is
What
the
I'm
woman
saying,
has
no, what I'm
the
saying is
option
we're making the whole conversation on the bullshit that ain't hypothetical, that they don't even fit in, versus the real thing that they fit in and what they're doing every day.
They
They're
might be
driving
with this
Nissan
man.
Altimas, parking in 1-bedroom apartments,
You right.
2-bedroom.
And they might
They
be
work
with
in
a
the
man that's
office, and the
taking care of
boyfriend
them.
working the office across the street. That's what's really going on.
And she's stepping out on him with what?
But the celebrities with all the hypergamy money, they stepping out too, with sleep with men, women, and dogs. What are we talking
Because they
about?
got the money to do that. What is
No, the women that the celebrities are dating, because they supposedly super gods, y'all gonna put a thumbnail up tomorrow of how they getting ragdolled and they women cheating too.
You make it three different conversations.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, what's your point, man? Stick
Like
to
you just
one.
made three different conversations. And the fact
Stick to one, please,
that I just called it out and I like to talk in rambles is crazy.
I want to know what's really going on. And y'all pull the worst examples of some wild
Listen.
shit. Two people don't add up to 13 cents.
Scam, go on my Facebook and see where I do street interviews when we have events in Memphis on Beale Street, where I'm literally doing interviews with men and women.
Cool. No,
and these are all women from all walks of life. And listen to what they be saying.
Go to their house and see what's really happening.
Fellas, hold on. So Glenn wants us to read this right here. All right. So can y'all see that?
Yeah, kind of small. Yeah, but yeah, I can see it.
All right. Creative, you want to read that for us? Let a lady read this.
Hold on. The red pill gets a lot wrong about evolutionary psychology. First, it takes general patterns and acts like they are hard rules. Science looks at big groups of people. It does not say every man or every woman is the same. Some studies show that men and women, on average, care about some different things in dating, but both men and women also care about kindness, trust, and character. Second, the red pill often ignores context. Real evolutionary psychology says people can want different things in different situations. A person may care about one set of traits for short-term dating and another set for long-term relationships. Culture, age, goals, and life situations all matters too. Third, the red pill likes the red pill talks about hypergamy like it is the only thing women do that is too simple. In real life, many people pair up with others who are similar to them in looks, education, values, and lifestyles. This is called assertive mating. People do not always chase the same kind of person, and they do not all follow one dating script. Fourth, words like alpha and beta are not real scientific categories in evolutionary psychology. Those are internet words. Scientists talks more about things like status, mate value, strength, investment, and choice. The red pill turns complex ideas into simple labels that sound strong but are not very accurate. Fifth, the red pill takes a debated idea and acts like the science is finished. One example is the claim that women strongly change what they want during different parts of their cycle. Some studies found small changes, but other studies challenged those results. That means the issue is still debated, not settled. Last, the red pill often turns science into a moral excuse. Evolutionary psychology tries to explain why some behaviors may happen. It does not say those behaviors are always right or good or unavoidable. Explaining something is not the same as approving it. So the big problem is this: the red pill takes parts of real science and leaves out limits and turns them into slogans. Real evolutionary psychology is more careful, more detailed, and more honest.
Okay, Glenn, are you there? Glenn, are you there? Well, Glenn told me to read that. I mean, have us read that. Glenn. All right, let me read these super chats real quick. I didn't know Edom Man had dropped. My bad, Edom Man. I didn't see she was reading. Let me read these super chats real quick. So, all right, let me read these super chats. I don't know where the hell Glenn done went. Juan Solo sent to the y'all ever heard of the story Mike Tyson and Brad Pitt? Then Unbe Streaming came back and said the author clearly biased. What the F are we doing here? And then he came back and said, good thing red pill men don't say the same SHIT. And then Unbe Streaming came back. She read a bunch of opinions. LMAO.
Laughing my ass off.
All righty. So Glenn, you want to speak on that?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just got off the phone. So that's what I was trying to point out, is that the things that the red pill are saying is not reflective of what the science says. And that is problematic, is what I'm getting at. Because when you turn things into sound bites and you try to simplify it, and then you get a generation of guys thinking that all women are this way. I don't want to risk being with a woman because they're just going to run me through the court system, or she's just going to leave me and marry up. That is not what the science says. And that doesn't point, that's not an all thing. And it's not like those are problems that we have in society, but that doesn't mean that you have to experience that. Right.
Correct. You're correct.
But I'm confused. How are we calling South science when it's subjective?
That's what that's even makes it even worse, right? If it's a soft science that needs to be replicated and they have a replication problem, and then they're taking the findings that they are still being disputed and they're making a rule about it and they're saying this is this. That is why I'm saying it's problematic when they're not being entirely honest or giving all the details that are needed. So because there's more nuance into these topics that they're saying. That's where I'm saying, like, we're wondering why guys are weaponized, or it's not just because of their own injuries or own experiences in relationships, because there's like a majority of guys 18 to 30 who have never been in a relationship, and they're the ones that also say they don't want to have nothing to do with women based off of what these sound bites and the things that they're hearing.
No, but you gotta understand that what is being said by majority of men, that it's a problem in the dating market and especially inside of the black community. So what these guys, even though I disagree with their ideology, they're what they're saying is they believe that it's a solution for you to be more successful in your relationship. And they said if you do these things that apply, Glenn, you will have a better outcome. So that's the thing is that
What relationships are they encouraging? Because they actually tell guys not to get married. They tell them to avoid relationships. So what relationships are you referring to?
Yes, well, they are recurring them to get with the right women. Not getting married is something they're not encouraging, but they are encouraging, based off of what I'm hearing, to get certain groups of women. Do you agree with that, Glenn?
I would say the best thing that the Red Pill does is teach men how to get short-term mating strategies.
Absolutely,
that's
we
about
agree.
it. So it's
We
just
agree,
like
but
one night stands or short-term flings. Not
I
long-term
agree.
relationships.
I'm agreeing with that, Glenn, but they're not saying these are the rules on how to get married. They're saying if you want these type of quote unquote short-term relationships on what you're saying, they're saying, hey, this is the way to go. And I agree with that one point that you have a problem with. Typically, if a man out-earn a woman, or if they decide to get with a woman that they have the potential to out-earn them over their relationship, those relationship works better. Do you agree or disagree with that, Glenn?
I have nothing to dispute about that. Like if a guy could potentially out-earn them, is that what you're saying?
You know what I'm saying is typically even in their relationship, the ultimate goal for most relationship is for them to out-earn them.
Well, yeah, I mean, men want to be the provider and protector. That kind of falls into that whole patriarchal structure. That's the framework.
If that's the case, I'm saying if that's the case, that means that these women are still being hypergamy in their relationships.
I don't have a problem with hypergamy. It's not the verbiage that I have a problem with. It's when they say all women are doing this, or they will leave you if you don't for the next guy that's better. That rhetoric is what I'm saying is problematic because that's not what the science reflects.
Oh, so you agree with the hypergamy? You just saying you don't agree with the entirety of the conversation when they're saying these women gonna leave you if they can find.
The way that they frame it is weaponized, is what I'm saying, because that's not what the science says.
So, well, we gotta be clear that YouTube have a level of entertainment, right? So a lot of these points that they're talking about is because they want to have things that draw people in. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but you could be entertaining, but also forthcoming and.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that, Glenn, but a lot of these quote unquote talking points that you're saying, I'm explaining to you, it's almost like to draw people in. But when you go in deep into the conversation, what they're saying is if you want to have leverage as a man, these are some of the things that you need. And I don't agree with all of their points, but I know most women, when they get in relationships, they typically want a man that's doing better on all fronts.
Nobody is disputing. I'm not disputing that at all. I'm not disputing that at all.
Can I just say one more thing? Sorry, Glenn. I just wanted to say I'm gonna cut out, and I just wanted to say I'm sorry for the way that I've been talking to you tonight, my man. It's just been a while since I disagreed with somebody like that, but I came way out of pocket, and I'm sorry.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut out though, y'all, and I apologize for.
So Glenn, I just want to make sure, if I made a statement that majority of men want to be with women that are attractive, would you agree with that statement?
That's an objective statement that we could say that is universal. That's different than what the data is saying, though.
Like, so, how about you think most men don't want to be with attractive women?
No. I'm saying that we know that there's an objective beauty standard, and most men would like to be with an attractive woman. That goes without saying. Right. Okay. But what I'm saying that when they're saying that women are hypergamous and that if she finds another guy that's marginally better than you, that she will monkey branch and swing to the next one. That's not what the data says.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm agreeing that women ain't gonna just leave a relationship because something better come on, right? It's some women that does do that, but I was arguing the original point that you were saying that I agree with the second half of that women ain't gonna just leave you because a better option comes up. What I'm explaining is
Boy, that's a lie.
that is true. It's a lot of women who have better options and they stay with dudes.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
because they
not
know they
saying
can't have
no. So I'm not saying typically, but I'm just saying it happens. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no. I'm agreeing that it happened, but I'm just saying hypergamy is almost equivalent to a man wanting a beautiful woman or an attractive woman. Even though I know men that who got out of jail who was with unattractive women, and it wasn't that he wanted that. That's what he qualified for when he got out of jail.
And the minute he leveled up, what you saw after that?
He left. So that's what I'm telling you is
that's not even all guys, because a lot of guys will say that they love
we didn't say all, Glenn.
idealistically.
We said we specifically spoke.
I'm
to
saying
the
like
people at the bottom,
I would say
and then he
even
got
the majority. I'll say the majority, 51%, will say that they love idealistically, not opportunistically. So that's why you see guys that are like celebrities or whatever, and they'll have their wives are not as attractive, or you would not think that they were equal in that attraction level, right?
But they got the women before they got the celebrity and money status. Usually, like I'm just saying, when we talk about the majority, listen, we talk about the majority of celebrities. If you see them with a woman that we say is not that attractive, he definitely did not get that woman after the money. He might have had that woman before, and he's choosing to stay loyal to her.
And he's not leaving her for another woman, is what I'm pointing out. Like, it's like not the same in the sense, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
like,
hold on, y'all. I got a super chat. So Striker Rich said, I'll translate what Glenn is actually saying. Leave the red pill. Come back to church. Become a trade con.
I wouldn't necessarily say TradCon though, but everything else I agree with.
Get the birth rate up regardless of the risk.
Well, I would not say that either. The last part either.
Well, I'm gonna see the red pillars are going raw anyway. So I'm just saying, talking about risk.
What I'm trying to get at with what I was trying to present is that when you are telling guys to avoid these things, to avoid marriage, to avoid family creation, to avoid, commitment, how is that any different than what feminism is saying when they're telling women the same thing just for different reasons? If the end result equals the same.
Right, you right on that though.
No, yeah, we agree. Listen, I believe red pill is the opposite of feminism, right? They both are.
That was the question of this whole space.
Yes. So hold on, I just want to understand. We agree with your overall premise. It's just flawed within your certain thought pattern, and that's what I was pulling out. Yes, they just like they are extremists. Feminists is extremist. They both are extremists. One is for men and one is for women. We agree with
and
that.
what I'm talking about from a principle standpoint is that if the data says this thing, then if you're going to relay that message, you should have a due diligence to relay that message in its entirety to the people that you're relaying it to, so that they have the full context of it and understanding it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're trying to control how they deliver their message.
And I'm saying we're seeing why that is problematic, because when they don't give the context and the details and the nuance of the information, then you have guys saying all women are this. I don't want to, all women are 304s. They can't trust women. That's where you're getting, these guys are being weaponized by the rhetoric because it's not in its entirety.
No, but listen, they say that they don't trust women and most of them got a woman that they're married to.
Who?
The same way in feminism, women
That's
say,
why
I don't need a man, I
place.
don't want a man, and they go back home to a man paying all the bills.
That's why I said it's all over the place.
That's why that's all I'm saying, that people need to learn how to use discernment and take parts of what they take the shit that you can learn from what's being said.
I think I want to say hello, Scam. Do you agree that red pill give men good advice for hookup culture?
Yeah.
Not even that.
That's
they can't even do that.
That's crazy.
What is even funnier?
They're not even good at giving advice even in a hookup culture.
I would agree with you. It helps men with hookup culture. But the funny thing is that they will say that female promiscuity, they'll say female promiscuity and feminism is the problem. Well, what is part of female promiscuity? Hookup culture. So they're saying hookup culture is the problem, but then they're going to give you short-term mating strategies so you're successful in hookup culture. So aren't they not just helping you?
But they want. That's what. Listen, most of the guys on the red pill want hookup culture. No, they like hookup culture. They ain't got no problem. I'm saying that they like hoes. I've been saying this for all dudes.
I
Keep
said
running
it
out here.
always, so they love hoes.
Yes, because at the end of the day, if I could get what I want from a woman,
All men do not love hoes. Quick
That's
line.
not true.
I didn't say all.
What I mean by that is like
Red pills love hoes.
Guys will find themselves.
I'm allergic to them. Can't stand them.
So let me ask you this. The shit that
Okay.
feminism, the things that feminism has ultimately created, and what who does it benefit more? Not red pill.
Nobody.
What they putting out. Yes, it does.
No, it does. It benefits the creators.
Yes,
No,
it
I'm
benefits
saying,
the content creators
talking,
collecting
not
super
the I'm
chats.
talking about as far as out in reality. If women are
It
out
screws
here,
up everybody. The
Listen,
men
it doesn't matter. Look, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if the women are out here opening up their legs for little or nothing, and then the red pill spaces is they telling niggas how to get the women to do it even quicker than that. Who is it benefiting?
It's so hold on. Let's be clear. Hold on. I want to ask. The perfect. Hold on. The perfect pill is a purple pill. It's a mixture of the both, right?
Yeah.
It's hold on. Look. If we talking about blue pill, blue pill, when I think I call blue pill feminine, the feminine movement, the blue pill don't really benefit nobody. Red pill doesn't. What I'm saying is this, I'm saying I understand that women are hypergamous. So I'm telling, if I take a little bit of both of what they're saying, somewhere in the middle, truthfully and honestly, that's kind of what benefit people. So that's why we got to have people that can exercise discernment, be able to listen to multiple sides to be able to make a perfect purple pill.
And that's what I
All
just
right,
said.
so real quick, hold on. Big Streamer came back with another $2. He is $2 us today, and Big Streaming is the sponsor of the show. And I'll get his a total amount in a minute. Everything real red pill says happens, but they wrong. And then he came back. Even if it don't happen, most of the times it's real. Let me see if he can. Let me get one more. Let me see one more. All right, that's it.
So yeah, so that's all I'm saying is I'm not saying that I agree with everything they're saying, but it is some truth into what they're saying. And I don't agree.
The truth, like the part of the
Hypergamy
truth
is
that
such a
they're saying.
bad thing.
But it's not what I'm getting at is if I am withholding details of this message to you that I may think that is not necessarily important to you for you to have, but then you take the message that I gave you, that's just a fragment message, and you run with that, and then you find out that you didn't have the entirety of the message, you're gonna feel that something I withheld information from you, and
I got you. I got that
what
point.
I'm saying is problematic is overall from a principle standpoint.
But let me ask you this question, because I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Is
I've got another super chat he sent you missed.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't see it. I just
so
see
if I'm a type of person that's looking to get married, I should go talk to the people that are telling me success to be able to get married. If I'm looking to leverage men, if women are looking to leverage men, they should go talk to feminists. If men are looking to leverage women, they should look at the red pill. What I'm saying is it really comes down to the individual watcher on what they're trying to consume, Glenn. I don't have to give you both sides. You got to do your due diligence and go look for what you're looking for.
Eater man, my only pushback is that red pill doesn't actually teach men how to go be charismatic and go get women. It teaches them how to fight and try to beat them over the head with a briefcase that they don't even have. Then they end up back in the red pill mad because another one whooped their ass.
Well,
what does it tell them that is?
Say what?
What does it tell them that is?
What does it tell them?
I just want to know what red pill spaces y'all be.
Why it's so serious? We've been beating up on red pills talking points all night, and I've been doing it for 4 years. They'll tell them any damn thing.
But that's why I said
the dude who said it was lying, and he got a 400-pound bimbo with 4 kids of 4 different races talking about only date virgin black women. They've been doing this for years. It's the same thing. But hold on. Let me lay my last point. Here's the deal. Feminism, red pill, all of this or whatever. There's all these scientific whatever studies and blood tests I guess they did. At the end of the day, you're not going to oftenly find a man who's going to stand up and say, look, man, I can't get the woman that I want.
What?
And I'm mad. The woman I wanted left me. Man, I got a problem with these women and I want to know how to connect with them and I can't. You're not going to get men to say that. Just like you're not going to get that many women to say, look, I got low self-esteem. They're not going to tell you Raw Dog Ronnie banged her out and Ubered her back to the streets and she can't get over it from 5 years ago. They're not going to tell you this.
Yes, they do.
But what
Not
you do
all
say,
women, they do say that.
they're not saying that.
All right,
Yes,
so
they do.
question.
The easy thing to say is something's
Hold on.
wrong with somebody
Question
else.
real quick.
Something's
So,
wrong with the date
streaming.
mark. That's
Hold on,
the easy thing, and that's what they're doing.
Be Streaming wanted to know what group of people puts out a message in its entirety. Somebody answer that.
Nobody, for the most part.
Well, when you're doing research, they actually put out all the research findings in the peer-reviewed study. So yes, they do.
Can research be lied and swayed to push an agenda?
Sure, absolutely. And you have to.
So how we know if it's true or not? That's why I say you
Anyway.
also got to go out research, and you also got to go out what happens. You got to pay attention to what you see in real life, what you see on a day-to-day.
Nobody's denying that. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to be telling the message and you're going to say this is what the information says, and you're leaving information out, that is doing the
Glenn,
disservice.
so what is this? Okay, so with this research, with this soft science, how many people were interviewed to come up with the consensus?
There was a 37 panel cross study or something like that. That's what Dr. David Busted, Margie Hale.
Okay, but give me
several different studies. I mean, there's I can't give you exact number.
So we can't get an exact number. We can't get the demographic of the people, correct?
No, you can, because each study is different. They have a different demographic of people that they sampled at that time. But to tell you what all the studies are and what the amount of people it totaled out to be, I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay,
right,
so
Trey,
why?
appreciate
So respectfully, right? So respectfully, how are we using this as the Bible, as the end all be all, when we really don't even have the context of the study?
Well, what the study tells you is like the one that I put in the back chat that tells you how many people were involved, the ages, the groups of people. It tells you that in the study, but to tell you all the studies, like what for all the data that we have, I don't have that in front of me. I can tell you what this specific study says, but all this does, like, it is a snapshot in time. It's saying at this moment, this is what the findings were in 2026 on Friday, whatever, at this time, right? That doesn't mean it's not universal law now, because it just tells you this is what was the findings. It doesn't mean that's all this is a solution now, right? Does that make sense? Like, statistics don't prove anything. It just kind of give you a snapshot in time of what the findings were in that moment under that controlled, data set.
Okay, so Uncle B Streaming sent another super chat. I need you to read that and give him an answer, please.
Read what and give what? I said what group, Matt Glenn? Christian, liberals. What are you talking about? Group? Like grouping in what? What do you mean by groups? I don't understand what he wants me to say. It's like for groups.
I got you.
For the last question that Trey asked.
Like groups of people? They break it down. They break it down in here. I'll pull it up again. They break it down in like age.
Yeah, I'm here.
What was the last question you asked him? And
No, I was just trying to because we've been debating this topic for a while, right? And I actually like the topic, but Glenn let us know this was a soft science, and so basically when we communicate what soft science is, it's just basically somebody's ideas or a group of people's ideas. So I'm just trying to figure out how do we even consider that science in the first place. And then I just feel like the nuance and the detail is very important when we're trying to have a consensus of an ideology when it comes from people that we really don't know their background, where they come from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I'd rather go off the general population of ideas versus people we don't know. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, it's observation. This is what they're observing. Like an observation is not an idea. Right. It's like I see 5 people eat with their left hand, right? Like that's an observation. It's not saying that it's an opinion. It's what they're observing as when these people are interacting, right? Or what they tend to choose, right? Okay, so right here it says women's mate value comes from a study of 26,000 online self-reported and tracked ovulation cycles. So there's that study there was 26,000 women that they did for ovulation shift theory. Okay, like the difference. I mean, they're gonna just keep on going if you read it.
All right. So one soul over $2 said, "Girls, stop messing with bad boys. Isn't she real pilled?"
Girls, stop messing with bad boys.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he's saying girls that stop messing with men that give them the butterfly, the short-term effect, and then they start dealing with men that give long-term effect. Is she red pill?
I don't understand that because I don't classify as any. I don't even think women be on this like that.
No, because look, it's like when if a woman is dealing with a fuck boy, a niggas in the streets, a street dude, a gangbang, a drug dealer, their relationship ain't gonna last long because he either gonna be dead in jail.
Well, this actually kind of goes back to the importance of fathers, right? Because fathers used to play a very vital role in the selection of their daughter's, mate, right? Like if the dad didn't approve, like it wasn't going down. And as time has gone, fathers have lost that position or role in the decision making for their children. And now women are making these decisions on their own, not having that father, figure to be a helper vet and be able to, suss out quality of men. And then they get in these situations with these guys that are fuckboys, and they couldn't see it because they got scammed, or like, he pulled the wool over our eyes. But if dad was involved, maybe dad would have been able to, point that out.
So Glenn, so we can agree that there will be different reasons a man is not inside of a woman's life, and we could appropriate that blame to some of the men and some of the women, correct?
Absolutely. There's enough blame to go around for both parties involved.
Okay,
right.
I just want to make sure,
and it's not even.
I want to make sure we have a balanced concept of why men are not in the picture, because I've seen men that want to be in their kids' lives, and because they have to go through the mother, and the mother is basically controlling the man and using the child against the father. Some men don't want nothing to do with it; they walk away.
You know what? Here's a perfect example. There's a study that talks about fathers that are active in their kids' lives, right? And although they'll say that African American families are more broken homes, right? And that they will make that seem like, oh, that means their fathers are not active in the children's lives. But the actual data will say that actually African American fathers are more active in their children's lives than white fathers on average, right? And that could be either due to work or whatever the case is. They're more hands-on in activity with their children than white fathers are. That's what the data showed at that time, and I think it was 2022 when that came out.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's why definition is words people be using words for their own definition. Like you just said, they'll say a broken home is a man is not dealing with
Exactly. Or they'll say a broken home is an unmarried,
relationship.
Normal, exactly. Traditional nuclear family, right? They'll say that's a broken home. But if the father is just as active, more active than the father that's in a nuclear family, how is that worse off? Isn't the kid with the father that's in the nuclear family who's not as active probably worse off than the child that has a father that is active?
No. Hello?
Juan,
Yo, y'all hear me?
What's going on, Juan?
Hey, what's going on, bro? Man, I've been watching your catching your streams, man. I'll be at work, man. That's why I don't be joining the panel and whatnot.
No,
But I
that's
got a
all
little
good.
break real quick, so I just wanted to say something.
I appreciate the support.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Cause I sent in the question about the girl and the red pill. See, my whole thing, because I've been hearing this argument and about red pill. Red pill was a definition for something, meaning you realize something is bad or is something that you don't want, and you stop messing with it, or you come to the realization of something. That's what red pill means. It don't have a gender specific title or role. That's why I
It
said
was
if a woman who was messing with bad boys and she realized that they wasn't good for her and she stopped messing with them and started pursuing other things or other men, isn't she red pill? The answer would be yes. Red pill isn't about that. And even for these guys who have who have a play or have a nuance of saying things like, if you make enough money, you can date as many women as you want. I don't agree with that. What I agree with is you treating the other person the same way you want to be treated. Point blank. Period. And whenever I speak about things about if I speak about women and how they behave, it's about the behavior. It's not about the gender because men do the same thing women do. That's why when I always say things like, she want to be a hoe, and the hoe means happiness over everything. She wants happiness over everything. It's some dudes that's like that too. So when I say like folks have a whole mindset, that's what it is. It don't matter if you're a male or a female. It's just how you move it.
So I would say like
But yeah, that's all I had. That's all I want to say.
I'll say like there's two like more historical terms of like red pill. Like the original one came from like the movie, right? The Matrix, which means waking up to uncomfortable truths. That's pretty much what when they're
Right.
talking about it in the framework of intersexual dynamics, that's what they're referring to. It's waking up to the uncomfortable truths instead of staying comfortable in an illusion or comfortable lies, right? About female and male nature. That's
Right.
That's
But
what
when they qualify, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off. But when that apply to anything like it's like with the government or like even like personal business relationships, when that is the uncomfortable truth, you're waking up to it.
Yeah, you could say principally you're waking up to the uncomfortable truth. You are no longer, you believed one thing because that's what you were led to believe or were taught to believe is true.
Mhm.
But then now you're waking up to the uncomfortable truth of what you once believed was not accurate, right? Or not true.
Right. Right. I agree. Yeah,
But
I
like,
agree. And that's why I said it was meant for marketing, but they turned it into a mockery. And now just the term red pill has a negative connotation anytime you use it.
well, I
Like
think
there's
I think
a
the
special
people,
on Netflix right now. Speaking of,
I think what it like generally universally means is you're seeking the truth or you're finding you're aware of the truth now, right? About whatever topic it is, whether you're red pilled on politics and you realize that you think the Zionism is the problem now and that's the real problem. You've been red pilled to that, right? It's this being now made aware of factors that you weren't previously aware of that are playing a role, right? That's what I think. Like you could say on a general
Right.
term.
And also one more thing, and I'm about to leave. I promise you, I am.
Go ahead. You don't. You
Yeah,
don't have
yeah.
to.
I just wanted to say this though. I was trying to when y'all. Oh well, no, I got to get back to work. But what it is, when I was talking about the Mike Tyson Brad Pitt story, Brad Pitt was working a 9 to 5 job, and I forgot who Mike Tyson was married to, but I think she was a model. And Mike Tyson came home and caught Brad Pitt with his wife. So that proves that it don't matter how much money you have, even if you like the baddest guy and you can put hands on a dude, they gonna go for what they want.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. Could you repeat the last part again? Is it something
He
about
was
putting
basically
hands?
saying he was basically saying
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I'm sorry, I have a lag. My bad.
Yeah, he constantly getting muted. He muting it like something muting him.
Yeah.
But he was basically saying that my Brad Pitt was beneath in the social economical status of Mike Tyson at one point. He was cheating, and Mike Tyson came home and called his wife cheating with Brad Pitt. But we already know that though, because the saying the milkman rings twice is what's they saying. While the husband is away at work, the wife is having sex with the milkman.
But here's the question though, like you may think that Mike Tyson was above Brad Pitt, right? But she didn't at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So in her eyes, Brad Pitt was above. It was worth cheating with Brad Pitt, even if Tyson found out, knowing like the risk of it, right? Because Brad Pitt, in her eyes, at that moment, was somebody that she was looking that was the better option at the moment, right? Maybe she would regret that decision later on, but in that moment, she thought it was worth the risk.
Hey, and I agree with that. And somebody just put in the Unc B Streaming put in the group chat. He was in chat. He was like red pill. Women can be red pill. And somebody asked how. I do.
Women, I think all women are red pilled.
Yeah, and I said like in my culture, men can have multiple women, right? Back here, they'll say a woman who is okay with her, like in my culture, a woman who's okay with a man having multiple women, she's weak minded. But that's just a woman she's any woman that can acquiesce to a man that's red pill. You understand what your man is, you know how he coming. That's a red pill woman. Because you understand the truth of it all. It ain't no lies. That's just like women in our culture just acquiesce to a man. But I tell the folks all the time though, don't think that she getting with this nigga and he broke. Like he gonna have to maintain some type of level of stability.
So when we talk about these things, this is like I always like to look for the solutions, right? Yeah. And like I said, like when I got into this space, I got into it because I went through a divorce myself, and I was trying to find answers. And then I end up, connecting with people, working my way up, and end up being producers for many of these prominent voices that I've been able to work with. And I have learned a lot of things. And I see a lot of the studies and I know what they're talking about, but then the inconsistencies, as I see the inconsistencies and the information that is being left out in the disseminating the data, I believe that those little pieces, they add up, and that plays a role in how men view women and how men choose to interact with women. And I feel that it's a disservice to withhold information that could be beneficial for you to make a choice that would affect your life overall, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where I think that it's problematic. And if we're saying that, we need the nuclear family back, we need men and women to, create families and have healthy, happy families. When you're phrasing things in, as if women are your adversary, they have to watch them, they are your enemy. That does not bring the sexes together, right? And so when I say I have a problem with the messaging, yeah, I have a problem with the messaging if the messaging is not pointing us to the goal that we societal wise want to see. If people are saying that we want to see healthy families back together, we want to see the nuclear family restored, we want to see patriarchy, be more dominant again, then telling guys to operate in a way that capitalizes off feminism and female promiscuity is not the path, right?
And let me ask you this: you say you like solutions. When I listen to certain podcast panels, and I was listening to Trading way before I even knew who he was. Had a conversation with Saul.
Who?
Oh, Trey? Yeah. So my thing is like, what is the solution to combat the shit when women kind of propagate society? Like I be asking people all the time, what's the solution with that when women are the propagators of society?
So my mentor wrote a really good book, and his name was R.P. Thor. It stood for Red Pill Thor. And it's called A Dominant Masculine Presence. And basically what this book helps guys do, like we mentioned the red pill rage phase earlier in this conversation, because that's where a lot of guys get stuck at, because nobody tells them then what to do now. Instead of, you know, I always said like the red pill was supposed to be like a gas station. You know, you pull in, you get what you need, and then you get back out and you pursue your journey. Well, what a lot of these creators have done has made red pill a destination. So guys are coming in here and they're staying in the red pill rage phase, and then they're in these echo chambers, right? And they're hearing these horror stories, and they're not getting back out there, and they're going out on their journey. You know what I'm saying? They're staying there. They're almost in a way they're stunting their growth or their overall pursuit, or what they could be if they're by staying here, right? By not taking the information that they find necessary and then going back and pursuing their mission or their goals in life, right? And when you do that, you're limiting their potential, right? And so what my mentor did when he wrote this book, A Dominant Masculine Presence, it basically takes guys from, okay, now you're red pill rage, you've been red pill aware, great. I'm glad that you know this information. Now get back onto your journey. We're not worried about women. We're not focusing on women. You're ready to level yourself up, improve yourself, become a man with a dominant masculine presence, so that you are improving your life, not for women, but for you. And a woman that chooses to come in your life, that's a byproduct of your success.
Yeah, but that means that we're gonna have to also teach men to stop giving it to temptation, because we do know that there are women out here who will they are giving it up for free.
And that's what he writes about a lot in this book. He talks about the 7 P's. He calls them the 7 superpowers, right? And that's psychology, you know, perspicacity, power, presence. What's the other one? Prosperity. I think I'm missing 1 or 2. But he's like, if you learn these 7 skill sets and you tailor them to you, then you could be successful in creating this dominant masculine presence of your own, not a cookie cutter of Andrew Tate or what everybody perceives or projects to be alpha. You are just you, and you're owning you. You're not trying to mirror somebody else.
And the problem, my mom and my pops be saying it, the way the world is, everything is for the bottom line dollar. So men and women being at odds at each other.
Physicality, that was the other P. I'm sorry.
You said physicality?
Yeah, physicality, that's the other P.
The thing is, though, ain't nobody finna drop their bottom line dollar. Women joining the workforce makes the economy double the workforce. It makes the world more money. Women are fending for themselves, and they see that now that they can get what they want just by, you know, going to go get it. Men gonna do what they want to do, so they're gonna still stay in the workforce. Kids are able to do what they want to do. The TV shows kids watch is not supplemental for long-term effects. It's crazy, the shows that they watch. Everything in society is based off of bottom line dollar. And yeah, we can come like until the society beat that solution. How do we give back? Like, how do we stop buying into what society is telling us as a whole? Then I believe it's gonna go back to that's the path of getting back to the natural order thing, in my opinion.
Well, we need people to stop acting and operating hedonistically and thinking about themselves.
That's what I say that all the time. The West teaches everybody individualism.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what feminism does for women, and that's what you could say.
For men.
Yeah,
Because
when they say that, like,
women are thinking about themselves, you need to think about yourself too. Put yourself first.
But see, what's up, fellas? I just want to respect.
Damn, man, when the hell you just scared the shit out of me? What's up?
No, I've been there. I was going on in and out for real. My audio was messing up. But what's up, fellas? How y'all feeling?
What up?
Doing well.
Yeah, man. I just want to interject and say, like, I think the issue is the age gap and what you just said about the red pill. Like, I think the women are what's the word? They are indoctrinated.
They're the consumers of they the consumers of it.
So we have to remember that they're already indoctrinated. So they're working against. Yeah, they're working against the red pill rhetoric, and the red pill is not directly used for bashing women or whatever the case may be. It's to inform men, to wake them up to the influx of that the cause and effect of the women choosing to, enter the work field instead of staying home and all that stuff. And then also I think it's the men as well using the women to
Get what they want out of them.
yeah,
Well,
and
that's exactly
also
what is
escape
happening.
accountability too as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
and like okay, they just give me like 2 minutes. Let me just I'll land the plane pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Like recently, there are certain creators who are talking about red pill pragmatism, right? And how and I'll just read it a little bit here. It says modern discourse around marriage and dating and masculinity keeps pushing this idea that pragmatism over morality is a superior operating system for men. If you hear it everywhere now, the laws are stacked against you. Divorce incentives favor women. The sexual marketplace has shifted permanently. Marriage is a bad contract. Adapt or lose. And then they land the plane with what they think is an intelligent conclusion. They'll say pragmatism over morality. It sounds sharp. It sounds strategic. It's detached. It's intelligent, right?
What does
But
it mean? What does I never understood what pragmatic meant.
I'll explain it here explain it here in the essay.
I've been told so many different definitions of pragmatic.
Yeah. So but it isn't. It's actually fear dressed up as being utilitarian, right? It's like it sounds like they're being smart, right? They sound like they're being analysis. A man who says pragmatism over morality in relationships is usually not being pragmatic. He's actually being afraid. He's afraid of accountability or afraid of a sacrifice or afraid of judgment or even afraid of getting hurt again. So he hides behind a cold utilitarian story that he lets himself comfort himself with while pretending it's wisdom. But the masculine argument is simple. Morality is courage. Pragmatism without morality, well, that's cowardice dressed up as intelligence. So when we're saying like, oh, guys are going to just pump and dump or like, don't commit to a woman, right? Don't, these women are not going to commit to you or they're not thinking with your best interest at heart. So you need to, be aware of that and just be pragmatic, get what you want out of them, but don't, commit to them in marriage. Well, that seems like it's not pragmatism.
It's not working though. I will say that exactly. It ain't working because now these men are putting babies in these women they don't really see long-term effects with. Now I do agree with that. Like, so when it needs to be, because I'm gonna say like, cause I've been taught, man, if you having sex with a woman, you have a baby with her, whether you with her or not, you still gotta take care of her.
Yeah, it's like that's not being pragmatic. That's operating out of fear.
Yeah,
let's be real, right? And so what they do is they also reduce marriage to a legal contract with risk metrics and exit clauses, and they'll have a spreadsheets, and something foundational has already died inside. They don't even realize it because marriage is actually a covenant. The Bible says, therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two should become one flesh. Covenant implies binding structure, a sense of permanence, responsibility before God, right? It does not imply hedging your bets. The moment you approach marriage purely based off of ROI calculus, you're not being strategic. You're entering from a defensive frame, and a defensive frame is not leadership. You don't stabilize civilization by asking, what do I get out of it? You stabilize civilization by asking, what am I responsible for?
So do you think that the women that are choosing to divorce these men, you think that the men are using those tactics?
So I'm glad you brought that up because I actually had a conversation with divorce attorney James Sexton, and when we asked him about the divorce statistics, I said, what's the real number here? Like, is it really like all these women are just moving on and like, fine, I just want something better, or you know what, I don't need him no more, I'm tired of him, whatever it is? He says, no, that's not realistic. He said about half the time when women are filing for divorce, they're actually going in there to see what their options are because their husband has left. And a lot of these women may be stay-at-home moms or they only work a part-time job, so they're not the primary breadwinner.
So
and
what's the other 50 then? If it's 50-50, if the man is because he works, what's the other 50?
It would be because women want out, right? For whatever reason.
What they call it, irreconcilable differences.
Yeah. So it's like, so when he said about half the time these divorces are filed, it's not because the woman actually wants to, but because she doesn't have any resources because he cut her off financially. They have to initiate the paperwork, legally speaking, for the lawsuit, because that's what basically a divorce is you're suing them. In order for her to receive any type of assistance, they have to have a paper trail established. That's why they say like half of it is due to that. Is more like the attorney has swayed her, like, hey, if you need money right now and you need to pay the bills or you're going to be kicked out of your house, then this is the only option I can offer you, right?
Well, Glenn, what status is that? Like, because there's a status. Like, is that people that are married that married into money, or just the average?
That's what he basically said. That's the average.
Income.
Yeah. Well, they didn't even say average income. He said on about half the time when women are filing for divorce, it's not because they wanted to. It's because the attorney said that they weren't going to be able to get any resources or assistance without starting the paper trail.
It just sounds like to me that that's more of like celebrity status type. You know what I'm saying? Like when you equate.
I think James Sexton has been doing the law for over 30 years, and I'm sure he does celebrities, but I don't think he started off doing celebrities. And so when he was talking about in generality, like not like a generality for a specific class or group.
And that's why I say, like, people like it's no such thing as gray areas. That's why I say if it ain't gray areas, you got to peel back some layers and understand why this is the way it is and why that is.
Well, gray areas just mean that there's nuance, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just peel back the layers and have that conversation because it'll break it down. That's why I said red pill is a reaction. You heard me say that in the beginning, Lauren.
Yeah, it is.
Red pill is
a
a reaction to feminism, just like feminism has ran rampant.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna tell you how I know it changed. Kevin Samuels is a prime example, and a lot of women hate them, but the women pay him to come on his platform and give his opinion. If you don't want to hear somebody's opinion, then don't ask them a question. Women hated this man, and they applauded when he died, but he was giving his honest opinion. It ain't like he brought the women up there. So when we looking at it,
so serious, he was giving them game. Actually,
he was giving them game. So when we looking at how y'all bashing the nigga who we really don't want, because he's telling y'all how to maneuver through us. We're lions, y'all zebras. He's giving y'all the game on how to maneuver through a pride of lions, and y'all bashing him. So it's like, damn, that's when I realized, like, because that's when I realized, like, damn, these women are far gone. And then what he said about Vivica Fox came to fruition. Women of her caliber, how it came to fruition. So he was giving up the game, and I'm not saying he was right in 100% of things he said, but y'all asking him his opinion and y'all bashing him. So what you think y'all doing to the men at y'all house who y'all look up to, who y'all supposedly look up to, and y'all paying him?
Well, Trey, are you still here?
Now, you know, Trey probably took a nap.
He probably
push-ups or something.
Damn it! I was gonna try to play this clip that I have from James Sexton. That's all.
You don't want to get what you call it?
Well, just give us a rundown, like what it was covering, pretty much.
So, actually, maybe I could just play it from my phone. I'll play it onto the speak or to my mic, and maybe you guys will be able to hear it. That'll probably be better.
That's cool.
1 second. Let me just do it that way. Because like there's a lot of nuance in these things, in these conversations, and that's what the problem that I find the most is that nobody actually addresses the nuances, and the nuances like provide so much more information and detail and give you more clarity.
I think one of the nuances is the hookup culture. I think we overgloss that a lot too.
Well, I go as far and say I say that the purity culture created the hookup culture.
And you know what's crazy? Purity culture is looked down upon and frowned upon, which is
yes, because it actually caused a lot of problem.
Because
cause
I
a
tell you
lot of
right now,
problems.
What is purity? What is purity?
Like when
Remember, like the
basically,
promise ring, like you know, like
Yeah,
you have to have
yeah.
a promise ring, and yet you know you're promising to remain a virgin, you know, and if you don't, well, it's bad, you know, and you get shunned, and so what would happen is like
it's just Eastern theology. It's just I just call it what it is. It's just Eastern ideology when it comes to culture and relationship. And if when it comes to the difference of it, you can't make you really can't make money as a. It won't really be no capitalism without if you got a purist society, because the women are, because at the end of the day, when it was basically like the man going to work, woman staying at home. Yeah, the country made money, but they making more money now that we have two incomes in a household.
Well, the purity part was just to keep yourself abstinent from sex. That was basically what the whole
and when you derive yourself around sex, you're gonna make money. You go to the bar to get some sex, you spending money on drinks, you get Ubers. Like the hookup culture makes a lot of damn money.
Got it. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay.
So I'm gonna play the clip real quick.
What would you say is like the most uncommon or the most common unspoken expectations that detonates marriages today?
So I think the problem in marriage today is a problem that we're having societally, and that is that nobody knows what's expected of them anymore. So I think growing up as a man who's now 53, growing up in the 80s, a man could either be Richard Simmons or Clint Eastwood. Those were like your two choices. You didn't, there was nothing in between. You were either gay or felt nothing and were like a ninja. And the truth is, like, I don't think either one of those fits the majority of men. Like the majority of men, we have, you know, we have stoicism in us, we have all those other things in us, but we also have sensitivity in us and compassion in our hearts and love in our hearts. So I think that rightfully, society said, okay, we got to figure out, like, women can be, you know, strong and domineering and take charge and can handle, you know, all the amazing things. Women can be doctors and surgeons and lawyers. Like, women can be anything and men can be anything. I think women,
like from one extreme to the next.
When women are a good spouse, they're being told, right, but are you a girl boss? Are you like out there crushing it in the world? Are you running the show? Are you... Yeah. Or if you're running the show and you're a CEO and you're but are you a good mom, a good wife? Are you good at home? And if you're a good wife, are you being submissive to your husband? Because that's terrible. You should never be that. And, you know, but also don't be too domineering of your husband. So it's like everyone's just going, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it wrong. And there's a chorus of people on the internet telling me I'm doing it wrong. And men, it's the same thing. Be tough, but don't be so tough, and be compassionate, but don't be such a pussy. There's so many people telling us we're doing it wrong. And now we're looking at our spouse and it's like, oh, they're doing it wrong too. You know, they're doing it wrong. And if they were really my soulmate, if they were really my other half, my seashell, whatever you want to, you know, then they wouldn't be doing it wrong. They'd never fail me. They'd be perfect, just like in every movie I've ever seen, a person's other half is. And that's what's happening.
What would you say is like the most uncommon?
So, I mean, I think like he does a really good job at explaining the problem. You know, like there's a lot of information out there.
They speak red pill and feminism basically speaks to the vast extremes. Like they on a total what's the bell curve type situation? Total opposite ends. On one end with feminism, you got a woman who's getting beat on, slave. She ain't got no voice. And on the other end, you got a woman that's a CEO, able to she's able to command what she wants out of it. But they never talk about the women in the middle. That I work when I want to, but I ain't got to. And my husband, he's a good man. He go to work, come home, we go. They don't talk about that, and it's kind of looked down upon in feminism. It's also looked down upon because I heard men say like a man is married.
About men that actually that I think are compassionate to their wives, and they actually they
call them and even in the man space where a man is happily married with his wife, he does what he does. He might take on 2-3 trips out. He's a simp, but I be asking him, is the woman giving him the equivalency of that? If she, 9 times out of 10, no. Like I do a lot of
equivalency. Nothing's equal.
Yeah, that's why I say I be doing a lot of rage baiting. That just just.
But I want to just play one more clip real quick for you guys, and then
that shit is not. They don't talk about it.
This is what people don't talk about. And this is why I work with James Sexton, because he's very not one side.
Criticism from Rolla Tomasi.
Glenn Lawrence, my hero.
What's funny about that is it's coming from someone who wrote a book called The Rational Male, saying to me, that it's bad for men to be rational. But I was like, wait, what? I thought you were the person who was pointing that out for so long. Because I was asked by Jack Neal on his podcast, he said, what advice would you give to a man who's going through a divorce or going through a breakup? So there's something very paternal in me in this conversation. Yeah. I said to him, I would hope that you would be the kind of man that you would want if your sister was being broken up with, or your daughter was being broken up with, that you would be that kind of man. You would be dignified. You would take the higher ground. You would not allow your emotions to get away with you. And I got pilloried in the comments and like all this about, so women can just do whatever the hell they want. And my answer to that was, I'm sorry. So you're saying that when a woman is being irrational, unfair, illogical, the solution is that we should be exactly like that. That's insane. That's an insane prescription. People seem to think that like taking the higher ground is like a sign of weakness or capitulation to the demands.
It's not. It's the tricky strength of the individual.
100%. I just took a lot of criticism from
that.
Tomasi.
Sorry, hold on. Apologies. That to me is something that's really missing in this space. That sense of nuance right there.
Well, they call that emasculation. That's why.
Yeah. And men used to
men speak up. They say that the women tend to emasculate the man for speaking up.
Like when men used to do what was right because it was the right thing to do. Now we're hearing messaging saying, just win. Yeah, you want to be right, but you know what? Winning is more important than being right.
Because we've seen a lot of men do the right thing get fucked over.
Yeah. That's what I was getting to.
And we see that a lot. We see the good man go to work, come home, love his wife. She don't have to work, but she's stepping out on a dude that got to catch the bus to her house. We see women be bitter because this man, they broke up. She might have left. He might have left. He's moved on, and she's bitter about the stuff. And she moved on too, got other men, but still trying to leverage the kids over him. Not saying it's all the time, but for what we do see, we see that my you got to be a good dude. I said all the time, you got to be a good dude that's rough around the edge. You got to be able to take a step back from it. You got to be able to tell a bitch, hey, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're doing. If she don't shut the fuck up, I'm finna roll.
I think we have a warped understanding of what good means. Good doesn't mean like letting bad things happen to you and letting people walk all over you, right? I like to use this quote from the movie The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. And I always butcher it. Actually,
give us a scenario of
I'm gonna give it to you. This is pretty funny. All right, and this is I call it the Glennism because I really fuck it up. Like, you don't want your kids to listen to this version, but like, okay, so little Lucy's like, I'm quite scared to meet Aslan because he's a lion. And then, she asked Mr. Beaver, Mr. Beaver, is he safe? He's like, no, bitch, he's a fucking lion, but he's good. Good does not necessarily mean safe. And that's the whole point. But good is good. You're good to yourself, right? You're not going to let people mistreat you. You're going to have your boundaries. You're going to have, your principles. You're not going to let them be wavered or walked all over. But you're also going to be good to those that are underneath you, that are under your governance or under your care, right? You're not going to mistreat them. You're going to be a benevolent leader, right? You're not going to be domineering. You're leading from a place of, this is what's best for our family or our unit, right? That's what we ought to be, is good. So good is not just whatever the woman says is good, because that's what a lot of times that's what we have boiled things down to. Well, if she likes it, I guess it's okay. That's good, right? Like that's.
But see, I don't think that's the issue, though. Respectfully, I think it's the other way around. I think the man is doing what's good for his significant.
In most situations, not all.
Usually, yes. And I would say probably 3 years ago, we stopped hearing that. I remember Rich Cooper said that, women are told to do what's good for you, girl, and men are told to do the good, women are told to do what's right by you, girl, and men are told to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Right?
It's the saying. Women are being told you don't need a man, while the
women
boys
always
in the household, they're telling men. They're telling their daughters, you don't need a man. Go get this. And a man gonna get on your program, but simultaneously telling their son, that all women are queens and you should treat them equally.
Yeah, and that's detrimental. And so when we have, this is why I said like some of the rhetoric that's coming out, it's causing more problems when it's being weaponized or people are putting an emotional response to it as if like all women bad.
Glenn, feminism has been out for almost 60 years. This is new. Red pill is.
And that's what I was gonna say. So when red pill first came out, what should have been the trajectory? Shouldn't you saying red pill is a gas station? I don't think red pill should have never been a gas station. It should have been the moon. So
no, I think red pill should have just stayed what it was, which was a data set. This is the data of how men and women interact, and you make the determine on how you want to move or utilize this information, without any like moral or like triggering words, right, to try to paint a narrative. If you just left it as like, this is the data, this is how men behave, this is how women behave, this is how they behave under these contexts, and this is how they behave on average under these contexts, and if you just left it at that, that would have been fine. But then when they framed it as all women are hypergamous and you got to watch yourself, or she's not yours, it's just your turn, right? Like these sound bites, well, now that has given an emotional reaction to these men.
Well, right? That's conflated talk too, because that rhetoric is for the single man, the man that's just trying to smash and dash.
No, she's not yours, it's just your turn. No, that's never assume that your wife is your wife. Your wife can leave whenever she wants, so she's not yours, it's just your turn. That's a Rich Cooper statement.
But why marry if when it comes to marriage?
Because the way that they say it that way, so that you're not like if she leaves, you're not like destroyed, right? That's how they think it is. It's like if you just like, okay, well, she could leave whenever she wants, and I have no control over her, right? Because she has her own choices, she can make her own decisions. It's just my turn. My turn could last as long as as long as we're both in agreement that she likes this relationship, right? But she's not permanent. She's not going to stay. There's no guarantee, right? That's what he's saying. But when guys hear that, like, oh, it's not mine, it's just my turn. So that makes guys not want to commit or invest, right? And it's these things that could be problematic, is what I'm saying. And it's like where
the simps come from? If that's what I'm saying. Like, which one are we addressing? Like, which one is problematic, the simp or the one that's not?
I would say both are problematic, right? If you are approaching women that all women are gonna be bad or could harm you, then you're gonna be operating in a way that could be more guarded or more suspicious of, right? And that's having a tainted lens without having it warranted, right?
What it is neither party on both sides is really using discernment. What I mean by that is I understand women are a reflection of men. So yes, they're just like there are some good dudes out here because men talk about them all the time. There are some good women. You just got to use discernment on the front end and be like, do I really want to deal with this woman and get what I can out of her and have her stress me out? Or do I just want to wait around until I find that good woman that fits that can be symbiotic with me? On the other end, with the simping, they don't use discernment because she's only like they'll dangle money over a woman's head. They'll try to do all this. They'll go above and beyond, be running off at a pace they know they can't. Or they'll be running off at a pace they can't keep up with, and then turn around and complain that she used me for what I got. No,
so you pretty much saying there's a modern woman and there's a modern man as well.
Yeah, like simps are mad because they have covert contracts. They think if I do these things and if I give her this money, she ought to reciprocate, a certain way that he may like, right? Well, she never agreed to that.
Not at all.
So when the guys invest and they do all these things and they don't get the outcome that they were expecting or they desired, now they're mad at her. Well, you did not do this. That's called a covert contract, where you had this contract with them or a belief or agreement with them that they never agreed to.
Well, that's kind of tricky because that kind of falls in the traditional aspect of things.
How
Like,
so?
because a lot of men are approaching the dating field in a traditional way, while the women are acquiescing to the modern style.
I
mean,
would
but that's
say,
just
I would
because
say that
women
was
have.
probably, I would say that
My
probably
bad, my bad, my
like,
bad, my bad.
I would say probably like the millennials probably were like maybe the last generation to do that. I don't think the Zennials and like the younger generations are operating that way, because I think they have been they have grown up under this new
Indoctrination.
this new form of dating that we do. Before, in the 20th century, right, men were operating under this 20th century rule book of how men and women are supposed to interact. Well, we're no longer there, right? So women have thrown out that rule book and they're playing by a new rule book, while they still want men to play by the old rule book, right? And men are now starting to wake up to that, and they're changing things accordingly. But like I said, I don't think these younger guys that are dating are having the same issues that previous generations were having when it came to like the change in how men and women were playing or the game.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say it, and I say it all the time to everybody. I say it to my captain when I'm on fleet. I say it anywhere. People say they care about their kids when they really don't, bro.
That's true.
Because in order, like I'm gonna say it all the time. Somebody in the comments I just responded to, she said it doesn't matter what wave it is. I'm happy that this era of freedom is for women. Okay, cool. You happy that it's for the women? But how is this? Okay, but how is this helping community? How is this helping family? Like, even with the red pill space, a lot of it, how does it get back to what we need? Because at the end of the day, Black people are struggling as a culture.
Yeah.
Like,
it's the Western. It's not even Black now. It's the Western.
It's as a whole. But then Black people Black people tend to, we gonna talk about us. And I know Glenn might, but Glenn, I know y'all got y'all struggles in y'all culture too. We gonna. But what I'm saying is, people say they care about their kids. That was the one thing the binding contract had. There's one thing when I talk to older people who was back during Jim Crow, when I talked to my great-great-grandma, who when she came to the States on Thanksgiving last year, she said the same thing. The one thing that kept us together. How is it that during the time where being Black got you treated less than dog shit, Black people stayed together, families was long lasting, the Black dollar circulated within the Black community. We had a community, we had we governor. You said, so how, if what you're saying, okay, we cool with it now, how is it working towards the betterment of the kids? Because the kids really raising themselves. Kids are and then on top of that, the older heads can't. Like, one thing I said when I was growing up, people was dying, selling drugs, but the OGs kept that away from us. If we wasn't supposed to be on their block, man, my grandma used to get called all the time.
Yeah.
Like, and my grandma's coming and beat, and my uncles now, granddad used to come whoop us. So if I was taught that culture protects the kids, it also protects the women and the kids. What are we doing to protect the kids when I like to use stats? What 5% of the new HIV/AIDS cases kids 13 or 21. 85% of the new gonorrhea cases is kids 16 to 17. Man, why you in the inner city, the 16 and 17-year-olds are the ones having the most kids. On top of that, 35% of these kids can't read or fucking write. Well, that's not 35. 35% of these kids can read or write. Most of these kids can't fucking read or fucking write. And we're talking about what we love for ourselves. Then on top of that, ain't no way drill music should have lasted as long as it did. And then I ask Black women all the time, name me a female role model that's mainstream and being pushed that's actually worth some value. They're gonna name some. And then
I can name a few, but
I'm saying, if you name them and I turn around and ask them, do you think the younger generation is gonna say this their role model?
Well, depending on if they're trying to be a model.
I don't even think they're gonna have a role model.
I could say like my co-host Gia McCool, who's a international known model, been married for over 20 plus years with her husband, happy relationship. She coaches a lot of young women into modeling or want to be models, right? Like, so I would say that those girls probably look up to her like a role model.
Yeah, but I'm saying a role model for the betterment of society. The Sanaa Lathan.
Yeah. I would say she encourages women not to, like young girls, she encourages them not to be promiscuous. She encourages them to hold out for marriage,
But you think is their rhetoric respected?
Now you're moving the goalpost because you asked me to find somebody that.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, but then
you see, like you're moving the goalpost because she's saying the rhetoric, and then now do you think it's?
I'm not denying it.
I don't know if it's being respected.
I'm not denying that there are women out here who can do that, but for the vast majority of women,
did you just say find me a woman? But did you say find me a woman?
Well, you're right. There are women, but what I'm saying, what's the vast majority of women? Okay, you can name me one.
Most women,
and I can name you one, and then you can keep going, and I'm gonna keep going. And I bet you money, most of the women I name is not gonna be the type of women that women would want their daughters to be.
Most women are like crabs in the bucket, right? Men are typically better at helping the younger men. Like we put them under our wing. We'll try to teach them, like learn them some game or learn them from our own mistakes. Like, hey, make sure you stay away from this because I did this and this. You get yourself in trouble. You don't get yourself in trouble messing around with these things over here, right? Women don't tend to do that, right? They tell them, go do everything, go date all the bad boys, date the nerds, date the jocks, date them all, right? Knowing that like that's not necessarily going to be beneficial to them in the long run, right? It's going to open them up to having a higher body count and other things that are problematic for them, right? And so that's like that. Women do a very poor job at helping other women do better than the previous generation. Men tend to do better at helping younger men do better than our generation.
My auntie said it. My auntie said it best. The reason why the older women are not helping the younger women is because the older women and the younger women are competing for the same type of man.
That is true.
They bitter.
Yeah.
Even younger women are bitter.
Yeah.
It's funny. Like, okay, I say I'll go drugs. Like Glenn is talking about, or Glenn is describing red pill. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, I could be critical of something, and say like, hey, and say like, hey, this is what I see what's wrong about this, and this is what I see as problematic in this space. That doesn't mean I'm throwing it all out. I'm saying it's all trash. I could objectively say, hey, this could be improved. This should be better. If we want to see the changes that we're claiming that we want to see as a society, then I think these things need to be fixed over here on this side.
Well, I think everything is valid to a certain demographic. I just think that a lot in this space, a lot of things are conflated in red pill and feminists. The distinction between the two is like y'all were just saying earlier, like red pill is like the women are red pill now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's
I would say all women have been red pilled. They've probably been red pilled longer than men have been.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, women are way more social inept than men, so they understand the game how it is.
And I agree. But at the same time, what is going to be the solution to if the men isn't respected? Like, because you just said that the men are more fathers to their kids, especially black men. So
that was
means
that a study pointing that out in 2022.
Right. So that means that the men are out here in the community, but the women aren't bringing these kids to the men to provide these.
I think like I tell
it's
guys
like they're regressing against like the men are like, give me a child. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we can say there's simps out here or step baby daddies. You know
I
what
tell
I'm saying?
guys that this like you can't worry about what women are doing because you have no control over them. They can make their own decisions. They have autonomy, right? They have freedoms. They have rights. They get to choose what they want to do, right? And the best way that we could operate with that is one, focus on what we need to improve and level ourselves up. And if we see women that are doing bad behavior, don't give them any oxygen. Don't give them any attention. Attention is golden girl world, right? So if a woman is displaying a behavior or characteristics that you find, part of the problem, don't reward it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't interact with it. Right? But guys still do. So
because curiosity kills the cat, man.
So then that's where the men need to have better discipline. That's where men need to have better discipline and better, like withstanding temptation and all that stuff, right? Being
Yeah,
able
but
to.
see, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think the men are already like focusing on the women as much as the women are portraying. I think the
No,
women
men
are
are.
trying to.
Because if every
Well,
time we
how could
talk
that
about this
be?
hold on, it is true, because if every time we talk about this stuff, anybody says men need to improve in this area, all you hear right back is, but the women over there, they ain't doing this shit. Why aren't women leveling up? Why aren't women improving? That's what you hear. Like, well,
I can agree that two things can be true at the same time. There are a group
Yeah,
of men who
but again,
base their whole life on a woman, and then there are men out here that base their life on I'm gonna get what I can get and roll. I don't really give a damn about her or her feelings. So
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I know it's anecdotal, but I see a lot of more men focusing on themselves and trying to build up themselves because they notice that, you know, sometimes hooking up or being with a woman could stop you from your purpose or your goals.
well, I tell guys, like, not every woman deserves the opportunity of carrying your legacy.
Facts.
Yeah.
So you should probably respect your dick more.
But see, and that's the thing that mean that you're gonna have to tell most men to be abstinent then and say fuck getting coochie.
And then that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. But there's a
that's
stat though that men ain't having sex.
Well, a good 18 to 30-year-old men, or most of them, are not having sex, and listen.
That mean that they have to be. They have to.
That they need to withstand coochie. Maybe that's what men need to do, because if they're ruled by it, then you're saying that you're giving women the power to control you by it.
Yes, you are. But the thing
maybe
is,
men should withstand it and kind of go
but
abstinent.
that mean that we also gonna have to tell men stop subscribing to porn, stop subscribing to
Yes,
stop being
yes,
daddy, stop.
absolutely.
Exactly. And that's
I
another
agree with
thing.
all
Just
of
because
that.
he's not having sex, these men are literally paying women bills, watching them just have sex with other men. So you gotta refrain them. That means that you're gonna have to reap up 60 years like what they call, it's not indoctrination, but
Yes, 60 years of bad habits. We have gone down the road and we are falling off track for 60 years of over sexuality, over everything. You remember Carl's Jr. commercial, the hot chick eating the burger, and she's like, if it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face. Remember that? Like they even sexualize burgers. Okay, like
so they sexualize male, like they sexualize stuff like the shaving cream, the shavers,
everything.
Everything is sexualized because it's parallel to the women, because women are the more consumers. They'll buy for their husband more.
And what I'm saying is that and I've talked to a lot of women, and even this is funny because one thing that porn stars and like strippers have all told me is that they will never date a guy that they meet in a strip club, or that they knows has like an addiction, or like has a plethora of a library of porn, right? They just will not date those guys. And I found it interesting, right? Because like, wait a minute, you're in this industry. These are your audience, basically, right? You would never date them. And they're like, no. And the reason why is because they see that they find it, it's an insecurity that guys are easily persuaded by a woman's sexual charm. They find that like that's weakness in men that are able to be so easily persuaded or manipulated, just because a woman was going to just offer sex to you or flirt with you. And that's telling, right? That's kind of telling a lot, right? It's like, oh, men need to have more fortitude in this area, because if they're easily persuaded here and they can't tell a woman no sexually, especially if they are attractive, then that could be the downfall for relationships, or be a downfall for men.
But Glenn, see, this the issue though. How many times you heard men tell other men to not worry about what other men are doing? How many times you heard that?
Yeah, if you're saying like focus on yourself and don't worry about what they're doing, like that's something like that.
But then and I was getting to that, and you just said it. Like, so that goes back to individualism. That goes back to
that doesn't mean they can say as a collective, men need to improve in these areas. And then while I say that, I can still say, and I need to focus on where I need to improve. But that doesn't mean I can't say, like, hey, objectively speaking, looking at this, men need to do better in these areas and level up here. Overall, that's not nothing wrong saying that.
But like what So Serious was saying about the community, like, how you going to build the community if nobody is, everybody worry about themselves and nobody is giving back to the community, like putting back in.
Well, right now nobody's doing that either. Everybody's just worrying about themselves.
Well,
Guys,
because nobody wants to be a martyr. Nobody wants.
It has nothing about being a martyr. Nobody wants to do the hard work.
Yeah, I mean, I speak on a lot of things, and trust me, I get a lot of backlash from men and
like.
Women. I just speak on culture. I just like to talk about culture. What is
Serious? You said something about kids just a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
And you're right. Nobody cares. Like, parents today, they don't give a shit about their kids because we're leaving our kids this earth or this culture, this country worse than we found it, than it was given to us. If we do not put in the work to improve it, even if it doesn't improve it for our lifetime, but it may help improve it for our children's children, that should be our focus. But people are like, nah, let it go down. You know what? Enjoy the decline.
Stupid.
And when people say that right there just tells me enough. Like, they don't care about the children or even their own children.
I've been saying I got videos on.
Yeah, that does help. Yeah,
I got TOS on TikTok for saying it. And
if we're not willing to put in the hard work now, even though we may not get any reward for it, and we may just suffer, but our suffering maybe help improve the next generation's quality of relationships, I think that should be enough.
My only question to everything I just be saying is, if we're gonna do it this way and they're gonna do it that way, what about
why do we care what women are doing?
Kids is watching this and kids evaporate everything and they suffer in silence. They'll never tell you what's going on. So
I don't have a question. I have a solution.
But you know, you will see it with their actions and how they react to society, how they react to the world. But what are we gonna do to protect them? Like, the TV shows not protecting them.
Okay,
why
are you letting your kids watching TVs?
You got
why are you monitoring it
with money? They're saying that, you know, if you was born one way, you can be another.
That's the nuance, Glenn. Like, you can't say that now because you got laptops and cell phones and
I'm gonna put
why do your kids? Does your kid need a cell phone? Does your kid need all these things, or do they have them because they want to keep up with the Joneses?
No, it's not the issue about you having your kid having it. The other kids got it. If your kid don't have it, the other kids got it.
And you also have the older women not saying nothing. They just letting it be known. And then I went out to the fair with my wife one time.
Why are you focused on things that you can't control? You can only control the things that you
same color code. But I heard the daughter say, "Mama, we finna go ride this." I'm like, "Damn, that's your mama. I thought that was your sister or your friend." Like, so
why do they matter?
Everything that's embodied in the community, especially our community, is trash. Trash begets what? Somebody's gonna have to rise through like a phoenix, but ain't nobody, like you said, ain't nobody gonna want to do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I got a solution for it.
I have a lot of solutions. I have written numerous solutions. Like, when we're talking about marriage laws earlier, I wrote a bill for legislation. I had James Sexton read it. We went through it over on my podcast with them. The only thing that he had a problem with was no fault divorce. I said, I think we should get rid of no fault divorce and treat no fault divorce to be like a breach of contract, because marriage license is like a contract law. And I think if there's no fault and somebody just wants out, then that's a breach of contract by principle. If I wanted out of my Verizon plan without waiting for the contract to, the time of the contract to exceed, then I would be at fault for breaching the contract. Therefore, I would have to pay Verizon a penalty for breaching the contract. So if no fault is a breach of contract, then the breaching party would have to pay the other party some form of restitution for breaching the contract. That would mean requiring people to
divorce. Just want to say that's what prenups are for.
Yeah. That would be requiring people to divorce for a fault reason, more than just saying there's no fault. But I was made aware that, all that would do is create probably more false allegations against men in family court, like abuse or sexual assault and things of that nature. and there are already high allegations of those in that area that are found untrue. So that would be just more problematic for men. And I was like, okay, I get that. I guess we should keep no fault, but then we should probably make no fault meaning no money then.
I just
Well, I
think
was
people
going to say
need to
no
get
fault
mad
in
to the
child
church.
support.
Well, that's what I mean by no money. Like if there's no fault, then there's no reason why he should have to pay you anything then, since you want to leave.
I just think people need to get married through their church or through their mosque or through their they need to get married through religion.
Well,
You're not getting
that
married through
that would be good if all churches actually operated that way, because most churches will not do that because
they ain't gonna
their
get paid off of it.
Well, because it's part of their 501c3 status that they have to push or encourage marriage license, and I think in some states it's actually required.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One of my homeboy got married. He said he had to pay to get the priest to come talk at they wedding. I said, for real? I said I was gonna pay anyway, but the priest said even if he had the priest like, I gotta take this minimum amount is in my bylaws or whatever he was saying. He was like, I said, damn, for real? He said, yes. He said, this money that I'm making is gonna go on my W-2s and my 1099s at the end of the year. I was like, that's crazy. You can't even jump. You can't even, because back then, what was the priest when we was getting married? Everybody got married in the church. It wasn't no
Well, you
marriage.
can't duck the IRS. That's for damn sure. They want their money.
And I hear a lot of guys are saying, well, what do men get out of marriage today?
You get a lot, bro. You get a lot.
I say it's the same thing that they've always gotten out of marriage. Legacy.
I don't think men want to get married. I think it's the women that don't want to get married. That's why they haven't built babies. That's why they haven't, babies before they get married.
I would agree with you. A lot of women, obviously, just by looking at the abortion rate and how many abortions have been taking place since it was legalized, it's been more than soldiers that we lost in all the wars. That's pretty sad. That's over 60 million, lives. But men also help encourage that. We can't blame it all on women.
That's what I said.
A lot of times guys are like, I'm not going to be in this picture. I don't want to be a dad. You better go get an abortion, or they drive them there. So you can't say, oh, all women are this thing, all bad. It's not all on women.
Well, I'm not saying all women, but it's the majority, and that's the problem.
And I do agree that most men are degenerates to society, and most women ain't worth 10 pennies. I agree with that. So that's what I said earlier when I jumped on. I don't like the fact that in one instance a person to be like, well, the women are the problem, but then they'll turn around and in the same sentence say that they're focused where the men need to be doing this and the men need to, and I get that, but we gotta both say the same thing. Women need, this is what I tell women, y'all need to stop giving up a lot on the front end. That's the problem. Women give up a lot of their value on the front end and expecting a man to do this and do that once you give it to them, and then men going like, and men need to realize that, bro, sometimes, bro, it ain't worth just fucking this bitch, bro. Like, you're gonna have more hell fucking this woman than you're gonna have just walking away from her. Like, a lot of men don't think like that, and I agree with that. Just like a lot of women don't understand their value. They like, you ask a woman what she care more about. She care more about her money, and they don't really care about their vagina like that, unless they would have dude they like. But then that's when they want to care. See, but then with the man, I'ma just run through these, and then men don't really understand that. Yes, women having multiple bodies, it affects them mentally, but it also affects men too, bro. Because at the end of the day, when you step out, when you're having sex with a woman that's cheating on her man, you're gonna look at that and internalize that too.
Well, you just said it too, and I was getting to that.
You're gonna internalize it too. When you're with women who did it bop around, you hang out with women who get money from men, you hang out with women who deal with women.
Let's take it a step further, though. Let's take it a step further.
Hold on.
Before
we go any further, let's stay right there. Hold on. Let's stay right there with this. The women that are going after the money, right? With all that stuff you're saying, it's because guys lead with it.
Yeah.
Guys have made the interaction with them transactional,
and that's what I was getting to, Glenn. That's what I was saying.
I agree.
So you can't be mad at women going after the bag. You can't be mad at women for going after the bag when men have been dangling the bag in front of them.
Not to change the subject, but like just just to dabble, to use the example. Like Donald Trump, for instance, like when he came into presidency, he signed off on the women sports and stuff like that. You know, men, trans, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you just said it like, and then we look at like what's going on now, like the war and stuff like that. I'm not using that to go into politics, but like, why don't we use the same strategy? Like, I think that's the problem. We just need to go to war against simps. Like,
Well, it's not even simps. Like, I mean, you have to realize like
you're gonna have to beat the men at the top too, because even the top men said, man, you don't pay a woman,
they are
to
simping too.
shut, you
Yes,
pay her
yes.
to leave. You pay her to leave and shut up. So that's
Well,
why I always use this analogy. In the
Mhm.
middle of nowhere, Nebraska, people like that 10, if you grow up with a person, you marry that person.
Mhm.
If that girl turned 18, the next day after she turned 18, or the following weekend, she gets flown out to Dubai, Miami, or anywhere like that. She gets the best things, the best suites, the penthouses, the Lambos. The this. When she go back to middle of nowhere, Nebraska, you think them dudes got a chance?
How prevalent is women being flown out?
I'm not
It's
saying
a lot more prevalent than like, it was before.
No. I just use an analogy. I know that it doesn't really happen like that. But I'm saying though, what I'm saying is, when it comes to certain things, people refuse. Like the hypergamy conversation all over again. People with options refuse to settle. I'm just going. If a man has a lot of options, it's gonna be hard for him to settle with
That
one
is
woman.
not true. What's his name? The guy that's known for having a bunch of women. What's his name? He's in Vegas. What's his name?
His name started with an I, not an I.
Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian. He settled down. He has one woman, and he's done with all the. He's like I was done with it. He's like, it was childish.
He explained why though. But what I'm saying is, if we are teaching men,
but hold on. I just wanted to point out. You said guys that have options are not going to settle down. Yes, they do. And I just proved you.
I'm gonna stop saying that. I'm gonna stop saying most. I'm gonna start saying when most give most men options to do what he want to do, and he's able to get away with it, and his woman A might be okay with it, or he can pull the wool over her head, he gonna take that.
But gentlemen, answer this question though. Do you think that
we're gonna go that route, Glenn? You right.
Do you think that men are ready to go to war against simps? And do you think that would curve some of the things that are going on right now?
I don't think we are, because at the end of the day, the women are not gonna give their munchies up. The women are not gonna give their sugar daddies up, and the women are not going to give their simps up. They're not gonna give the men up in their friend zone. So while we are going to war with them, we also have to go to war with the women. And a lot of men are not willing to go to war with the women, because if you piss your woman off, she's gonna take sex from you.
No, because they won't have that option if you eliminate.
Are men willing? And it go back to what I said about the abstinence. Are men willing to really be abstinent and accept it? Was when you go chase these simps, you're gonna have to deal with the women that come behind his back in the simps. So are you gonna deal with the fact that for about a couple months, most of the men are not gonna be able to have sex? Are you think men are willing to subscribe to that?
But see, like this is why I use the politic thing as an example, because he also said that our military is getting softer. Based on the data and the statistics that's going on right now, and the way things are happening, the relationships are a result of that. Men are not joining the army. Men are much more softer, and they're not fighting. They're not battle.
You right. Hey, I will agree to that.
What was the
I
question?
am a Navy. I am a CB in the Navy. Them DEPs coming straight out of high school, they're not joining the front line. Them folks are yeomans. They're going to Japan right now to be HR people.
So
what was the question?
I'm just presenting the analysis of like us going to war, and I was using the example of Donald Trump when he addressed the military. Like he's saying our military is softer, which is mostly men, and I was saying like
all of our fighting forces are men.
Yeah, well, I was saying
no
like
women in like
the relationships and the red pill and all that stuff is a result, is a part of that. Why the men are soft.
Well, the reason why men are soft is because men today, the men that we have today, women have created. All right. And the women that we have today, guess what? Men have created.
Yep.
Men wanted women to be promiscuous. We wanted to have, sexual access without having responsibility. Right. And then now women monetize it and guys have a problem with it.
And the problem is when you find your wife and then she got 2 kids in tow, you find a woman you actually like and get along with. She got 2 or 3 kids in tow, 2 or 3 baby daddies. She might have a significant high body count. She might got permission. It's a problem. It's like you give it becomes
my question is this is my question. Anytime people bring up the whole body count thing, is this like, why are you worried about a number that you can never prove? You should be more focused on what you could observe, right? So how does she treat you? How does she interact with other people? Does she flirt with everybody, or does she just make sure that like she gives attention to you? Does she treat you the way that you want to be treated?
Well, I think the body counts is used as an assessment of the woman and her behavior.
But how can you prove it is the question.
You prove it by her actions. You prove it by her
yeah,
actions.
exactly.
So if a woman said I only had one body, how are you going to prove that by her
You got
actions?
one body when all your friends are diddy bop.
And you super toxic? Yeah, that's you might have a mental health issue.
You're pointing out like potential things, but nothing definitive to help you actually come to a conclusion, right?
I mean, but it's just like doing.
That's why I said like why obsess over this number, right? And rather than focus on what you could actually observe and actually, see with your own eyes, right? And that you can say like, I know for a fact that when she treats me this way, whether you like it or not, like that's something you could objectively, observe and judge, right?
Hey, I got a question. Side note. That stat that you showed, because somebody, I don't know what they're arguing about. When you showed about the fathers in the country, did it say that, Glenn, did it say that black fathers are like the most involved in their household, or did it say any other race?
No, it said like out of all the single fathers, right? Or they were the most active in their child's life.
What was the number percentages? I don't know. I think it was 77.
I don't recall exactly, but I think it was definitely north of 50%.
I think you said like 60 or something like that.
I know when I read
it may have been like 67 or something like that, but I don't know exactly. I don't have it on the top of my hand.
I know when I it's just because what the conversation they're talking about. I know when I read it, it was black first, then white, then Asian, and then I think Indian, and then Mexican was last.
Okay, hold on. Is it Uncle BB streaming? When you're saying I'm full of shit, how am I full of shit? When I say the women that we have today, men have created, that doesn't mean they had to fucking raise them, you dumb shit. We created them by incentivizing them for bad behavior.
I agree. I agree.
Oh my God.
We kind of do incentive. What I mean by that is
It takes two to tangle. It takes two to tangle. Yeah.
We kind of do incentivize it when a woman, like if a man say I prefer a woman to be like this, and all she got to do is just suck your dick, and then you be okay with her doing what the fuck you doing. You incentivizing her to do what she want to do. When a woman tell you got to pay me this and pay me that to even get in my messenger, if you do that, you incentivize her. Yeah.
I mean, if you reward poor behavior, if you are rewarding women for being promiscuous, then the women that are not promiscuous are going to say, "Oh, I want attention from men. Oh, I guess that's what these other women are doing to get attention." So now, they're seeing the reward is not going to the girls that are holding out for marriage. No, the women are being rewarded are the ones that are making it clap and that are twerking, that are being promiscuous, right? And that's what they're seeing. And so that what they're going to do, they're going to adopt just that behavior.
It's the same thing with men. What you say, Glenn, the other day?
If
What?
Since women say they want vulnerable men and men to be open with their emotions, if men could cry in
Emotional
front of women,
intelligence.
all men would and still get sex. All
Yeah,
men would be crying in front of their
women
woman.
thought men was sexy, or if women thought men crying was sexy, every man would be fucking crying that get laid. If crying would get men laid, men would be fucking crying all the time.
So
Right?
it's a push, it's a give and take. He said their behavior comes from their upbringing. True enough, I agree with that. With how everybody's perspective on life comes from their upbringing, but
Nobody's saying that women are not responsible. Oh my god, why are so people?
Listen. Only thing I say to that be streaming is the women and kids naturally look for men to leadership for leadership and guidance. So yes, the household might be telling her this is the one thing, but when she gets out into the world and looks for men or her father or this and that, the men kind of reinforcing what's already been put in the household because we want what we want right now. We don't want what we want long. Like we're not finna, you see what I'm saying? Like, because men are looking at hookup culture is I'm gonna get what I can get now and I'm gonna get out of there. Most men are willing to just give the woman what she want up front. Yeah, I care about your I care about your career. Yeah, I care about your degree. Knowing damn well he don't. Yeah, I care about your kids. Yeah, I'll be the stepfather for now and then get what he want to do. Men are kind of the man's job is really to be either reinforce what the culture is teaching their kids or to be counterproductive against it and tell their kids to go against the grain. But most of the men are telling the kids to. Most men are telling women, it's cool.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, but can you see the members in the super chats or super stickers, Glenn?
I can't see. Oh wait a minute. Yeah, I can see the super chats. I can't present them or anything though.
Shout out to Juan Solo, man. He joined.
Yeah.
Juan Solo
one
got one, and then brother Numbies did send a super sticker.
Yeah.
And this the
you
thing.
Go ahead, brother.
This the thing that when it comes to what Glenn, I don't agree with
It
everything.
wouldn't be hookup culture if it wasn't for men too. Like, oh my god, why do people think it's just one? This is so fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
guys
but,
are not.
but listen,
women are not. Hold on. Women are not fucking without dicks to fuck. So guess what? Guys have to be involved in the fucking hookup culture for there to be a fucking hookup culture.
Like this what I'm saying with Moon Lace. I don't agree with a lot of what they said, but she said men don't stand on nothing. And that's a fact. Men don't have no backbone, no boundaries. They don't have.
They don't know what they stand on. They don't know what their principles are.
Unc be streaming. The only thing I can say, okay, just because the devil throws the temptation out there at you as a man, I don't have to bind into it. So the women are out there participating in hookup culture. The men, it's the same thing where, like, what's the saying? A lot of women get on the man for cheating, but they don't get on the women that's out there knowing this man is cheating on his wife. If women weren't out there willing to have sex with us and cheat on our wife, knowing that we got a wife, we wouldn't be cheating. So if the men wasn't partaking in hookup culture either, women, it wouldn't be a hookup culture. Two things you gotta like. That's all I'm saying. Like that's the only thing I'm saying. Be streaming, bro. Like the men are participating in this and then complaining about it when they find out that the woman that they love participated in it too. You can't participate in something and get mad when you find a woman that you like have participated in it.
Like,
you know what I'm saying, Glenn? If that makes sense.
Like both are responsible for the hookup culture.
I just hate when either side puts one at fault. Like the
that's what I say. None of this is binary where it's like all women are responsible for this mess that we're in today. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't agree with
because
that.
Well, the reason why nobody wants to get married is because women and divorce laws. Well, guess what? Men made the divorce laws. Men are the ones that put them in the law. They voted on them. They wrote them, right? Like the majority of men have been the ones ruling and governing this country.
You do got to blame the men in certain aspects. Because
it's like,
every goddamn law that we ever got was based
this is the biggest problem that I hear with men and women, but it really pisses me off when I hear it from men, is that they demand women to be held accountable while ignoring the failures of our own accountability.
They say we're not making sense, bro. Look, I'm a man, then I can acknowledge that most men are not productive or good citizens of society. Most men are just winging it through life. Most men are just they wait till they have kids to have their mindset together. Most men are not where they need to be, and
we already know most men, like the way women typically want their man, most men don't qualify for that. So like women literally have to go through multiple men to get what they want from one man. And I'm not saying that's a fault on women. I'm not saying it's a fault on men, but we got to acknowledge the fact that most men are not where they need to be, but they're, and them same men are still having sex with these women, putting babies in these women, knowing they're not ready for that. Yes, women need to learn discernment too. Understand
Absolutely.
that women
But
need to
no,
learn
here's the
discernment
thing.
too.
Now
But
that
men
women
need to also understand that once you knock this girl up, she got you, nigga. Come on, man.
And here's the thing, that women are not fucking men a lot. Look at the number of incels that are bitching about not having access to sex, right? So
what is it? 1 in 4 men by the age of what, 18 to 30 ain't had sex in the last year.
Yep.
Was a virgin by the age of 30.
Yep. And so it's like, okay, so they're withholding sex from men. Now men are bitching that women are not giving them sex. It's like a lose-lose situation.
Well, yeah, but that's what I was saying earlier too about the red pill, is that like it kind of gets misconstrued because a lot of men, some men don't. I don't agree with that entirely.
Can't
Like,
make
so
an
a lot of men don't
irresponsible
have
man.
issues having sex. It's the maintaining the relationship, I think, is the issue. Is
You said what? You said what? I ain't hear you, JR. You were breaking up.
Oh, my bad. I was saying, I think it's more of the I don't believe in that entirely. I think it's more of damn, what did I just say? The what was it, sex? Yeah. Oh yeah, the sex thing. I think it's more of the men. Damn, I forgot what I said.
My bad. I should never cut you. I just couldn't hear.
No,
what
you good. You good. You good. It'll come back to me.
you.
It'll come back. Yeah.
I don't know, but though, man, these conversations, like I'm gonna tell you a conversation. I'm gonna tell you a conversation that I say men need to have more. My wife stepped out on me. And I ain't gonna sit here and say I took her back afterwards. I didn't. It took me a minute, but I realized though, man, I had to take this shit on the chin because I was doing some terrible ass shit. Terrible. She stepped out on me. I didn't take her back initially. We got back together like 8 months after. And I ain't stepped out on her since. And niggas be coming to me like you a simp. I was like, nah, I just understood the game. I broke that woman. It took her what, 4 years to do that? And I had to take this shit on the chin because I was doing some terrible things. And I'm saying the terrible of terrible. So especially when it came to other women. So men need to be honest and say, I'm like people like, well, people be coming to these internet spaces and speaking on their personal life. You got to, because a lot of people portray themselves on social media like they not. Men need to be honest with themselves, bro. That's why I talk about the stuff I
That's
talk
why
about.
men gaslight themselves more than anything.
Yes,
well, I don't think that like it's
you get what
it's a balance. It's a balance. It's a balance.
I'll explain it this way. Hold on. Here's a perfect example. Everything that we've been saying, or anytime I've said anything negative or saying that men need to improve or own up to something, right, that people want to pass on to men or women, what has the chat been saying? What has been the predominant response of the chat? No, it's women. No, it's like you can't even acknowledge that there's accountability it's the same thing.
It's the same
It's
thing.
like you're demanding women to be accountable for their bad behavior while you're supposed to be the leaders and the standard bearer, and you're not even showing how to be accountable for bad behavior. So how do you expect them to be able to be accountable for bad behavior when you're not displaying what that looks like?
Well, I can tell you this: there's a lot of trolls in the chat.
And that's what and that's another thing that I be saying. The spaces ain't doing them but creating trolls. And a lot of people who be trolling in the chat, they don't even live up to what they talk about. Like that's what I'm saying.
You can lead others, you gotta lead yourself. Like, so you can't be worried about leading others until you are being the example for them to follow.
Yeah, they just trying to cause anarchy and shit.
And it goes back to the culture. Like, I love to talk about my culture because my culture protects me. My culture protects my women. My culture protects the older people. And people, I used to get, like I said, yes, I used to get bullied for that. But I'm saying though, what is like, I'm gonna ask black people this, and I'm a black man because I'm of the melatonin. what culture are y'all having that y'all need to back? Because the culture is supposed to protect the women and the kids, but like I said earlier, the kids are not protected, and neither are the women, because the women are fending for themselves, and and women aren't built to do that. So what culture are y'all producing while having these back and forth conversations about men versus women? The men are at odds with the women are at odds with the men, and the kids looking at the man and the woman in the household like, who the hell do I supposed to listen to? But then when they go out into the streets and get that fatherly love from a gang member, and they get that womanly love from he's 16 and this woman is 32 years old, manipulate him, having sex with him, then y'all want to have an issue about it.
Yeah.
What is funny is like I want to talk a lot about leadership, but never talk about followership. I'm trying to raise leaders, trying to encourage men to be better leaders.
Yeah.
And I just want women to understand the value that they have within themselves, bro. Every war we had has been waged based off women and money and religion. Women have way more power. A quiet woman, like I be trying to, the women who be talking about the women overseas, the African women, the Italy, have never been over there. And if they do go over there, they only been on the resort. Y'all only seeing the good parts of it. Go talk to the women who live in these neighborhoods that's not on this damn resort, and they look down upon y'all. Y'all working y'all ass off. Man, I ain't gotta do nothing. And y'all
Hold on, so serious. How you getting there? You taking Carnival?
Said what?
I said, how you getting there? You taking Carnival?
No. I'm Sudanese. I'm saying I'm African. So like I come from it. So it's like people. All I say is people really bash what they really like, and I say that a lot. The trash women are gonna bash the women who are virgins. They're gonna bash the women who are married because they can't get that. They can get short-term commitment, but they can't get long-term. The men are gonna bash certain type of men because at the end of the day, he's getting the type of women that I want. He's living the lifestyle that I want. That is the fucking problem. That is one of the many problems. People just like Trey said, like Glenn said, just be yourself. If you like, my wife is a heavyset woman. She wasn't heavyset when I got with her. I just put so many goddamn kids in her, and I love her.
Good morning, Bjorn. Good morning, Bjorn.
People gotta accept it. Accept what you are. Accept what you like. Date within your fucking league. Stop trying to shoot for the stars.
Well, I mean, I would say if you want to improve yourself, improve yourself. There's nothing wrong with improving yourself. I mean, I wouldn't say be if you are just who you are and you're not improving yourself, if you're not progressing to do better or to level up in your life, then you're regressing. Right?
Yeah, American J Born, thanks for the $20.
That's my buddy Bjorn. Thank you, Bjorn.
Bjorn.
Nah, it's just when I first got into Red Pill space, I just finally like, damn, we got a space that men can actually speak on their frustration. And then I ain't gonna lie, I don't agree with everything. Like I fuck with why so I said, damn, I'm saying my name. I fuck with Fresh and Fit for the simple fact of what the content that they bring out. I can see the truth in what the bullshit, like I can see through the bullshit. So I think a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people pay attention to the messenger instead of the message. And
I think I know Myron. I have his number. We've talked many times, and I don't disagree with, again, the description of the problems that when they diagnose them, right? What I tend to have a problem with is the prescriptions that they give, because if they're saying the overall problem that men are facing is due to feminism and female promiscuity, right? Well, then any solution that doesn't address feminism and female promiscuity is not a solution. If the solutions that they're giving you is how to capitalize off of female promiscuity and a workaround feminism, well, then that's not a solution.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, the red pill was originated for that reason, like to give men a better idea on how to maintain a relationship rather than getting pussy. Like,
well, that was actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's what the original spot of red pill. Yeah, the original red pill was the married red pill. right? And these were guys was, how do I win my wife back? How do I save my marriage? That's what it really was at first. And then it expanded and encompassed to what we have now, right? And what we have now is a very sensationalized version of what it was. And it's become, in many regards, there's still very good actors in the space that do well, that do try to help people. But there's also a lot of like snake oil salesmen or con artists, like I like to call them, because they are here to capitalize off of men's pain.
Yeah.
You know, buy my program, spend $10,000 on my program, and you'll level up and you'll get with women like I do. And these women are actresses in these videos. Like, you know, it's misleading.
Bullshit. Yeah.
It's misleading, and that's detrimental. They don't, and again, they'll be like, well, I don't care, I'm making money. That's what HS Tiki Taki said, right? In the documentary, he didn't care. He's like, well, I'm getting paid. All right, so then that right there should that was the one thing about the documentary that I thought exposed a lot, was that mindset right there should make men say, you know what, if this guy is like that, I should question everybody in this space, because nobody's calling out him or that behavior in this space.
But that's just because certain people in certain spaces, they kind of fit the things that they talk about fits that person's perspective on life. So it's gonna be hard if you fit my perspective on life. It's gonna be hard for me to go against what you're saying.
If you and I agree on 97% of the things, but this 3% where you're saying that you're just here to capitalize off men and you don't give a fuck about whether or not that benefits them or not, I'm gonna call that shit out.
Yeah.
I don't care if we agree on 97%. The 3% that we don't agree on, I'm going to mention it. I'm going to say, hey, yeah, I think this is that's right there. That gives me a reason to question his information, because if he doesn't care whether or not it benefits me or it helps me, then he's not here to help men. He's here to capitalize off pain. Now I question his integrity or what he's actually selling or encouraging guys to buy, because if he doesn't say that he has any moral to it, there's no moral standing that he's operating under, why should I trust him?
Yeah, I believe there's not one content creator that I 100% stand on every word they say. Like, I always, even the so-called scammers or people taking advantage, if I feel as though they have good information, I'll take bits and pieces of that, and apply it to, my logic, my lifestyle. But like, I don't think anybody should, 100% just be like all in, like, oh yeah, like, this guy, he has words of wisdom and I should follow every word. Like, no, don't do that.
I mean,
That's what we need to tell men for sure.
Think about how cowardice it is for men to know that somebody is doing dirty, like screwing a group of men that's in their community over, but they're staying silent because they don't want to rock the boat and they just want to get paid.
That's a yes.
Well, I'm not doing it, so like I'm not the one that's screwing these guys over, so I don't need to do anything. Where's the integrity at? If especially when they know what's going on.
Where's the stats on that? Oh man, that would devastate a lot of people.
So I wrote this thing up a long time ago, and it's called it's from a biblical worldview. These are the characters and qualities of what the Bible would say is a good man. And I think at the very base core, whether you believe in God or not, I think nobody could disagree with these core principles, right, of a man. And I think that if we adopted more these characteristics rather than worried about, driving a Bentley or a Lambo and, looking a certain way or projecting a certain image, right, to attract women, I think that we would do much better. Like, for example, I think a man's ultimate example of masculinity is not Andrew Tate, but it's God himself, right? You could read the Bible and you could see what God's character is like, right? A man is to be strong in mind and body. There's plenty of scriptures that tell you to be, strong and courageous, right? There's many scriptures that tell you to be alert and stand firm, act like men, right? A man is supposed to be brave, right? It says, therefore, keep your courage, men, right? That's in Acts 27. A man is to be a leader. Most men are passive. They let women lead them. A man is to listen to wise counsel, right? That's like it says, a wise man will hear and increase in learning, and a man of understanding will acquire wise counsel. A man's integrity is supposed to be worth more to him than wealth or power. A lot of guys sell out their integrity these days. A man channels his competitive and aggressive nature, but does not suppress it. That means he channels it for like in good directions. You know what I mean? Like you want to compete? Cool. I'm going to try to do the best at this, right? That's a good way to channel it. You know, that's a good way to channel your aggression. It's not a bad way. A man channels his anger and does not suppress it. Being angry is not a sin, you know. Acting off of your anger, right? Like striking somebody out of anger, like your kids or whatever, that could be bad, right?
Right.
A man channels his sexuality but does not suppress it, right? A man defends the weak. A man does not allow himself to be manipulated by a woman's sexual charm. Proverbs 6:23. That's a good one you guys should read. A man works hard and is ambitious in all of his pursuits. So we don't do anything half-ass. Right? A man values his wife and his family. And a man provides for and protects his wife and children. A man shows proper authority, proper respect for authority. And the last one is a man shows proper honor to women.
That sounds like the good guy. What they say about the good guy. Good guy finished last. That's what they say.
You mean nice guys?
No,
there's a difference between being nice and good.
It's the good guy. It's three. I tell people all the time, bro. It's three different men on the planet. You got the good guy, and then you got the fuck boy, both on opposite ends. The nice guy's in the middle, which is that what typically women aim for. He's a gentleman, he's chivalrous, but
nice
he
guy
don't tolerate bullshit. That's a nice guy. He's a good dude.
No, that's not the nice guy. Have you read the book No More Mr. Nice Guy?
I haven't read it.
Look, this is what I said. People need to learn how to use good definitions. They just be making up definitions for certain things. I've been taught my whole life. It's a good dude. That's a yes man. He's a good dude. He's a yes man. And then you got the nice guy in the middle. That's a nice dude. He's just rough around the edges. He's a gentleman, but at the end of the day, he'll put a bitch in her place. But he ain't gonna do it how he ain't gonna be the ass, but he just gonna either I'm gonna tell you one time only. You do that, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna ghost your ass and leave you alone for good. And then you got the fuck boy who just, you know, he's in it for his own self. He's in it for his own deviances, his own desire. That's how I was taught. Now,
so you remember when I was talking about like the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe a minute ago?
Yeah.
And I said like, you know, like they asked if Aslan was safe, and I was like, no, bitch, but he's good. Well, what is Aslan's character in the movie? Aslan's supposed to represent like God, right? Or Jesus. And Jesus is good. You know, he's not safe, but he's good, right? Nice guys are the guys that like will always be nice to women. They don't have any boundaries. They don't have they let women walk all over them. Those are the nice guys, right? Good guys they're good to themselves. They have boundaries, and they will tell a woman no. They will dismiss a woman if her behavior is not, you know, appropriate or works within the framework of a relationship that he wants. But he's not going to abuse that position of power either, right? And then you have the bad ones. Like those are, you know, the ones that they all chase after and shit.
So let's tackle that right quick, because there's two things right there that's a little confusing. It's like you say, you know, if the woman is not acquiescing to your program, you should leave. But is that really the solution? Like, but then,
I think
you have on the other side too, a lot of men don't leave.
I mean,
I think there's a lot of steps before just leaving. I don't think it's just an immediate. If you're married, you're not just gonna hit the eject button the moment she, you know what I'm saying, like, is not following your leadership or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, first you have to ask the question, why is she not following my leadership? Is there something that I'm doing that is, or am I not doing that may make it difficult for her to trust or to follow my said leadership? Right? That should be the first question. And then once you actually suss that out and see if there's something there or there's not anything there, cool. And then now you could address her. But too many guys just jump from, you know, don't even do that first step. They just go right to her like, you know, you're wrong because they're not even inquiring. They're not even seeing if they're doing anything wrong that would cause it to be difficult or problematic for her.
Almost like a build up. Like they
And that's why when men be like, I don't agree. I say sometimes leave it get extreme. But
hold on, look at me. Let me respond to
I just know I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot.
You know what I'm saying though, but what I'm saying is,
like, do men
I
really
don't
do
think
that?
men should leave. I just think you shouldn't be dealing with her, period. So if
you're married to somebody,
you're gonna promote hoe hopping.
What?
You're gonna like the way the culture and the talking points of where people think when it comes to the men, it promotes hoe hopping. And then it does. Like you go and get what you can to get up out of her. That's a bad thing in itself because now you finna have a tie with this woman that may end up leading you to a baby. And then you leave, that promotes hoe hopping. And it promotes the same thing that we complain about.
Yeah, so the solution is a lot more
nuanced, man.
Well, that also explains like a lot of that most men should have is just discipline. Like you
in this day and age, yes, because
no, in all the days and age, you know, if we had discipline and we actually had integrity and we didn't, you know, capitalize on the sexual liberation when it was going on, we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like these days. No, we should have been doing it back in those days, so we wouldn't have to deal with the problems that we're dealing with in these days. But it's funny when I say like Andrew Tate should not be your definition of masculinity. You know, well, Andrew Tate speaks on men improving themselves. Yeah, but if the best definition of what masculinity looks like is not going to be Andrew Tate. It's not going to be
use him as an example.
It's going to be the stand-up guys in your coaching community.
Well, I mean,
Andrew Tate have like
I pointed to God, right? Like God's character in the Bible is probably the perfect definition of what masculinity looks like. So why would I want to try to mirror a character of something less than the perfect one? Right? Does that make sense? Like, you know, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, sure, you could take characteristics and traits that you see Tate display and observe that are great. Fine, cool. Nobody's saying that, but don't make them your definition of masculinity because that would mislead you.
Yeah, that's more of a secular type mindset too, as well.
Hold on.
Tate is flawed himself, so I mean.
Hold on. Don't be streaming. You just said no. We capitalize on something they fought for, and I'm gonna say to you the same thing I say to other women. How the fuck is that benefiting us in the long term effect? Oh yeah, they capitalizing on what they fought for. We capitalizing on what they fought for, but it's still a disconnect when it comes to the kids. It's still a disconnect when it comes to the culture. It's still a disconnect when it comes to the community. It's still a disconnect when it comes to the family. I'm not asking them that. I'm asking you because I'm having a conversation with you. How does that be by men and jumping into that? Okay, yeah, it's the same thing I say with women. Y'all know these niggas ain't shit. Y'all heard the women before you said. You heard other niggas say these niggas ain't shit. Your dad will tell you this, and you decide to deal with it. You can't complain about it. The same thing I'm gonna say about the men that's jumping into that effect too. You can't complain about what you're diving into when you saying it yourself. We know these bitches ain't shit. So you can't have one without the other, man. It's certain things that if men are leaders, I agree with that. We need to take a step back and let them women feel what equality really is. But y'all not gonna
men need to stop. Men need to stop saving them. Men need to stop saving them.
Don't save her. She don't.
Like, that's really what guys do. Guys will always just save them. You know, why do you think that like teachers that do the bad stuff to the students, like the female teachers that have been in the news lately, why do you think they get off on very minimal, charges or consequences? Because men save them.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Men save and women coddle. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's not the same thing.
Men save these hoes and women coddle these men from society. Men
don't.
Women coddle a lot of men. That's a fact. In the same.
Hold on. It's not the same because men remove women from facing the full accountability of their choices and their actions.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Like I've been
It's
told
not the same thing. It's not the same.
I've been told this. It's a reason why a woman will kick her daughter out before she kick her son out, because she knows there's gonna be some man out there that's willing to protect her. It might not be the man she wanna need, but it's always gonna be a man out there willing to protect her daughter. Nobody's coming to the aid of a man. So I agree with you on that.
So like men need to like respect women and their choices and let them live with their consequences of their actions.
So what do you think about the single mothers? What do you think about that? Like, what if more men? So does that fall in the category of simping?
I got hold on.
Nuance.
Before Glenn go, I think men who don't have kids should get with women who don't have kids. Me having kids, it's a preference then, but I'm gonna question you on that, nigga. You don't want this one with kids.
So this is funny. Like people think like when say stop seeing single mothers, Glenn gets mad though. Why would I get mad? Like you don't even know me. You're just assuming you know me. Stop projecting. You probably like
when it comes to the single mother, there is a threshold. Now it depends.
I think that there's more nuance to it, right?
Hey.
I would say like the number one single mom that's probably worth some, considering dating or whatever would probably be a widower or a widow, because she didn't choose to be a widow. She didn't leave her husband. Her husband's life was ended, and now she's a single mom, right? Like I think that it would be if you had to choose, if you're only going to pick single moms, I think that would be one with the green flag, right? Because a lot of women, like we noticed, are getting divorced, and it could be whatever differences, right? Or they had to go on their journey or whatever. Or like we know that a lot of women say that all their exes are narcissists. And I would be like, that's kind of problematic if they can't point to any flaw or fault in their behavior that contributed to their end of that relationship. But even further, taking it back further than that, from a biblical standpoint, if you didn't know why that woman got divorced, if it wasn't for a biblical reason, and you end up engaging in a relationship with her, you could be starting that relationship on the grounds of adultery. And I don't think that would be a good thing moving forward in any relationship. So, yeah, I just don't. I think that men should tread lightly on that, proceed with caution. But I would say like the widows are probably
So the red pill speaks a lot on the single mother. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what do we do with that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you just gotta take
there's a lot of single mothers out here, man. There's
a lot of nuance there, right? Like, because a woman could have got with the guy that she thought was going to be a good husband and a good father, and he could end up going to war, coming back from war, being a drunk and abusive. Did she do something wrong? Like that could be just the way that things end up happening, right? There's no way for her to foresee that. Or it could be that she just did really bad choices. She got pregnant young and she needed someone to take care of her because her parents kicked her out or whatever. And, she just married the guy that got her knocked up, and they didn't work out, and then she does that. She meets another guy and she ends up having a kid with him because she needs a place to stay. Well, I mean, pattern of behavior, right? I mean, you have to assess each, case by case, but I would say, it's always better to proceed with caution. And, I wouldn't, if you had the option between a single mom and a not single mom, why, if you weren't a single father, why would you want to get with the single mom? It just doesn't make sense. If all things were equal, the only difference is that one had a kid and one didn't have a kid. If you don't have any kids, right, why would you want to take on the burden of that?
All right, let's just say like you got a best friend, right? Comes to you, says, met this single mother. She's great. You know what I mean? But she didn't have a widow situation or something of that nature. but she's showing qualities that she can be a helpmate.
I'm gonna tell
I'm
him.
sorry. What was, I'm sorry. I was trying to read the chat. Can you say that last part?
But she might have some qualities of a helpmate, but you haven't got a full analysis of her yet.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him out front. You got to be mindful that those kids are not yours. So it's certain things that you're not gonna be able to do and say at the beginning, like her baby daddy is. You got to understand that she's also a total package. You also got to understand that the difference between dealing with a woman without kids and having a woman with kids, she's on the woman with kids on a time constraint. She has to find a babysitter. She has to go to doctor's appointments. She has to do a lot. You got to understand that with a woman that don't have kids is free to do. She's free to do what you want her to do at most times. A woman who has kids, she's gonna cater to her kids, even when it comes to dating you. You gotta are you willing to, as a man to jump into that? Just telling the man not to be with a woman with kids, you got to tell them real reasons why, not the reasons.
Well, I think like when it comes down to, like, let's say there's a single dad and he has custody of his kids, and then there's a single mom. I think, like, and this is just my own anecdotal experience because I was divorced and I had my son the full time. And the women that I dated or women that I got with that didn't have kids, it was more complicating for the relationship because they're so used to being selfish and being able to, like, well, I want all this time. Like, they're not used to having to share.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, the father has a duty and a responsibility to his kid first. So although the girlfriend, may like, well, I want some more of us time, or we should go do this. Well, no, I got my son this weekend, or, I got to do this project with him. That comes first. Like, they feel like, oh, like you're putting they keep on being second place
because
they're not used to understanding, like, this, but when you get with a woman that has kids, they are more understanding of that because you're both kind of dealing with the same thing with your children, right? So there's more understanding and grace, and they don't take it offensively. So I think that in some cases, that sometimes single dads getting with single moms are a really good situation for them because they could help each other, right? And they understand each other, but more than somebody that doesn't have kids.
The only reason why I bring that up is because, like, you have certain situations where, like, the single mother, like, I look at it from anatomy standpoint. Like, the last guy she was with, they say, like, the Java juice is still in her,
for the marriage shop
in her body. So, like, and then, like, some of the things, like, because you're around with women for a while, they start to do things like you, and
women acquiesce to men all the time, especially like
they might even sound like you in the certain, so it's like some of that stuff is left with, that guy moved on, but it's still left with her.
That's basically the woman's alpha widow.
I see a lot of that.
Well, yeah,
too,
I mean, and I think that most people need to realize, like, an ex-wife is not a baby mama, right? For whatever reason, the divorce happened. They tried to make the family work, and it didn't work, obviously. So, for whatever reason, it's a failure of the marriage. But that failure of the marriage falls on both of them, not just one party. Although it could just be one party doing the filing, but
because that's when women use that terminology. I'm healing. I need to heal. Like,
then you need to heal alone without any other men. Then
because they'll go heal in the arms of a bed of another man. I need to go focus on myself, and that's what they be like. You just want some dick. That's all they be saying. That's all it is. That's what they get it.
And I was always tell guys that are interested, because I know a couple guys that got with single moms, and my advice to them was, like, don't take them serious until you are, like, you have vetted her for a year, you've asked the right questions about, and you've observed the interaction between her and the ex, or if he's in the picture. Like, these are all things that you need to factor in when considering, you know, even getting into that. I said, and the last thing you want to do is meet their kids before you're ready to commit to that relationship. I said, because the last thing you want to do is, you know, come into their kids, that woman's kids' lives, and then dip out on them. And it just could be a repetitive behavior or something similar that they've seen with either their father or maybe, you know, some other. You don't want that to be the male experience. You don't want to contribute to that. So there's, you have to be careful, you know, because I knew guys that got attached to the woman's kid.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's what. Oh my goodness, I see that so much. Like
they
them
love the
step
kids like
baby
that.
daddies, man. They step in and it is like.
But it's been like that even when the men went to war back then, and the like, even put it to you, like even in tribes of culture. I'm always go back to culture. Even in tribes, Indian tribes, African tribes, whatever tribes, when the men died in war, the other men took her and the kids in because that's what they were supposed to do. She can't survive without herself. So it's natural. Men do that. Men are natural protectors of women and kids. So even if this child not mine, I'm gonna treat it like it's mine, because at the end of the day, I want somebody to do my child like that.
Well, I mean, in the Old Testament, if like your brother was married and let's say he didn't have his wife they didn't have kids yet, and let's say your brother died before he could, you know, provide her a son, it would be your responsibility to take her on as a wife and to provide her a son. And the son would be taking the name of your brother who's deceased so that his name continued in the history of Israel, right? Like that was one of the laws in the Old Testament. So there was a big sense of duty back then, you know.
Yeah, that is now lost because
we don't have duty like we used to.
And that's why
the thing I see a lot is like, you know, like So Serious was talking about, you know, fathers not being in the child's life or whatever, but then you got that situation, but the guy that came in, he can't discipline the child, and I feel like them kids are worse off.
Because I say it all the time. Yes, I give a women pass on because niggas gonna be niggas sometimes. I give you a pass sometimes. But
this is what I always say.
This is where I fought the man at. This is where I fought the woman at. So what if the daddy was trash? It's your job to bring in another man that's worthy instead of just being in the streets because your baby dad in the streets too. Like you're gonna have to take your kids around other men, the granddaddy, uncles, brothers. You're gonna have to, because you're gonna need help. You're gonna need a male's influence on the kids to help them. And what most women, and I say most, what I see women doing is, instead of doing that and going that route, they don't want to deny themselves for the sake of their kids. So they gonna do what they gotta do. It is what it is. I'm gonna do me, and I'm gonna figure it out as I go. And the kids suffer from that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that, like, you know, when people get with women with kids, like they think that they have to be dad. No, you're not dad. Like you may be the head of the household, but you're not dad, right? If they're dad in the picture, you're not dad, and they may not want you to be. You are her husband or you're her boyfriend or whatever. You know, you could just be his male mentor, or you know, you don't have to be dad, and you shouldn't feel forced to be in that role, because you're never going to be dad, right? Women may want you to play the role as dad, but then they don't want you to play the role as dad when it comes to other things, right? So never take on the role as dad, but take on the role as, like, you know, I could be a mentor to him. I'll be available if he needs, you know, questions or he needs some help with something. I'm here for him, right?
Yeah,
but
I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah.
That way you're not overstepping the boundaries of your, because that now you're going to be stepping on the dad's toes, because maybe the dad actually wants to be an active member in his son's life or his kid's life. And if that could be problematic, right? But too many times guys want to, like, they're my kid now. Like, well, okay. You want to do that, and it could be more problems for you.
Not me, but like you said, I'll be a mentor, but like if I was in that situation, but I definitely ain't just stepping in to be dad. Like, but like sometimes them women be, you know, especially when they have boys or something like that.
Oh, the boys need it. That's my heart breaks for like single moms that have sons and like they don't have any like positive male role models for their kids to interact with. Like I just had a woman that I know that's a single mom. She's in tech, really smart woman. And she's like, I am struggling, Glenn, because I don't even know how to throw a fucking football. And you know, dad's gone, and you know, like what should I do? Like I was like, get him in like a martial arts discipline twice a week, right? That coach or that sensei is going to help him. It's going to teach him, you know, basically discipline characteristics and how to protect himself. And he's going to learn some things there. And you never know, he may end up liking it and want to stick with it. And that could be a really good mentor for him. You know,
I actually think that'll be a good segment, like stepdaddy skills. Like that's not a bad idea. Like, because I think a lot of men struggle with that. I actually seen that.
Because it's crazy. Only in modern times where we clown stepdads, and stepdads have been around forever.
Yep. Yeah. And Ghost, you're right. Ghost says that's why it's important to get along with the biological father, especially when it comes to discipline.
Yes, because the kids under at that point, you got 3 parents and stuff. Like I gave an example to OG, and I don't know if he agreed with it. I was like, I don't want another man disciplining my kids physically. So if any woman I got kids with, and like the woman I'm with now and my first baby mom, if she's with a man, I get cool with the nigga. I get cool with her boyfriend, and me and him jot down numbers and we talk. Because at the end of the day, when my kids discipline you, don't wait till my baby mama if my kids are disrespecting you, don't wait till my baby mama tell you, because she's probably not gonna tell me. You need to call me, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna beat their ass in front of you. And I'm gonna tell them, listen to this man, bro. Because at the end of the day, he's the man of the house when I'm not here. If he trust me, I'm gonna tell my kids, and I tell any woman, any man, my woman day. I said my woman, my baby mama day. I tell you to do that, because if my kids come to me and say something, I'm gonna kill you and her, no questions asked. I'm gonna beat your ass and then ask questions later, instead of you coming to me and I can ask questions first, because my kids gonna put a battery in my back. I'm telling you that now.
So wait a minute,
I'm
hold
saying,
on.
at that point, we got three parents that were me and you can get along. So now the woman can't manipulate the situation on nothing.
But then you remove yourself from the father role. Then
when you say you're gonna kill them both, and then now you in prison, so then you're gonna leave your kids orphans.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying I would do that, but I'm saying that's the
you do that.
I'm saying, I say things just, you know, but I'm saying what I mean to say is I'm coming over there with the energy to not talk to you, nigga. Like, I'm not gonna, even whatever you tell me, even if you right, I'm probably not gonna listen, because nigga, I already told you up front. You should have came to me and talked to me. Clearly, my kids lying after I done had a conversation with you, nigga.
Yeah.
Like I would like, I agree with you that you should have a cordial and like lay some ground rules with the either the stepdad or like the boyfriend, whatever, that's serious. I wouldn't say every boyfriend, because like, I mean, you never know how long those guys will be there or may not be there. So like if she tells you like, oh yeah, I'm getting married, okay, have a good conversation, but like, hey, you know what, I hope you guys do well with, you know, with him. You're like, hey, congratulations, you're getting married, hope you guys, you know, the best. You know, I understand that, you know, you're going to be around my son or my daughter, and I just want us to have a understanding and have some ground rules and like just some basic open communication for the two of us. You know, yes, you are going to be her husband, but you're also going to be around my son or my daughter, and I want us to be on the same page. And I think when that's done and there's that, like, you know, mutual respect there, it could be really good. The problem that I see is when guys that like are the baby daddy are jealous or mad at the new guy, because they feel like he's taking his spot, that, you know, he's in his place where he should be. Yeah. So
the co-parenting is I actually seen positive numbers in co-parenting, but I don't really hear a lot of people speaking on it in a positive note. But I think that should definitely be something that deserves more attention than, you know, all the other crap we talk about.
You know, and like stepdads do get like a really bad rep. like, oh, you're a cuck, you cucked yourself, like you're raising another man's kid. And that may be funny, may be good jokes, but you know what? If he's a good father, that other man's kid's gonna be really grateful.
Yeah, exactly. And he might can provide.
Do we need to have more shitty ass men running around, or should we, be grateful for the men that actually will fill a role that's not their responsibility, but they're doing it because it's the right thing to do, if under the right circumstances. Now, I'm not saying that every guy needs to go fucking wife up a single mommy, okay? No, but I'm also saying that like I wouldn't just like talk down on or discourage men if that's what they choose to do. Like my friend Andrew Wilson is he married a single mom. And
they still together.
They're still together. Like they've had complications in their relationship, but they're almost 20 years married and they're happy. It doesn't have to always be a nightmare. It doesn't have to always be a horrible situation. But yes, know that it can be. Right? Know that it can be. And I think that we have to understand there's nuance to every relationship that ends. And if we don't understand nuances and we just kind of like, oh, they're a single mom. Nope. She's all bad. She's fucked up. Why aren't you with your husband? Like we always assume that it's like it's her fault. It's a bad reason. She's tarnished. She's damaged goods. And sure, you could operate that way, but that could be, incorrect, and that you might be actually losing out on a good opportunity. That could have been better for you than another situation. I think people need to operate with nuance and understand that yes, adding another person into your relationship, because that's what you're basically doing when you get with a single mom, especially with the stepdad or with the dad in the role. You're inviting someone else into your relationship, and that makes it complicated. The more people you add to your relationship, the more complicated it will get, right? So you have to know that going into it. But I wouldn't discourage or look down upon anybody that chooses to do that. I just would want to make sure that they are fully aware and know what they're getting themselves into before making that commitment.
And that's why I say people got to use the right terminology. Instead of going out saying, man, don't be with them. Y'all need to be saying you need to take precaution when being with this type of person. The same way if a dude got out of jail, there are some good men who turn their life around in jail and get out of jail and actually do good. There are some men out here who it's two sides to every coin, is what I'm saying. You got some married men out here that ain't worth shit. And then you got some married men out here that actually do their due diligence to their community, their family, and everything else. You got some men that's been in jail, get out of jail, and they still be jailbirds. And you got men that get out of jail and be upstanding, law-abiding citizens to society. You got to.
We have to stop doing this thing where we're like holding people for their past sins, like, and we judge them for that for the rest of their lives. None of us want to be judged for our past sins for the rest of our lives, right? Like nobody wants to be judged for our past mistakes forever, right? Especially if we've moved past that, we're no longer that individual.
I mean, but you get what I'm saying. I'm saying, just because I made bad decisions in my past.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying just because you made mistakes in your past doesn't mean that you are your past. You could have grown from then.
No, that's a fact, man, and that's a scare tactic that they put on a lot of women. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's the women fault, but they definitely impress that upon women.
Because it creates, and that's where delusional men and delusional women come from. When you can't understand that a phoenix was born from fire, so like you got to be able to understand it. Yes, because even the men who say to women they don't be wanting to give women grace, they be wanting grace themselves. So you got to be able to give what you want, though. And I'm not saying go with all women who are, that have made bad decisions, but understand your discernment where you are and where you are in the social hierarchy of dating. You don't want this woman that's like this, but does she are you qualified to get better? Can you get better, maintain and sustain better than this woman? If not, then make better decisions and be with this woman. Because I was always taught, man, as a man, can't nobody tell me what I don't like in a woman. I don't give a damn if my homeboy don't like the girl I'm talking to. I love her. Y'all kiss my ass. So, like, I think a lot of people do certain things off of what society gonna tell them, and
That's a
then
fact. That's a
I think
fact.
a lot of people make their personal decisions off people who don't like. What's the saying? What you eat don't make me shit, and who you fuck don't make me come. So why am I worried about what you dictate in my household?
Yeah,
right. You know, and what was somebody? I was reading the chat here. It's not judging. It's just not accepting what you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to accept a single mom. You don't have to accept a single dad. You don't have to accept somebody that has bad credit. Like like the women came up with their 6 6s.
Hey, Glenn,
Right?
somebody in the back. Can you bring anybody up?
I can't bring anybody up. I don't have any authority back here.
Oh shit. Oh, Trey was just joking when he said you.
Oh, did he really?
He
Yeah, because
said
I can't even.
He said
I
this
don't.
is your stream today. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
he
no,
said.
yeah. He said he wanted me to like host it, and I said yeah, no problem.
Okay.
But I have no power to bring anybody up, you guys. Like we're not on my StreamYard. I'm in Trey's StreamYard. You guys are just watching it on my channel.
Hey, for the last couple nights, bro, we've been up to 5, 6 o'clock in the morning while Trey been.
Yeah, Trey getting snoozy. He hitting the snooze
The
button on
conversation
us.
ain't done though because it's still over close to 100 people watching.
No, this is a great conversation, man. We definitely covering a lot of real
there's
aspects of.
There's nuance, and then these are the topics and things that tend to not be discussed in the male space that we have, and they should be discussed. They need to be discussed at length and in depth with detailed and like clarity, not like fast. I'm sorry, Angry Casper. If Trey was awake, I would be able to bring you guys up, but I don't have any control here.
Yeah, I tried, fellas. I tried. Sorry.
But like there's a lot of parts of the things that we talk about or we hear in the space that we need to like get more clarity for. And not just like heed a warning and be like, oh, they say don't do this. Okay, then I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to ask why. Just not going to do it. Well, maybe you should look into it and find the reason why instead of just, following blindly.
I'm grateful, like, for the people that I do, like the content creators I do follow, because, like, they kind of do, like, dabble in all aspects of certain, conversations in the relationship, or dick and pussy, what they call it. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like the same talking points, and the conversation just goes in a circle. Like, I'm tired of that shit. Like, I can't tune in and them type of content.
It's funny, like
there would be something I consider a grifter that sticks to, like, you can't say you talk about geopolitics, but you only stick to one side. Like, I'm a conservative man, and I'm a Muslim man, but I can understand what progressiveness really is. I don't.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, man. But I'm saying I can understand what progression means. I get it. You want to progress society. The only problem I got is the progressiveness ain't going towards nothing.
Well, if progressiveness means dudes chopping off their dicks and we are like destroying our children, by mutilating them, I don't think that's a good progression.
But you get what I'm saying, though. I can get out of my box and jump into another box and try to understand.
I don't know, you're stupid.
I'm willing to understand or even try to have a conversation with you that's intentional to understand where you're coming from. And I don't know, like, people got to be able to jump outside the box and have those tough ass conversations, man. That's the problem. I say we should bring shame back. That's one thing that protected a lot of people.
What is shame? Okay, so let me ask you this: with all these like podcasts that send all these super chats in for the somebody to read them and dunk on these women and shame them, has that curtailed any?
When I say shame, I'm talking about Who gives a damn about a person on a damn YouTube video? I don't fucking know. I'm talking about
in real life.
the mothers, the fathers, the uncles, the pastors, the this, the that.
The thing is, like, shame only works on people that you actually care about, or you give a damn about their opinion. That's the only places where shame works at.
And it needs to and a lot of people, they would rather. I'm sorry, bro. Tell me the fucking truth. I trust you better if you.
Shame doesn't work the way that it used to be anymore. You know,
my
because
best friends don't. Me and my best friend, me and this nigga, a business owner. Like we started breeding dogs together. It got to a point. When I told y'all earlier how terrible I was, it got to a point where he came to me. He's my son's goddad. That man came to me and said, bro, the rate you going, bro, I'm only gonna deal with you from a business aspect, bro. I'm tired of carrying your lies. I'm tired of doing like, no, bro. He said, bro, me and you cool, you my brother, but I'm only gonna deal with you we only gonna talk when it come to dogs. And I was like, man, me and him fell out about that. He was like, because I don't align with what you doing, brother. Like, you would sit around and do something and then complain about how she reacting to it, when I'm telling you, stop doing the dumb shit you doing. And me and him stopped talking. We were working together on the construction site, being electricians and all that. People like, what's up with you and him? We know we ain't gonna chop it up with nobody like that. Me and mine didn't talk. We had to work together. If it wasn't about the job or dog, we weren't talking about personal stuff. And that hurt me. And that's that's my homeboy holding me accountable to my ex, and a lot of people don't do that. And then he one of the main reasons why, you know, I work things out with my wife and we back together and we rocking and rolling. But just like while my other friends were saying, nigga, you better enjoy the time that are gone, he was telling me, is that really what you want? Do you really want another man raising your daughter? Do you really want that? Because you ruined this relationship. She had nothing to do with it. She gave you everything you asked. And that's why I can't fuck with you, nigga. Like, he was telling me that. And we fell out for about 2-3 months. And that's my brother to this day. And I fuck with that. And that's why I'm saying your inner circle ain't holding you to the fire, your dumbass decision. Then they yes men. You're gonna end up like King Von.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily shame that's holding you accountable. But I have a rule. I will not get into business or collaborate with people that I know that are willing to cheat on their spouse. Right? Like, I'm not going to break bread or, get in any business with somebody that will cheat on their spouse. Because if you're willing to cheat on the woman that you say you love, you're definitely willing to cheat me on something. And because you don't love me, you didn't make those vows to me. So if you're willing to cheat on her, you're definitely willing to cheat on me somehow in business.
Yeah.
And
that's so, like the saying, stand for nothing, fall for anything.
Yeah. And I see somebody in the chat says, like, nowadays people don't believe in church. Yeah, you're right. And part of the reason why is because, unfortunately, the one place that I would say feminism is thriving more than anywhere is in the church. It's in the church.
Man, I want to speak on that because there's one thing I was going to say that earlier too, because
it's starting to get to the Mars. Like, it's literally, like, I'm telling you,
my man so serious to say he's Muslim and I'm conservative, but I'm more on the Christian side, but I prefer to call it spiritual because so many people are so weird about that now. But I don't have no
I do know a bunch of single mommies out on a limb.
Hey, JR, I just think conservative is people that care about the kids. That's all. If you care about the upbringing of the next generation, you're a conservative person because you're gonna do whatever it takes to protect them.
Yeah, but I still have respect. So, like, it don't matter like your religion, though. Like, I still respect you, like, as a person. Like, you know what I'm saying? That goes for anybody that has a different, belief.
Religion ain't nothing but your culture. That's what I believe. It's just your culture. Like,
but people be trying to shame you on here when you bring up a scripture or you speak on God, like,
because most people, what's the saying? Most people are I just had it in my head.
Like, you trying to force feed them or something. Like, I'm not trying to force you to do anything. Like, I'm just giving you a basis. Like, yeah.
Like, I'm just sharing with you my worldview or why I will operate this way or why I see things the way I see it. I'm not trying to tell you you have to see it the way I see it. I'm just telling you why I see it the way I see it. And it's based off of this worldview that I have. And it's whether my religious worldview or my my religion dictates or frames my worldview or whatever, how you want to word it. That's why I will allow certain things or not allow certain things in my life.
And then I see a lot of the people that like do, you know, whatever religion, like they don't really practice, like, or they don't really know what they're saying, like in depth, like, so they can't explain it, like they can't, you know what I mean, like articulate the meaning of whatever they're saying or they're quoting. It's so annoying.
Well, like most,
and that's where you realize it's a talking point. Because
most Christians don't know what's in the Bible. Like it's like only 11% of Christians would actually read their Bible more than once a week, and usually that once a week is probably on Sunday at church when the pastor is telling them to turn to chapters, whatever, the book of so and so, and that's the only time they probably read their Bible. They don't read it at home. They don't do it on, they don't practice. It's not a practice that they take serious in their life, right? So a lot of people don't know what's in there. They and those are the ones that are easy to to be misled because they just follow whatever the pastor says. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
My thing is they just say the most dumbest thing, like to refute like what you just said, or like, oh, if God's real, like you can't see God, like, so
I
how
tell
does it
people
make it real what
same,
you're saying? Like what?
Well, it's easy. I tell people the same faith that it takes to believe in science and the theories of like the big boom or whatever, the Big Bang. Same faith, same amount of faith it takes to believe in God that you can't see.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, when you go to scientific, yeah. Like,
So
yeah,
if
like
you're willing to accept the Big Bang theory when you have no evidence of it, and you've never witnessed it, and you can't see it, right? So then it's the same faith to believe that's true as it is to believe that God's true.
exactly. And then they try to, that's the first thing they go to, like these synopses and these theories, like, yeah, like, oh, that's not even proven. Like, so how you gonna
people gotta realize science and religion kind of fall hand in hand, bro.
Well, science typically, or what it used to, science used to prove religion at one point historically.
But you can't make money off of that.
I agree with that.
You can't make money off of that. So what you gonna do? You're gonna go against the grain.
Well, I mean, I think you should go with what the data is supporting, right?
Yeah, they just don't have the ability to articulate it and present it in a way that, you know what I'm saying, it could be at least somewhat understood. Might not be completely understood, but to a degree. People don't want to take the time. Like it's definitely ways. Like I just feel like we just use less brain power nowadays. Like, and then I think that's due to technology and stuff. But
oh yeah, no, we have made AI and the digital world, or like the quick responses we get from Google searches, and we're just taking whatever they say as if it's 100% solid, irrefutable truth, and it's like, okay, so are you sure? I mean, people are easily persuaded. I mean, they're like sheep. Yeah.
Somebody say earlier, sheeple.
I mean, like, think about this. Like, all the people that took the jab, right? All the people that took the jab.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Y'all believe, like,
I
those
didn't
people
take it
believe,
either. No way.
Neither did I, but like those people believe that in less than a couple weeks, we were, a couple weeks prior to that, we were plagued by this horrible, virus that is like deathly and killing people left and right. And you think that within a matter of weeks we found a cure or an antidote, or whatever it is,
exactly,
a vaccine.
like,
and here's the funny thing, that we have been giving out flu shots for I don't know how many years, but I know at least every year that I've been alive, they've been doing flu shots. So, and even
we
now,
got a new virus now, like
the flu shot now only like helps like 20%. So if the flu shot is something that we've been knowing about and we've been able to, work on for however many years, and we only could say that it could only like resist it for maybe 20%. So it doesn't even give you 100%, resistance. And then you want me to let you stick that needle in my arm with that shit that you don't even know if it's gonna work or not? Nah,
Man, they putting the flu in you.
I'll pass. I'll pass on all that.
Me
Like,
too.
I ain't never got a damn flu shot.
I'll pass.
It just cracks me up.
I got in the flu shot before, but I ain't taking no goddamn jab.
I
Not
mean,
no
the flu
chance.
shot,
Even if you said I was gonna die, I wouldn't take it. Like, nah.
the flu shot is not even like that, good of a thing to take because it may
I
help
agree.
maybe 20%. They give you a 20% chance that you may not catch the flu. So what it's not even worth this, them stabbing me in the arm with something.
No, facts. That was a long time ago, and like I said, like there's a new flu virus now. Like it's like ridiculous. Like it changes every year. It's a new form of it. It's more contagious. All that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, but see, people I don't think they are too trusting anymore, but I think like prior to COVID, everybody was really too trusting of the government and just like, okay, well they said so we need a quarantine, and like, they're telling us we need to take this shot. Okay, I guess that we need to take the shot. Like, why the fuck do you think that? Why would you do that?
What messed up a lot of people's heads? Like the way they implemented like the system so fast. Like it's like, oh, we got this virus now.
2 weeks
We
later,
got this
we got a cure for it.
mask. Yeah, you gotta wear mask and hand sanitizer everywhere and disinfectant spray. It's like, come on, man. Like you can't see that this is a setup.
Yeah, I mean, like, it to me, it's just like, people just need to think more, think for themselves, look into things, trust but verify, trust that the information that they're giving you is true, but do your due diligence and look into it and make sure that it is true.
And it's crazy. I was on the internet too around that time, and I was saying that like, I would hop on panels. I would just inform people, like, just throw it out there, like, look, man, like, the curfew thing and being in the house, man, that's going to affect a lot of people' mental health. And sure enough, as soon as it was said and done, they started letting people out. Like they started,
It ruined
commercials
it.
and all that stuff for mental
It ruined
health
a
and
whole generation of young kids like that. Those kids that were like juniors or seniors that year.
Yeah, they got fucked, nigga.
Those are the ones that got fucked over.
And those kids were the real definition of no child gets left behind because they wasn't really paying attention in class, bro. It's impossible for kids to do anything virtual because their mindset ain't go, I got my bed in the game right here, and I can just mute my camera, block my camera. And I ain't gonna, I was already quiet in class. I could definitely be quiet now. Man, folks ain't gonna do nothing.
Facts.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
instead of 8 hours on the desk, you know what I mean? You 8 hours on looking at a screen, pushing buttons.
You would hope to think that, like, since the kids at home quarantined, right, that the parents were also home quarantined and they're actually going to do their due diligence and be a good parent and be right there with their kid as they're doing their work, so their kid's not playing video games. Like.
But the crazy thing is the bills didn't stop coming because we went through that pandemic. So people still have to find ways to go to work and make.
That's what I was saying. They implemented the system so fast. Like it was like no time to prepare for this type of shit. Like we've never done this before. So like, why do you think we just adjust so fast? Like it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, like, and this is why, like, I even say, even the stuff that you hear in like pro male spaces or pro female spaces, just like the government didn't have your best interest at heart. Why would you think anybody else would? We should not just think or just accept information that people tell us as if it's fact or if it's true without doing our due diligence to
finding out the proof yourself.
Yes, look into what is being said. Are they relaying the information back to you accurately? Okay, is there something that you're not understanding? Get some clarity for it, right? Like you have to do your due diligence. And this is where I think a lot of young guys get so mad, is because they hear like little clips or sound bites that they hear about women or women's behavior, and they think that it's a hard and fast rule, and it's like, they're just angry, and they're just full of hate. And like, you know, like, I mean, some of the times I hear what some of these young kids refer to women, or especially when they're mad, when they're debating a woman on the talking point, and let a woman say something that is about poor male behavior, right? It's like that bitch is about to get ran up the flagpole. Every guy is gonna be like, "Fuck you, bitches! What about your women? All you women are unmarriageable. You're all three." Like it just like,
and that's what Trey be saying.
And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I thought you guys were supposed to be the stoic ones, not the emotionally reactive ones.
That's why Trey be saying when
That's
you debate
funny.
with certain people, sometimes you gotta not react and just let them talk themselves into a goddamn ditch. Because you let a person talk long enough, they're gonna fuck themselves up.
The question always, when people are talking and they're saying something to me, and let's say I'm upset about it, I ask myself two questions. One, am I upset that what they're saying is true? You know, and if it is true, then then there's something I could do about it. Like if you're saying, "Oh, Glenn, you know what? You did this, and this is how you're fucking up." I'm like, what is he telling me? Is it true or not? It is true. Yeah, I am mad about that. Now, guess what? I could actually do something about it because I have the power to address that, right? So I could fix that. All right, cool. Now, or ask myself, am I mad about what is being said to me is false? Because now if it's false, that means you are trying to make me believe something that is not true and trying to mislead me. And I have a problem with that. I have a right to be mad at that. But I don't think a lot of people these days actually pause when they hear things that are getting them riled up and asking themselves, do I have a justified reason for being angry here? Why am I angry? Too many people just lash out.
Yeah, probably because they took the jab.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe the jab made them gave them a bunch of estrogen, and they have.
I believe that too. Like I think that
mangina.
people that took it, man, definitely, got some effects from it, like on the mental. It sparked something. And you know what else irked me too? People that was so dirty and nasty and disgusting, all of a sudden became germaphobes. It's like, yo, what the?
Oh yeah, like I've seen more guys carry like little hand sanitizers now. Like, I'm like, bro, like I used to like work on my motorcycle, hands full of grease and everything, no problem. And guys are like, "Oh, here, let me give you some lotion or hand sanitizer." Like, I'm good, bro. Like my hands are fine.
Like, bro, I see people, they never wash their hands. Like, come on, man. You go in the bathroom, you do what you do, and then you come out.
There is a such thing as social programming. You saw it with the Netflix movie, they cloned Tyrone.
Yeah.
Who do they clone him to? Who's Tyrone?
It's a movie on Netflix. Hey, you need to watch it. It's a movie on Netflix. Jamie Foxx star in it, man. It's a movie on Netflix called They Clone Tyrone. And basically,
that's the title of the movie?
They Clone Tyrone. And the end is, look, Tyrone is a city it's a city here. And the ending was they were really cloning people. But how it was social programming. Like when they went to the chicken spot, it was all good vibes. Man, the folks in the chicken spot 2 hours. They didn't even realize they was in the chicken spot 2 hours. Then they did something where they actually showed the lab or whatever. They played music. They played, drill music. Get crunk in this motherfucker. Man, the people in the room was fighting each other. Then they started playing. Mom. They started hugging each other and shit. And they was really social programming people. Like they was kidnapping people, bringing the clones back. They was doing all types of things. And then the people that was doing it was pale. Like they was like they was. I forgot what dude said, but you got to watch it though. And then at the end, when all the clones started breaking out, it was another dude that looked like the Tyrone we know that was in California. And they was like, "Hey, yo, he looked just like you." He like, and it was crazy. The main character was a clone. The older him was the one that was making more. The older him, which was a black man, was the one that was doing all this. He had an assassin that looked like Tyrone. Tyrone was Tyrone. The dude in California was a clone of Tyrone. Like it was all of it proved, like all of it made you question the such thing as social programming. Like you gotta watch it, Glenn. It's a good movie. Watch it, Glenn. I'm
I
telling you.
gotta rewatch it too because I remember watching
I
it.
ain't watching it about a year and a half.
Yeah, it's been a
But
minute.
it's a lot of things that they did on there. They did it with the women with the hair. Like they did it with the women without the hair. They did and they funneled a lot of it through the church was getting funneled through the social programming. The food that people was eating was getting funneled through the programming. The clothes that they wear, the pimps, the hoes, because what happened was in the beginning, Tyrone went to go pull up somewhere. He got shot in the chest. He woke up again alive, same bullet wound, same all that, and then he found out his mama was a clone because they brother had died or whatever. His brother had died, and it was like he was talking to his mama every morning, but he was really talking to a recording every morning, not even knowing. He found out that the memory that he had of his brothers dying was the memory because he was a clone. It was the memory of the dude that cloned him, like the dude that was cloning himself. That was my brother that died. That was my mama who secluded herself. You got my memories because you my clone. Like it's crazy. You got to watch it, bro.
Wow.
And it's like it's social programming. It's all that it is. How they are deliberately like the people was literally targeting places of that they could mind control, which was impoverished cities, which is the ghetto, the hood, no matter the minorities. They was literally targeting them on purpose. And then when they found out about it, it got out. They was starting to target other places. And they say they had been doing this shit for hundreds of years.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, but I do believe there is such thing as social programming. So the social norms ain't nothing but what social programming is, because what they say is norm ain't normal. Like with it, like what he said when it comes to
when you say it's what's normal is ain't normal. Like what? Give me an example.
Like when they say, like when it comes to the red pill feminist, most people in general want to actually settle down and raise a family together. But what red pill is telling you, they not like red pill. The worst side of red pill is not telling you that women, these bitches just want to fuck off. They just want their money. They just want their bread. When most women actually do want to be with a man and settle down and have a family.
It's like social norm.
The same thing can be said with feminine. Most of these men are berate you, they'll beat you, they don't know how to act, they don't know how to do this, and that's not true. Most of these men are sensible. They understand it actually. They actually know what they actually know. They actually want to be with a woman and be with and build with that woman. But both sides ain't telling it. The worst things the things that people are listening to with the red pill and taking it internalized is the worst of the worst, and those are exceptions. What you about to say, Glenn?
I was gonna say that what I find hilarious is like this space really focuses on always highlighting the problems that's already been discovered, right? And their solutions is not really solutions. It's not a solution. It's removing yourself from the relationship world or the dating world or whatever is not a solution. It may be a solution for the individual saying, well, I'm not going to do this because it's my choice. Okay, fine. It's still not a solution to the problem. You never addressed the problem. You are avoiding the problem by not addressing the problem.
Exactly. That's the mental health. Yeah. And that's like the social norm. Yeah. I know it. So serious is, it was saying like that is the truth. There's a lot of the examples of that too.
Like, I mean, I always like wonder where, like, okay, let's get some actionable solutions. Like, what can guys do that want to have kids, but want to avoid as much as they can or mitigate the risks of that come with going into a marriage? What can they do? Let's just like the three of us. This is like give me some advice or give me some options that guys could do to avoid the risk that they could face in divorce if they choose to get married.
Give me an example of like the.
All right, so if a guy wants to get married, but he's like, man, the risk of divorce is so high. I know a lot of people get divorced and they can lose a lot. How can he mitigate the loss from a potential divorce?
They just say don't get married, but it's
put everything in his mama name.
Okay, that could be a solution, right? That we've seen that have worked before, right?
Yeah.
But see, I wanted to say this and I wanted to point this out because I wanted to point out like the fact that we are so focused on the problem, nobody ever talks about a solution. Like nobody, like not just saying that you guys are wrong or something's wrong with you guys because you couldn't come up with one right away, but you thought you had to think about it, right? You're like, well, shit. Like,
yeah, I'm thinking about it now.
About this. Yeah, like, we've never talked about this. Normally, we just say avoid it, because that's the solution, and that's not the solution. So guys are more concerned about what when they get divorced, right? Oh, I'm going to lose half my shit, everything that I've earned or whatever that I bought, and all this stuff. Well, doesn't have to be that case. If you were, let's say you had assets before you got married and you put all your assets in an irrevocable trust, your house, your car, all that stuff could be protected from a divorce.
Without the prenup.
Without a prenup.
Okay.
Right. And then on top of that,
that's crazy.
Let's say you do get a prenup, because actually a prenup is really good. It is a really good idea. Like you don't joke. If you got car insurance when you drive a car, right? Not because you think you're gonna fucking crash into somebody, but in case something bad happens, somebody crashes into you, you're protected, right? That's what a prenup is for marriage. You're not going into it thinking like, oh yeah, like this is not gonna work, so I want to have this insurance card. No, you're saying, hey, I know that I'm going in this with good intentions, but you know what? I can't speak on behalf of everybody involved, and I can't speak about the future. So what I'm going to do is let's get some insurance for both of us, because insurance, the marriage law is already built in an insurance policy for her, right? Why would you?
I understood that there are a couple types of prenups. I think that there's one that they still get money, but they don't get like.
It depends on. It really depends on. No, it really depends on what is written out in the prenup and the terms of it. So you guys could both agree that, like, if there's infidelity, abuse, or abandonment, or drug use or whatever, that you could get a divorce, and whoever is doing that stuff is not going to receive anything because they're the party that's injuring the relationship, right? If you guys both agree on that before you guys get married, and that's written in your prenup, the judge will honor that, as long as it doesn't violate like state law, right?
Like
and that's why
infidelity and stuff like that. Yeah, they do have clauses like that. Yeah.
I mean, and be very detailed. I even tell people right out there, in case of a divorce, here is our child care plan. This is how we are going to be parents. This is our parenting plan in case, God forbid, this happens. Everything needs to be spelled out clearly. What your expectations of expectations of your wife are going to be should be spelled out there. What her expectations of you should be clearly spelled out there. What you guys plan on doing if the divorce happens, who gets what should be spelled out there. When the more detailed your prenup is, and you guys agree to it, and everything's signed 6 months before a wedding, the better off that you guys are going to be, and more likely the prenup is not going to get contested, and like that right there saves everybody. That just mitigated so much risk and loss that you would potentially face, and you really have less worried about the divorce problem than you did before. But guys are lazy. They don't want to have to do that. They don't want to do all these extra steps. I've even heard guys say, why do I have to? Why should I have to do all that? Well, you should have to do all that because you worked hard to acquire the things that you have, and it would be foolish to risk losing these things and not protecting them for you or your future generations.
Did you hear about Dak Prescott?
Yeah. But she didn't sign the prenup, and so he called off the wedding.
Yeah. Like,
very smart of him, and I know he was really patient with her. He was patient with her for quite a while.
Yeah, they had kids together and everything. That's crazy. Like,
and that kind of goes to show what her motives were. Like, I mean, there's no moral argument that you could say that would justify that, her not signing the prenup. her not signing the prenup clearly stated that she had no, intentions on probably staying for a long time.
How? Like how? How does that even? It's insane, man.
If the thing is, okay, she's gonna say that he didn't trust her enough, and I would say, well, she didn't love him enough. She didn't love him enough to sign the prenup. Therefore, he didn't trust her enough to not require a prenup.
See, that's the thing that's so disturbing, though. Like they're willing to have kids, and it's like, damn, like they're not as dumb as we,
If she loved him, why wouldn't she sign the prenup? Why wouldn't she want to provide him that assurance that she's not going to try to take him for everything that he has?
Because the picture that's painted behind prenups is he gonna take everything once he get tired of you and leave. You're gonna be left with nothing.
No,
that ain't even true when most men don't leave relationships.
Yeah,
the prenup doesn't like say that guys could take everything from them. No, like a prenup just protects the things that are listed in what is agreed upon. Like he may still, if they got married and she signed the prenup, let's say 10 years later they got divorced, he may still be on the hook for alimony. He would still have to split half of the marital assets that were acquired during the course of their marriage.
See, I think, but see, like that's going to be a problem, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of women ain't going to want to sign it. I think that's going to be.
Actually, I think more women are willing to sign it now because in many cases, women are growing as higher earners in many sectors of industry. So there's a lot of
the
times
highest contract in the league.
Well, women have, I'm talking on average, not football.
Not in his case. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, on average, women are starting to out earn men in many areas, in many, like, especially even in tech fields. I've noticed that. So women are becoming the predominant breadwinners in the home these days.
But they still can't do it by themselves, though. What's this?
Absolutely, they can. But the thing is, men can't do it either by themselves either. That's why women have to get jobs. Only 18% of couples could live off of one income in America. So the majority of couples are two, earners.
That's just mind-boggling to me. Like I get it, but it's just I just can't believe that women are like that selfish. Like it's just like he makes the most money. Like in his case, he's the highest paid quarterback in the league
without a Super Bowl. So I would have left him too. I'd be like, I only marry winners.
Yeah, I'm not a Dak Prescott fan. I'm a Cowboys fan of that.
I am a Cowboys fan, and I was a huge Dak Prescott fan. And he has let me down so many times.
Vicious. God damn. Yeah.
But no, like I'm glad that he was wise enough not to continue, like, go through the marriage without that being signed.
Yeah, because if he went through it, man, that would have been an L for all mankind.
Yeah. Dusty Dinger. Is that what it says? Dinger? I don't know what it says.
Let me see.
He says, answer to Glenn, own your own house and land and get married after 35 to a woman 10 to 15 years younger than you. Yeah, that could be a good, plan. But even when you get your house and your land, make sure you put that in an irrevocable trust. Okay.
Well, I think 15 years younger. What's that?
Because if you're, 10 to 15 years younger, she's 20, right? She'll be youthful, like she'll be a good, she won't have geriatric pregnancies, right? Yeah. She would be in her best fertile years if you're wanting to have kids, right? So that would be why. And that could work. You have to set it up. And the only way that works is if you put in the work in your 20s, all up until that time, to where you're able to, work hard and to acquire that and facilitate that for yourselves. You know, it's not you have to learn how to deal with self gratification in the sense of like, or self validation and delayed gratification. If you need like instant gratification, that's going to be hard for you. You're going to have to be disciplined in order to reach that goal. But if we could tell, if we notice in our society, we're not very good at that.
Okay, what's the other solution?
Well, so I said, if you have assets, put your assets in an irrevocable trust, right?
Trust, yeah.
That's number one. You could, if you're even worried about your income, you could create an LLC, right? Make yourself an employee from your LLC. The money you make from your 9 to 5, you basically would put into your business, your LLC, and you pay yourself a portion of that, right? That way, if you are getting a divorce and they ask you for your W-2, there you go. You work for yourself and you pay yourself a fraction of what your overall income actually is. So on paper, the business owns more than what you actually earn, right? And then have your LLC be the truster or the trustee of your irrevocable trust. So that way you're protected in that sense. But I would also say, just because once you protect your assets, that doesn't mean you shouldn't also think about, it's not thinking about like, oh, I want to make sure that she doesn't get anything from me if she leaves me. It's you don't want her to take anything that is beyond what would be, fair.
See, me, if I was to get married, I would actually leave her with something. It just wouldn't be like half my money, nothing like that. But I would make sure she good. Like, that's what I'm saying, like, about the Dak Prescott thing. Like, how did she didn't know, like, it was set up like that? Like, you don't have to, give up half or, just leave them with nothing, like, or whatever they came in with.
Like and this is what people are like, oh, they're trying to, it's when you're getting divorced, it's really about what's fair. Like, I mean, if you just go in there like, yes, you're hurt, she's hurt, or somebody's hurt, and you just want them to suffer, you don't want them, get over on you. And this is where people get muddied and their emotions are getting involved and they actually make it worse. This is where a prenup actually really solves all that problem ahead of time. It's we got a super chat in here that says, own your own house and land before marriage. I agree. And then I would put that in irrevocable trust. And then after 35, I think he meant marriage after 35 to a woman and at least 10 to 15 years younger than you. Yeah, especially if you're wanting kids. The worst thing you could do would be wanting to have kids, and then you end up getting with a woman that's, have gone beyond her youthful years or her better years for child rearing, and risks, her health or the baby's health in that sense. It's just not wise, to do. Why would you want to put anybody in through that potential risk if you could avoid it?
Yeah.
And like, I know a lot of women that are older, like they'll be all mad about it. Like, well, wait a minute, you're telling me that he shouldn't marry me? Well, honestly, not saying that he shouldn't marry you, but if you're wanting to have kids, why should you go through a risk that your health could be jeopardized, because of age, just because, children, like, I mean, isn't your life valuable too?
Yeah. That's why you need to have counsel too. Like, somebody to, besides the lawyer, like a minister or something like that.
But I also think that before people get married, they need to go to 2 years of marriage counseling.
Okay.
And I think I think the first year should be like for the husband, It should be called husband school. And he has to learn how to do all like these like little home repairs, all the man shit that he probably didn't learn because maybe his dad wasn't around, but maybe all the man shit that he, he should have learned, just from being around other men, right? I think that will really help him be competent in certain things, right? And then the wife, while he's going to husband school, she needs to go to wife school. That's right. She needs to learn how to cook more than 6 dishes. All right, more than 6 dishes, and ramen does not count as a dish.
Yeah, and sandwiches. I don't want no sandwiches all the time.
Yeah, like she needs to learn, what men look for in a wife, right? And then after they completed that first year, they go to couples school that's together. So now after he graduated from husband school, she graduated from wife school. Now they go to couples school, and then this is where they get hit with all the fucking crazy, weird scenarios. Like all of a sudden, your mom needs to move in because of her health. What do you guys do? Like have these weird conversations that nobody are planning for, right? Because they do happen. And what happens is when people don't talk about them in advance, or have these conversations, they don't know. They just kind of wing it, and then things get messed up. Having an idea how to address these things will be a good idea to work, to plan for. And after that second year, then they'll get their marriage license, and then they should be able to be allowed to get married. But marriage should not be as easy as it is these days. Like you could go down to the Justice of Peace, pay $20 and get a marriage license. You can't even do that for a driver's license. And who you marry will probably be one of the most decisions and most either beneficial or very detrimental choices that you would make in your life.
Yeah.
So
but it's like that like see that like the ideas we have, like, which are good, things to use. It's just like, how do you know like that, falls in the right hands? Like
what
the
falls in the right hands?
the majority gets to, experience that information.
What do you mean that information? What
Like what
majority?
you like all the things we suggested as far as like,
Oh,
the preventive.
Most people won't even do it. Most people won't, or most people are lazy. They want the faster way to do things. They don't.
That's what I'm saying. Like most people won't even probably be receptive. Like, because I'm thinking like I'm a DJ. You know what I'm saying? So like I do weddings and stuff like that. Me as a random DJ. I don't think it would be wise for me to go up to one of my clients and be like, maybe you should do this before you. Or did you do this? Like,
I wouldn't,
what I mean?
like if it's a client, I wouldn't do that. But like, if it's a
No, I
friend or a
I'm not going
brother,
to do that. But I'm just saying, like,
if it's like
mean?
a friend or a brother or somebody that like, I'm close with, I would totally advise them of this. Hey, make sure you do this. Make sure you guys, you get this prenup, and you guys really like get really detailed with it. Work with a good lawyer for both of you guys, and spell out every little detail that you want to talk about, with your marriage or what you guys want to plan after in case of the marriage does dissolve. Be very specific. That way everything's there and spelled out and everybody's on the same page. There's nothing hidden. There's no, it should be, that should provide both parties peace.
So you say you were married before. Are you married now, Glenn?
No.
Would you get married again?
I think marriage is for family creation. Both of my kids are adults now. And so since I do not plan on having any more kids, because I got fixed a long time ago.
Okay.
Getting married for family, no. Like, I mean, especially the women that are like my dating pool, right? Like, obviously I date women that would be younger than me. So anywhere between like 27 to, 37. And some of those women in that age group, they want to have kids. So for me, being seriously dating is not, no, I'm not dating anybody. And because they may say they don't want kids, but then a year or two later, I want to have your babies. Can't do that. Not happening.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not considering marriage anytime soon. I enjoy my peace too much. Like, I value my solitude, but that doesn't mean I don't have good relationships with women. I have a lot of great platonic relationships with women.
Yeah, I haven't been married, and I'm not like totally against it, but I'm not like.
I think marriage is beautiful. I think it could be something amazing. It really depends on how well you prepare for it.
Yeah, I'm just not enthused. Like if I meet it, like I don't even know, man. It would just have to. It had to be. It had to be something close to a miracle, man. Like.
I always say,
I
like, if
ain't gonna
for me
lie.
to get into another relationship, for me to like actually like be in a committed relationship, the woman would have to be way more attractive than my solitude, and my solitude is pretty fucking attractive. My peace, my solitude, my quietness is very comfortable, and I enjoy it. And so, like, the woman would have to be someone like I just feel like, oh, I would rather get rid of my solitude and have her around, and that's a high bar to meet,
Yeah.
And it's not a saying that like a woman can't be that way. There are many amazing women out there, and maybe if that time comes and I come across her and I'm like, oh yeah, you know what, I really want to be in a relationship with her, and I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'll cross that bridge when I get there, but as of right now, I'm not pursuing it. I'm not looking for it, but I won't reject it if it presented itself either. But it wouldn't
Man,
be
this
marriage.
is a great convo, man. I'm about to get up out of here and be honest, but I fucks with you, Glenn.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that you enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, I seen you on Fatty's channel. What's the name? Tomato, Rotten Tomato.
I've been on the Raging Tomatoes channel as
Raising
well. Yep.
Tomato. Yes. So
I haven't been on
I'm
there in like
familiar
probably
with your
yeah.
spoken word, man. Good stuff, man.
I appreciate it. And like the whole point of talking, and I'll just kind of, because I'll wrap it up here too for those that are listening.
Yeah.
The whole point of this conversation wasn't to bash the red pill or the manosphere. It was to point out the areas that me being an observer in this space and working behind the scenes for as long as I have, that I see that these are problem areas that are not helping men, that we should probably address, so we could actually do what we say we're doing. If we're here to help men improve, help men avoid self-deletion, then we should probably work on these areas that could contribute to that bad things or those poor outcomes. If we don't, then we can't say that we are here to help men, and we're here to help men improve. No, we would have to say that we are here to capitalize off of men's pain. And that's not what I'm in this space for. I could do way more things with my time than do that. And trust me, this space does not pay very well. You're not going to get rich from being in this space. So, if you're in this space and you want to help men, or if you're listening to the creators in this space, do your due diligence and fact check them. Make sure that what they're telling you is accurate and not weaponized against you to make you hate the opposite gender. Because
no, I love women, man. I ain't on that at all. I ain't nowhere close to that. I just observing, and I see a lot of stuff like in the actuality and anecdotal. It's not all generalized, but I don't like the one-sided thing either. I kind of like understand it, and that's what I'm saying. The content creators I watch, they say it as well. Like, it's not just the women, but that's what gains attention, like, in this space. So I get it at the same time. So
I always tell people, who are the people that hurt you the most? they're probably somebody that told you they loved you, right?
Yeah.
Because that's for me, the only people that could ever get close enough to hurt me are the people that love me and that I love, and I let them get that close, right? So my enemies don't get to hurt me; they get to irritate me. They become a nuisance, right?
Yeah.
They can't give me that like death blow, or they can't like take me out like someone close to me could. So, and I said this earlier. I said, men and women will treat you, and if they think that is treating you as a good thing and is beneficial to both of you, then that's what they'll do. If they think that getting over on you is going to be beneficial to them, that's what they'll do. When you think of things like that, there's no expectations. Now you could have like relationships expectations, but I believe that people are going to do what always going to be in their best nature, because people are selfish that way. We all are.
Yeah.
And then that kind of
like some of the content out here tells us to be selfish. Yeah, be selfish, dude. Like
I say don't be selfish. I said have enlightened self-interest.
Oh,
you know
self-interest. Okay, got you. Okay.
Having enlightened self-interest means if I help you, ultimately I'm helping myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I will end with that. But thank you for the conversation, and
for sure,
everybody that was listening. I believe Trey's asleep, so
yeah,
I can't even end the stream if I wanted to.
I know this is crazy. Like,
but I could actually
can call him.
I could end it from my end. Like I could end like on my channels, but I can't end it for his, unfortunately. So
is there anybody we know that can call him?
I got his number. I'll call him right now.
Okay, all right, bet.
Or I'll give him a text and see if he wakes up. But for everybody else, good night, good morning. If you hear him snoring, record it and then send it to me. Until next time, you guys. Peace.
Peace.